I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Oh, good morning. And of course, it's a great morning. I'm alive to put this show on, so it is a great morning. There you go. My standard, right? Some things don't change, but sometimes things shouldn't change. I cover a lot of topics on my show, but even a few topics that a lot of people are afraid to approach. I'm not sure why. Pride, I don't know, embarrassment, or whatever. You're getting older. You're getting older. And you're not the stud that you used to be. There's all kinds of reasons for that. I've had a discussion last night with a guy that takes testosterone all the time, but unfortunately for that, there are even side effects with that too. Some people even fear that it could affect your heart. It gets to a point you don't know what to believe. Some people say, isn't it better not to take anything at all? Oh, I've lost my energy. I have low T because I'm getting older, and I'm not the stud that I used to be. Oh, my energy level is down. Yeah, that happens. Because as you get older, I mean, realistically, from when you hit, especially like 40, your testosterone levels are going down by a couple of percentage points per year at least. By the time you hit my age, it's like, hello, anybody out there? All I hear is crickets. Yeah, it gets to that. Welcome to getting older. Something that we all do. Every second you're getting older and older. The old gray hair ain't what it used to be. Well, you know what? We live in a world of chemistry and biology, and you're going to lack certain things as you get older. You're not going to have that, I don't know, vim and vigor and that you used to have when you were a teenager or in your 20s. And it goes along with the territory, I'm afraid to tell you. I don't know. Some people like to go on testosterone therapy, and I'm still out to lunch with that. Use gels or a needle, whatever, injections. The guy was talking about that last night. In fact, his name was Frank Smith, and who swears by it. There's a lot of little intricacies of taking something as to not taking something. Sex performance, drugs, all that good stuff. If you could live without it, you're really better off. Some people take tadalafil, if I'm saying it right, which is the brand name Cialis, and they could take a maintenance dose of 5 milligrams per day. We're supposed to have some positive effects on energy and actually drive, where an average would be 20 milligrams a day if you want to take that. So basically, you're in a virtual, when needed, saluting the flag, even when you don't want to. But then it's like everything, it has side effects. Viagra and such things, one of the horrible effects is heartburn. Now, I've tried this stuff before, and it gives you heartburn, even a headache. So what's the pluses and minuses of all this shit? Well, almost everything you take is going to have a negative effect on you. There's always a side effect with something. I don't care what the hell it is you take. If you take too much aspirin, you're thinning your blood. You could have blood clots. You could have stomach bleeding. I mean, there are natural alternatives. Whether they work for you or not, that's a different story. But nitric oxide is the culprit, and you lose a lot of that as you get older. And actually, good morning. So You could do things like taking L-citrulline, which is a precursor to L-arginine, which is something in your body that will deal with the nitric oxide levels, which, a lot of these things can be healthy for your heart, but what nitric oxide does is it relaxes smooth muscles to allow better blood flow, which is a great thing for your heart. Some people take it just for that. Or where sex is concerned, you're worried about erections. And yes, nitric oxide has a lot to do with that. But you could eat watermelon and get the same effect because that contains a lot of L-citrulline or L-arginine. But you have to eat a lot of watermelon for that. Or you could take L-citrulline supplements. You take 2 of these per day. Keep your nitric oxide levels higher. And you shouldn't have to take all this shit. And there's not going to be any side effects from L-citrulline. Remember, it's like a precursor to L-arginine. If you take L-arginine alone, it's not going to work. It's the L-citrulline that gets the L-arginine going, which is an amino acid, and which will help with blood flow. Again, by relaxing your smooth muscle layers, etc., etc. Yeah, we talk about the things that people are afraid to talk about on here. Everybody thinks they're a stud, but they're not going to tell the truth. The fact is, even me, you're not going to perform like you did when you were 20 years old. It's not going to happen. And I don't want to hear any bullshit about it. But you either get to a point that you need to take one of these supplements, or you find more natural ways, or I'm going to tell you a few hints about something. A lot of men, they get into pornography. It's a bad thing. It's a bad thing in many ways. Watching pornography all the time, and, what do you find in porno movies? You're going to find these really hot-looking women. And even though you think you got a hot-looking woman, there's always a younger, maybe better-looking woman. And you're going to use pornography as sexual gratification. But the problem with that is twofold, really. It's twofold. You may not be looking at your partner the same way, and you may not get as excited. Yeah, I'm afraid that's a side effect. That's why I don't get into porno. Well, you could use it as a stimulation, but if you're into porno a lot, you're going to have too many greater expectations when having sex with your girlfriend. Wait a minute, she don't look like this really young, vivacious, blah, 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 and look at her in these porno movies. Okay, so you're desensitizing yourself is what you're actually doing. Now, a lot of men like to engage in masturbation. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. It's supposed to be good for your heart and blah, 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 and all this other shit. But what happens with that is that you are actually desensitizing your organ. Unless your girlfriend does 100,000 Pilates, the fact is, she's not going to be as tight as a virgin. Okay? Let's spit it out. If you're masturbating all the time, your hand is going to be used to that firm grip that no vagina is going to be able to give you. This is basically going to be a downfall because a woman's vagina is not going to be as tight and strong as your hand. There's going to be some desensitivity issues going on. Oh, why can't I? Oh, is that why? Oh, but I can get off real easy if I masturbate. Yeah, because you're in control, motion, grip, so forth. So when you go to have sex with your woman, you're not getting all that. The little rhythm that you do when you masturbate. And all men masturbate. I may be one of the few that really felt he doesn't have to. It's not part of my repertoire. They say it's healthy to do that, but I don't know, I've learned a lot. Because it desensitizes you. It actually desensitizes you. And then you wonder, when you're in the bedroom, and you're saying, I don't know, this is just not like when I decide to rub one off, I get better response when I do that. Well, that's going to happen, my friend. That's going to happen. Look, getting older, it's not for pussies, okay? Better good use of words. It's not for pussies. It's a hard thing. Oh, there we go again. It's a hard thing getting older. It is. Things don't remain the same as when you're younger. Energy, the vigor. That stride in your step. Yeah, it doesn't get any better. I hate to tell you that. Hate to tell you that, studs. It don't get any better. But you don't have to use all these chemicals. I mean, well, as far as standardized drugs, Cialis and sildenafil, which is Viagra and others. Are there benefits to this? Well, sildenafil and stuff like that. Well, actually, Cialis I think it actually could help with BPH if you got benign prostate. In other words, you got an enlarged prostate. It's supposed to help with that. My understanding on that? Yeah, and then that's something you're also going to get too. Of course, you're going to get a large prostate as you get older. That just comes, it's a definite. It's a definite for most men. That could interfere with your urine flow and so forth and so on, Now have it tested, of course. Get your PSA level and also, if you don't like the digital exams, well, nobody does. You might want to get it because it only tests you for size, but if there's any lumps or anything unusual on there, no doctor likes to, contrary to what your popular belief, doctors have to perform this, but, it's not that they get pleasure out of it. Maybe some of them do, actually. Maybe they're attracted to you. Anyway, all right, got to add some humor into it, but they could also see if it feels unusual, not just for size, okay? So yeah, I mean, every now and again, you may not like it, but maybe that's something you should do. Generally, in the Philippines, if you go to just a consultant doctor, he doesn't put his fucking fingers up your ass, unless he really wants to and thinks you're cute. But a lot of them will not, unless you ask them to do it. It's their job to do it as a medical professional, but I will guarantee you that's not part of their job that they really want to do. And if they can get away with doing that, they're not going to hint at it. Well, maybe I should give you a digital exam. Then when they do, oh God, there goes the gloves. They got them little gloves they put on. They put a little snap to it. And are you ready? Ready? Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready for love. Guys hate that. They hate that. Who does like it? Except, well, if you're kind of into that kind of thing, you know what I'm saying? Know what I mean, Popeye? Anyway, you could hide a lot of things about yourself and your age, and you could be boasting like a rooster saying, yeah, I get it 3 times a day. And guys like 80 years old, I do it 3 times a day. No, you don't, you motherfucker. No, you don't. I highly doubt it. Okay. You got 20-year-olds that don't do it 3 times a day. I mean, too much of a good thing is not good. Let's put it that way. Too much smoking, not good. Too much drinking is not good. And too much sex may not be good. Sometimes holding out a while increases desire. No chemicals, no sildenafil, no tadalafil, which is Viagra and, what am I telling you? I'm drunk. Viagra and Cialis, and all that shit. Yeah, if you need to take it, fucking take it. Whatever's going to get the job done, okay? It's not going to make you a super freaky in the sex department. Not really. It's not all that you think it is. I've experimented with that shit, and I'll tell you what, I'd rather not. Because the side effects Sure, I've taken it. Sure, I've taken it. You betcha I've taken it. Sure, you betcha. I didn't like it. But then again, my performance wasn't bad to begin with. It wasn't like I'm, Studville, 20 years old, 25 years old. Nah. Huh. Hell no. Hell no. But, whatever works, works. If it don't, then you take measures. Take some of this medicine, whatever. But as I said, there are natural ways of boosting your nitric oxide. It has a lot to do with everything, having to do with getting a woody and all that stuff. A lot of guys were taking like sildenafil, well, actually, not sildenafil, but actually Cialis, which is the one that kind of lingers in your system every day. You take it every day. Basically, yeah, you wake up with a woody a lot. It's a good thing if you wake up with a woody, because what does that mean if you wake up with a woody? That you got good blood circulation. That's a good indicator. True. Hell, I get that shit without taking that crap. Not every fucking day, but I get it. I'm sure you probably do too. But I'm not really one for chemistry, I don't know. Oh, Brett, hello. Like and share the stream, everyone. Brett's into it, baby. Brett is into it, man. Brett IKEA. You are into it, baby. A lot of guys are afraid, to talk about shit like this. But you're human. And as a man, you go through changes. Not always things you're going to like as you get older. But there's a lot of things that have to do with it too, no matter what age you're at. When you meet a woman for the first time, and you've never seen her naked body, you never seen her naked body, you never experienced her before. Tell you what, even if you had trouble with getting erections and so forth, I'll guarantee you, though, one of the biggest surprises you'll find is you have a new partner or something, and you've never seen her naked body. Ooh, that must be exciting. Oh God, I got to see that. Well, it is actually. And the first time, that where maybe you were taking ED drugs and stuff, you might find that you didn't need it that first time because you've never seen her naked. It excites you. It's getting you excited. That's what it is. I can certainly remember that happened with this one girl I met out here, and shit, I didn't need anything. But then again, I wasn't taking anything anyway. But it's always exciting, a new conquest, right? Isn't it always exciting? You've never seen a naked body before. That's when she exposes herself. By the way, this is not a video for kids. Let's keep that in mind. A disclaimer. It's for adults like you and me. Like you and me. Listen, Papa, you might learn from this too. You too, Don. You may learn something too. All these guys claim that they're all studs. I never say I'm no fucking stud. I wasn't a stud when I was a teenager either. Never thought of myself as a stud. Never thought of myself. Except a urologist once told me, don't fuck with the machinery. Well, if you had hernia operations and all that stuff, you're fucking with the machinery. But try not to do it again. Oh, I'll try, doctor. A hernia later. Sorry. Well, I wouldn't mess with the machinery. Well, I don't mess with the machinery. For example, if you needed a hernia operation, you need a hernia. By the way, that doesn't affect you sexually, just to let you know. All right. Has nothing to do with one thing or the other. But I think, getting dependent on this, like this one guy last night, Mr. Frank Smith, his name. He said, man, I got all this energy and shit. I'm taking testosterone. But you got to read between the lines and everything else. I mean, yeah. You take a certain amount of testosterone. Yeah, you're going to probably notice, and I'm only going by what I read and what people say. You're going to get this, seemingly this energy back. Some people don't, though. But then they become pretty dependent on that, because what happens when you stop taking testosterone? You crash, like anything else. You crash. If you're into a lot of taking sugar, you're going to be so fucking hyped up. You'll climb the fucking walls. I mean, give your kids sugar, and you watch all the activity with them. But then guess what happens? They want to go to sleep. They crash and burn. So do adults. You're eating a lot of sugar. You're going to get that sugar high. But when that sucker starts wearing off, you're going to crash, brother. You're going to crash. Your energy level is going to go down crazy. But the same thing with taking all these medicines for erectile problems, or you want to increase your, libido and such and such and such and such and such and such. You're still going to get a crash and burn. And you're going to take that thing religiously. If you don't take it, you're going to crash. Like anything else, you're going to crash. You better wear your helmets and seat belts and everything else because you're going to crash. Okay? And some people that are taking testosterone every single day, injections or by gel. Now, of course, I was exploring an interest in that when Mr. Frank, what's his name, last night was talking about it. He says he swears by it and all that stuff. And it got me interested, but then I got reading on it like I said I was going to do. And I don't know. It's not for everybody because there are some little idiosyncrasies. There are some little things in there that some people feel it could affect your heart. And anything that has to do with the heart, I'm like, no. I mean, I'm smoking already. I mean, I smoke. That can affect your heart. And I'm thinking, no, one bad fucking thing is enough. And then I want to go take a chance with taking something that's going to give me more energy, more vigor, and make believe I'm a little 20-year-old. Well, I'm never going to be a 20-year-old again. And if you're functioning without all these medicines, then don't fucking take them. That's what I say. If functioning, you know. I mean, personally, myself, if you want to take something like Tadalafil, which is Tadalafil, I think it's called, which is actually Cialis. It's supposed to stay in your system, and chances are you're going to get woodies all day long, or it's going to happen at a time when maybe you don't want to. But I don't think I want to feel that way. Of course, when you get a woody, you want to have sex. Generally, is that the way you feel? That if you wake up in the morning with a fucking heart on, it's like, hey, I'm ready to go. She may not be ready to go. You're ready to go, but she may not be ready to go. Then if she don't give you anything, you're gonna cry like a baby. Well, Mr. Woody is here to say hello. We need a response here. Why waste a Woody? Oh, and you get mad and you cry like a baby, like Trump, and well, come on, give it a break, man. And women that go through menopause, I know most of you guys date teenagers and all that stuff, and you're not going to worry about things, teenagers are, they're not going through menopause, okay? And sometimes a girl that goes through menopause, she has a lower libido, just like a guy would get a lower libido as his testosterone levels go down, because so does hers. Progesterone, testosterone, all that shit goes wacky doodle in a woman too once she reaches menstruation. It's a great thing, not menstruation, but menopause. It's a great thing in a way because they can't get pregnant. You have all the sex you want. You just ain't going to get pregnant, brother. Which is a great thing. If you're very sexually active, you don't want any more kids. Yeah. Never waste a stiffy, says Tommy boy. Never waste a stiffy. I know. But something, sometimes a woman don't want to, you maybe have all this vim and vigor and all that stuff, but maybe, she ain't. You would have high expectations when you take that. Well, maybe she don't feel like it. You think women just want sex every fucking day and I gotta have it. No, there's a lot of things involved with this. Let me tell you. Good morning. Gotta go back to the other room. We're talking about a sexual subject here. I don't want to get you too excited because you might be attacking me. Oh, we're in a very interesting topic this morning. Oh, chemistry for guys, for ED, or for libido, and waking up with a Woody, Woody Woodpecker, then wanting sex, and maybe some women don't want it. Some women go through changes. We're talking about hormones, progesterone, testosterone. We're talking about all this good stuff. So let me walk in the other room. Don't want to tell her all my secrets. I wouldn't want to do that. Okay. This is the subject that men want to talk about on here when somebody has the gagnoles, speaking of sexual organs, to bring it up. And a lot of men do not want to talk about this. They're afraid to. They're embarrassed to talk about it. There is no embarrassment at all to talk about this. And Popeye, listen, because you might learn something. Okay, We are sexual beings. Why? Because there's something called procreation. Both men and women, were made for the purpose of procreation. Keep that in mind as a platform on all this discussion. Women are baby making machines, okay? And their maternal instinct, is off the wall. I mean, it's off the charts. When you have sex with a woman, yes, it's recreational. And women have sex with men, not always just to have a baby, but it's always in their mind. It's always in the back of their mind. Sure, it's fun. You reach orgasm. Oh, that's what it's all about. But in the back of their mind, there's a natural instinct going on with this. They may be having sex for fun, recreation, but their estrogen, their maternal instincts are saying, I need to get pregnant. I need to create another bye-bye. Another bye-bye. All that she wants is to have a bye-bye. Oh. Well, you know what? There's a lot of truth in that, man. I mean, my interesting mind thinks about things all the time. I analyze a lot of things, which either gets me in trouble or the other direction, or helps me. But it's good to analyze things. Know what you're doing. Why are you doing that? Do you understand how your body works? You've got to be in control of your body. You got to understand your body. You know when you don't feel good. You know what you feel like when you're feeling proper and you're feeling healthy and all that. But then something happens and you say to yourself, well, that's kind of unusual. Okay, make note of that. If it's not usual, you may want to explore what it is. If it keeps on happening, you may want to explore more. Why am I getting certain symptoms when I never had this before? Okay, but that's, sensible to question something going on with your body that you never felt before. It could be a pain, could be dizziness. I don't care what it is. Explore it. Find out what's going on. A lot of these old guys, you hear all these guys, they're all studs, They're all studs on YouTube. Oh, yeah. Not only they got the money, but they got the prowess. They got their harems. Oh, yeah, I'm satisfying everybody. Look, I guarantee you, they got the little blue pill somewhere. Ricky's not afraid to show his big bowl of free government blue pills. But what good is it if you can't use it? If your fucking mechanics don't work? For whatever reason. Oh yeah, display that big bowl of blue pills. Hey, look at me, look what I got. But yeah, do you have any women to use it on? That's the first question. Second question, is your mechanics working? That's the second question. Sure, you could put out that, display that little bowl of blue pills. Oh, I'm Studville, USA. I am like, the biggest fucking stud. I'm getting all these women and... No, you're not. No, you're not. We know you're not. This applies to a few other people out here, too. We know you're not. Pretending doesn't mean it's real. You could put all the blue pills in front of you. You could put all the women in front of you. You could pose for pictures with the bar whores that you meet. But are you really getting any action? That's the key question. Isn't it? Yeah. That's the key question. Never mind all these supposed studs on here. Oh, yeah, I'm killing it. No. What you're doing is you're turning on Pornhub or whatever's available on the internet and you're getting yourself off. Yeah, you're killing it. Yeah, with virtual women that you will never have, okay? Never listen real life. You're never going to have them. Right, Popeye? You know about that. Oh, boy. Don't be afraid to talk about stuff on here, Now, I'm not going to share my personal sex life with anyone here. Okay? I'm not going to say how many times I have sex, or is she enjoying it, or am I enjoying it. That's our business. But I could talk in general about men, because I am a man. Last time I checked, I have a 3-piece set. Unless you got it blown off by an IED, that's a different story. But, Nothing you could do about that, except change your sex and just turn it into a fucking pussy, and you might feel better about yourself. There you go. So, I'm pretty bold to talk about this, but not really. We should be talking about this. Men are afraid to talk about their sexuality. Well, not everybody wants to reveal anything about that because it is highly personal, of course. So I always watch what I say on here. Because too many of you guys are sitting there anyway. Every time they see a picture of my girlfriend, their pants come down, they get a fucking woody and they're jacking off their picture. That's why they like to put these little thumbnails of my woman there in a bar situation in a skimpy outfit because they would love to see her in such a position. Isn't that right, Copycat Channel? It's because they'd love to see her in that position. They only wish that they had her. That's a fact, okay? That's why they do that. Oh, I exposed you, didn't I? Oh, well, what's the purpose of that? Because in their mind, they're fantasizing. Yeah, I wonder what it would really be like with Frank's girlfriend to, have a little session with her. I got my hands and I've got my mouth. Yes, she does. But you'd like to experience her hands and her mouth, wouldn't you? Oh, I bet you would, studs. I bet you would. Tommy. Oh, okay, we're being men here. Do I like a bulb? Either way. I don't care either way. Unfortunately, we have the kind of men that like to have these women with shaved. And why? Well, there's a little psychology that goes in with that. A little bit of perversion. Some men like them nicely shaved. Some of them like an airstrip. But a lot of guys that like it shaved is because they're feeling like they're having sex with a little prepubescent girl, for the perverts out there. Oh, you don't think that's what it's all about, do you? You're wrong. But you don't want to admit it. It's bad enough that these fucking old coots are trying to fuck 14-year-olds, but you're going to get a certain percentage of men that would prefer what you're asking me about, and because it makes them feel like they're with a young woman who has not even had her first fucking period. Hey, I'm just getting the facts out straight, right in your face. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one, Simon Breeze. Got my 2 hands in my mouth. Of course, she wasn't referring to that. She was talking about getting a job. As long as she has 2 working hands, she could speak and blah, blah, blah. Of course, they turned that around, of course. What do you think they're going to do? Yeah, but they only wish that they were in a situation with her that they'd love to be. That's what it's all about. You got it down, Pat. You got it down, Simon Breeze. I always thought that was hilarious, actually. I thought that was hilarious. She does got her hands in her mouth, and she knows how to use it. That's right, but not on you or anybody else. So you can interpret that little skit that they put on all the time any way you want. You know what it really is? It's fantasy. They want to fantasize my girlfriend in certain situations, dress skimpy or being in a bar or something. You know what that's all about? It's their wishful thinking. Man, I'd like to see her in a certain situation. I mean, what Frank experiences. What is she like naked? What is she like in a skimpy outfit? What is she like picturing her in a bar? They put these little creative little thumbnails out there, little AI stuff. And they're not doing it for my reaction necessarily. They're doing it for their own and for other people on there. Yeah, I feel I have a hot woman. Absolutely. I do. She's not 14 years old. She's 51, Jack. She's still got it. Baby, she's got it. Your desire. But she's mine. All mine. Okay, Simon Breeze. Hello, Simon, again. When you get on the testosterone, you might need to put a lock on the bedroom window. Why would they need to do that, Simon? Look, I've never tried it. I was talking about that last night. No, I never tried that. I'm tempted to, but I'm not really having a big problem, so I don't know if I need it. I mean, no, I'm not, look, put it this way. As a famous urologist, Dr. James P. Well once told me, what did he say? Okay. He said, when you're a teenager and stuff, hold on, I got a child walking by here. I have to cut my conversation for a minute because I'm respectable. What happens is that the nearest hole in the wall, you look at a stick it somewhere. The nearest hole in the wall, if you had to, that's how powerful your hormones are. When you are a teenager, you're developing, your hormones are just going out of whack. Out of whack. What's that? If you're not doing it 3 times a day, you'll wait. Let's talk about that for a second. I'm sorry, but that can get pretty old. Here's the thing. I like to look forward to something. Sometimes, you got to give something a rest because you enjoy it more. Okay, for example, you like ice cream. But the truth is, if you just had that fucking ice cream every fucking day, you're going to put that bowl of ice cream down and say, no, I mean, I've had too much of this. I'll wait a week or so, get that sugar high or that sugar temptation and have that bowl of ice cream. You want to even add something to it, chocolate syrup, sprinkles, whatever, you enjoy it. It's the same thing with that, too. It's the same thing with sex. It's the same thing. Realistically, come on. All you guys want to sound like studs and all that shit, but realistically, come on, 3 times a day. And especially you're in your 50s, 60s, 70s. I don't think so. I honestly don't think so. I mean, I can speak for myself, but I've also read things too, I think you're full of shit when you say you're going to do it 3 times a day. Maybe when you were a teenager or a much younger man, or maybe when you just met somebody. Because here's what happens when you just met somebody. Because that's always happened with me. It's really exciting when you meet a new person. There's a new body, new visual things, and you've never had sex with her before. So it's really exciting, very exciting to have sex for the first time with someone that you just met. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There's no question about it. I know from experience. And it really is. And you're all worked up and excited because, when you're with the same woman for years and years and years, it doesn't mean you lose your excitability. It doesn't mean you lose that. But it's not as intense as it used to be. That's just a fact. I don't make this shit up. And by experience. You're wasting your days if you don't do it. Come on. You're trying to act like Mr. Studville, playing with his erector set. No, that ain't no reality. Unless you're fucking on these enhancing drugs and all that shit, then yeah, okay. Maybe you've got a constant woody all day long, you're going to want it more. Yeah, there's facts on that. It doesn't mean that having a woody gives you sexual desire. It's just that when you have a woody, like you said, why waste it? I understand what you mean about that, because some guys can't get a woody all the time. So I understand your philosophy, Mr. Simon. I understand that. Why waste it? Yeah, it's just if you're not used to getting a woody all the time, and then you do, you say, oh man, I got to take advantage of this. And why not? If you're not on ED products or anything like that, you get a woody. Fuck it, yeah, go for it, man. Fuck yeah. But no, you don't, still 3 times a day, I mean, but having a woody is going to make you more sexually aroused. Yeah, there is some truth to that. There is. But maybe she don't want it 3 times a day. Women are sensitive down there too. If you're not realizing that you want what you want, but you see, she's not made of titanium either. You got to understand that too. All right. But I don't know. As far as what you say, Simon, It is interesting, your comment there. If you're not doing it 3 times a day, and you say take advantage of a Woody and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, I guess you should take advantage of that if you don't get it all the time, and But it's not always what you want too. You got to understand that. Is your partner into having sex with you that day? Maybe she's feeling under the weather. Maybe you've had enough for a while. She needs a rest, or she wants something to look forward to. Like anything else, you desire for something, and if you have too much of it, whether I use a kind of a poor example, but it's not a bad example. You like ice cream, but you really don't want it every day. You know what I mean? Especially as you get older, you're not wanting that ice cream every day. Unless you're just oversexed or something. You got so much fucking nitric oxide going, it's exploding out of your fucking skin cells or whatever. Or you're taking enhancement drugs and stuff like that, then that's a different story. But yeah, everybody's individualistic, what they want, how much times they need it. I don't need sex all the time. I can tell you that much. I don't need it all the time. I'd rather not have it for a while than look forward to it. That's about as personal as I'm going to get. I think I personally enjoy it a lot better that way. It gives you something to look forward to. That's what I like. Like you're going to go on a big trip, and you can't wait till that day comes. You're looking forward to that trip, and that day comes. Oh man, you're all excited. I'm making my trip today. I can't wait to get to my destination. Same thing. Same goddamn thing. Because, doing something repetitively over and over again kind of takes away the excitement from it. And please don't give me this bullshit. I'm excited every single time. My girlfriend's a model. It's like having sex for the first time every time I have sex for bullshit. Bull dinky. Bull crap. Stud. Bull crap. I'm not buying it, so don't try to sell it to me. Okay, in regards to my tea here. First tea in the morning. Yeah, baby. Anyway, it's a subject that men are afraid to talk about. There was a couple of YouTubers I heard in the past that actually were willing to talk about something like that. I'm really not the first, but you probably don't hear it that often because men are afraid to talk about things like this. Now, of course, you don't want to give out your personal sex information to anybody, so don't do it, and I'm not. I can give you little tips and stuff on that. Am I an expert on this shit? No, I'm no expert on this goddamn shit. I go with the flow. That's all I can tell you. I go with the flow. If I feel like, and she's willing and blah, 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 da-da-da, we agree. If not, that's fine too, It's good to look forward to something. It's probably the best thing I could say. I think you get more pleasure by looking forward to something. Honestly, come on. Like all these studs that come out here. Oh, yeah, man, I'm killing it. I'm killing it. I'm killing it. Yeah. You're killing it. I'm sure you are. I had 3 women today alone. I estimate by the time of the week, I'm probably going to have had sex with 7 or 8 women. Let me tell you something. These supposed studs are lucky they find one woman in the Philippines that's willing to have sex with them. They're lucky if they find one woman. I don't buy all of this shit. Hello. You're missing a lot here, man. Mix. Simon Breave says, when you're on the testosterone, you wouldn't hesitate to try a dog on a leash. Maybe I don't want that then. Maybe I shouldn't take that. Because here's the thing, because you want it, doesn't mean she wants it all the time. Think about how she feels too. She may give in to you because, Filipinos are very nurturing people. They want to please their man. She may not be in the mood for it, but you are. But she'll do it anyway just to please you. Oh, I know. You think that they're always wanted. There's these highly sexual beings because they're Filipinos, and they got to have it all the time. Well, you could say that a lot more younger women are going to want it more so than older women. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. Yeah. But, if you're used to dating young women or underage women, which is usually the case with these sex pasts because that's what they are. They're fucking pervert bastards that are trying to fuck little girls. which is sick in itself. But, no, you're not going to regain your youth by going to an underage woman or a woman perhaps that's 30, 35, 40, 50 years your junior. Come on, get real, man. Just get real. The big man makes them out. Well, we're not talking about the big man, but we're talking about sex in general. We're talking about woodies. We're talking about ED medications. We're talking about natural alternatives. We're talking about the truth about how many times you really have sex per day and all that other stuff, and people are bullshitting about it. Because everything gets old. Even sex gets old after a while when you've been doing it a lot. Just like you're eating tons of ice cream. You had enough of that shit. I don't want to touch ice cream for another fucking month. It happens too. We talk about guys desensitizing themselves with masturbation is what they're actually doing. If they do it all the time, you're desensitizing yourself. So when you go to have sex with your woman, you're not going to get that grip you get with your own hand. You may not be able to get off as a result of that. And those are men who like to masturbate a lot and they watch pornography and they don't realize what they're doing is they're desensitizing their skin, their vessels, all that stuff. They're desensitizing because no woman's vagina is that fucking tight, okay? I don't care how many Pilates she does, but, the grip of your hand is more force than a woman's vagina is going to actually give you. Unless you got a rare woman that's tighter than a fucking gnat's ass or something, which they may exist, but not to that degree. Okay. And Mick says it's like the cornetos. You went off them after a while. Exactly. There you go. Mick understands. The cornetos. Well, Sneeko talks about his cornetos, but he only talks about his cornetos because his hero, or one of his heroes, likes cornetos. I don't like it at all anymore, cornetos. I don't like the crust, the wafer on there. I don't like it. But here's the basic thing of all this. Too much of a good thing usually is. All these studs out there, I'm getting laid left and right, and besides getting STDs, we don't mention that too, but, I'm getting laid, I'm killing it, oh, listen to me, I'm dying, I'm killing it so much, I'm gonna fall into bed with a fucking heart attack. You ain't killing nothing but yourself, motherfucker. Stud my ass. Yeah. Fucking studs. Fucking studs. And let me tell you something, man. At my age, I don't claim to be no motherfucking stud. Those days are over, Jack. Those days are fucking over. Unless you want to go live on these performance enhancement products and all that shit, which have side effects. The fact is, yes, I've tried that kind of shit in the past. Absolutely did. You get this heartburn, which is scary. You get a headache. Your face is flushed. All that just to get fucking laid. Nah. It's not for me. Of course, I talked to a gentleman last night who sold on testosterone. I got all this energy and vigor and all that stuff. Yeah, I told him, I said I'd be interested in probably trying it, but then I did a little bit of reading on there, and I just don't know if that's the right thing to do. There are side effects on just about everything you do. Today starts our New Year anniversary. We're starting on a new year today, Gilda. I'm not talking about the stuff in front of her necessarily. I'm in the room now, but we're starting a new year.
New day.
A new day. It's a new day. It's a new year. That's what I got to say. I got all these horny guys on here. We're talking about kind of very taboo subjects on here about performance enhancement drugs for sex, for side effects of medications, and all these studs saying they're doing it 3 times a day, every day. They're doing it 3 times a day. And because they're getting hard-ons all the time and it makes them want to have sex all the day. But what about the woman? Does she want it 3 times a day? I talked about ice cream. Would you like to have ice cream every single day? Don't you get tired of ice cream every single day, Gilda? Wouldn't you get tired of that? Ice cream every day, every day, every day.
Eating ice cream.
Yeah. No, we have no ice cream. Speaking of it, now you wish you had some ice cream here in the freezer. I told him I don't talk about my fucking personal life on here as far as that goes. I can talk about what men experience. I could talk about, the reality of getting older and things not being like they used to be. The old gray hair ain't what it used to be, ain't what it used to be, ain't what it used to be. That's a fact. You're not what you used to be. The world of chemistry. So you think that chemistry, you gotta go, come let's go outside. So you think the world of chemistry is going to fix everything for you, right? Right? You take ibuprofen for a fucking headache, right? You take too much of that, you fuck your liver up. This is the point. Scott Del Fuego. What the fuck are you doing on here, motherfucker? The community has changed so much, but you are still a constant. I don't want to be your enemy, Frank. You don't want to be my enemy? Scott, you talk shit about me all the time, brother. I know you like listening to me, you just don't want to admit it. You said you're a constant. Now, I'm going to take that as a good thing, Scott. I'm not going to ban you. I'm not going to ban you. I'm not going to ban you. I promise I'm not going to ban you. I'm going to read that again. The community has changed so much, but you are still a constant. I don't want to be your enemy, Frank. Well, then don't try. Scott, contrary to what you might believe, I do read comments on other people's shows. I could be silent when I want. I could be that fly on the wall. And you are always attacking me, sir. And if so, I kind of wonder why. Is it because other people are, and you feel you have to join a big boys club, the big boys pants and all that? What is it really all about? Now, of course, you used to attack me when it came to Fazio, because Fazio was your hero. Same like Flying Circus, he loved Fazio. But you see, Fazio was not my hero. He was indeed my enemy, and he'd done some really horrible things behind the scenes and in front of the scenes too, to try to destroy my life. I didn't take very well to Fazio. I didn't take very well to him. But no, you're welcome on my show, Scott. You're welcome. But understand something. I could be pretty sneaky. I go on other people's shows. I don't have to say anything, and I know who's talking about me and who's not. Then a lot of people, they try to come on my show like nothing has ever happened. I told you, there's nothing wrong with my memory. I'm getting old. Older, I like to say. But long-term memory, there's nothing wrong with my long-term memory, Michael could turn on a dime against a person. Mick says, yes. And he's done that. He's done that. See, I like to talk about controversial topics on my show. And that's why people, because, if you listen to Philly, you listen to all the regulars on here, they are boring as like watching paint dry. They really are. And they're all lying through their teeth. So, like Philly will, in fact, I think he tried to block me. I think he tried to strike me because I hit a nerve with him. See what happens? You hit a nerve. I hit a nerve at Popeye, and he went and put a strike on me. That's what he did. But I was the gentleman that turned around and said, you know what? I deserved it. I put pictures of his parents on there. I shouldn't have done that. But the discussion of that particular show, where it showed the pictures of his parents, was actually a positive thing. So I was saying good things about his parents. They look like some really cool people. They look like they're a nice couple. I said only positive things, but because I put a picture of Popeye's parents on there, he just went super sensitive. He went super, super sensitive on me. But being the gentleman that I am, and a scholar that I am, of all people, that you never think you're going to hear an apology from me for anything, I actually apologized publicly and said, you're right, I deserved that strike. And I deserved, to get, shit for it. Because, we've all done that. They put pictures up of me or Gilder, all this shit all the time. It's become like, kryptonite. I mean, it doesn't, anyway, opposite really. It don't bother me. Because I know where it's coming from and I know why they do it, because they're jealous. What else can I say? You may say different. Oh, fuck you. Why should we be jealous? Well, you talk about her enough. They must be attracted to her somehow, because somehow she manages to get in on all this, They got to show pictures. But like I said earlier, if you want to listen to my show, the reason I like to put pictures of her in these precarious situations, like she's a bar girl, dressed skimpily, because realistically, in their mind, they would really like to see her like that. They want to know what her sexual values are, what her sexual makeup is. Not the makeup you put on your face, but the sexual makeup. What is it really like to be with this woman? That's exactly what they're doing. I'm no qualified fucking psychologist here, but I tell you what, it doesn't take much to figure that out. Yeah. I don't know, how long has he been dead? I pose that question. Simon Breave, is she a loan shark? Oh, that's right, you're that troll that's been on here. You I gotta let go. Because I've been noticing your comments are not exactly kosher. So bye-bye. Bye-bye. Simon. Oh, there's a lot of things you'd like to know about her, Simon, but I'm not going to tell you. You'd be surprised. She's a fine woman. Fine woman. She's going to be having her coffee here soon at the table, so I'm going to tone it down in certain ways. So, yeah, that's why I don't put her on camera. It's just, guys go fucking wild. I mean, I find her attractive and all that stuff, but I mean, it seems that some other people do too. And she's not, guess what? She's not 14 years old. She's 51, and they still find her attractive. And, well, I do. She's getting older. I can see it in her face. She's getting older. She's not exactly the same person I met 10 years ago. But then again, neither am I. But she's still got that bling. You remember the title of that show? She's Got That Bling. For those who have been following me and so experts in me and my life and everything else, do you remember the title of the show? I forgot who put it on. It was called She's Got That Bling. It was a troll or something that put it on. She's got that bling. Well, what does that mean? It means, baby, she's got it. She's my fire. She's my desire. Okay, she's got that bling. She does got that bling. Okay, I'm not reading everything. Scott. What's up, Scott? Barry made his bed. He was too stubborn and did not effectively identify his foe's capabilities. True, Scott? And Mick says to Scott, Michael gave Barry J good advice to get a dinghy and escape to Vietnam, but he never, yeah. Well, as I said, Barry put himself in that situation all on his own. He's got nobody to blame with himself. And even the trolls know that too. They're not going to admit it on here. Free Barry J. Free Barry J. They didn't want him free. You know what that's all about. They wanted to go against me. That maybe I didn't want to see him freed. If they freed Barry, that's like a smack in Frank's face. That's what it's all about. They didn't care about him being free. They know he was a louse on the skin of society. They know all the shit that he did. They know he deserves to be in fucking jail. Every one of these trolls. I don't care who, even Dawn, even Big E and the McFish sandwich, who were very, steadfast in promoting that, he served his time, he should be out. But you see, the thing is, that wasn't happening to McFish Sandwich, and it wasn't happening to Big E. It was happening to me. Unless you're in my shows, you don't understand, and you never will. And that's why I took action on Barry, because, my famous saying lately is that, I fired the warning shots and all that. And it's a good statement. Because I did. I'm fair about this shit. I fired the warning shots. And if you don't abide by it, or adhere to what I'm saying, that, and you just go too far, you are going to possibly face a chance of some legal avenues. And believe me, I don't get off on this shit. Speaking of getting off on this show and talking about a sexual nature topic here, I don't get off on this shit of going to court and all this other shit. There's only been a few cases, of anything. There's Fazio tried to do something on me with the big boys at the NBI, but it didn't work. That's right, Scott. As much as you loved Fazio, it didn't work. He made a fool of himself. When he went in that office, he was yelling at the fucking agents. This guy is, nobody likes him on you. You had to be there. But you know the funny thing, while he was there, Gilda was standing up, actually on my left side, about 10 feet away. There wasn't much room in this little office, not many chairs. I sat 2 inches from this motherfucker. Okay, and my girlfriend was about, 8 feet away from him, standing up, listening to all this, He just kept on staring at her, man. I'll never forget that. He was checking her out. I mean, he was checking her out. He wanted to see what the real Gilda looked like and what it was like to be with her. What has Frank got? He was checking her out. I'm telling you, he was checking her out. You should have seen him. I was watching him. She noticed it too, brought it up to me. Oh, he was. Okay, I get to the comments. I'm not looking at that. Scott, Michael K. Bear, okay, good advice. Peter Wilson's here. Okay, good advice, and Peter Wilson agrees. Mick says, Mick Fish Sandwich thinks he can preach to everyone because he has a big pocket. That's the way it is on here. Peter Wilson comes back, says, Frank, aren't you worried that Gilda's husband is going to put you in jail for... I didn't know she was married. Let me tell you something, stud. Let me tell you how this works. And apparently you guys don't get it. Nobody, if you want to call it an adulterous relationship, call it what you want. All right? Call a spade a spade. But let me tell you something. And I've emphasized this so many times. The only person that could cry adultery is the spouse. Okay. Oh, your question was, do you think that he would put... No, he has no reason to do anything like that. They don't have this tumultuous relationship, it's not like that. We're doing wonderful things for the kids. He's all for that. No expense out of his pocket. Why would he ever do anything like that? Let's say if she was really married still. He'd have no reason. None. It's benefiting him. All the way. And, Peter, did I say her? I never said that. I know, Peter's trying to spam the chat here, I know. Sure, right, and I could be 30 years old tomorrow with the click of a finger, too. Or I could take one of these medicines and be the biggest stud in the world and want to put my dick into every crevice in a wall I pass by, too. Yeah, sure, that could happen. But unless you know the relationship, you wouldn't understand. Because, first of all, he's not like that. He's not like that at all. He don't give a fuck. She's being well taken care of. That's all he cares about. He actually appreciates it. The kids are being taken care of. She's being taken care of. He don't have any gripes at all about his ex. Ed, you came in late. God damn, he was coming late. We would have a wonderful show. What we were talking about today, you'd blow your mind. All right, Peter says, if that explanation helps you sleep at night. No, that doesn't help me sleep at night. My benzos help me sleep at night. There you go, as Popeye says. There you go. Good morning, Ed. How the hell are you, man? Yeah. You gotta admit, I am real, ain't I? Yeah, I'm as real as you could be. I can't say that for everybody else. It's too bad, really. Too bad, too sad, right, Popeye? Too bad, too sad. Is that what you're saying? It's too bad, too sad. Sad for you, pal. Good for me. Sad for you. Yeah, let's make that straight. It has to be the other party. Nobody could come out of the blue and say, I know this couple and I think they're leading an adulterous relationship. Fuck you. It doesn't work that way. I could find a couple out there that I know, and I know several. And I could call the police on them and say, hey man, this couple that live over there on Rodriguez Street, yeah, they're married, man. They're having an adulterous relationship. You know what the cops go to say? Are you the husband? No, but they're having an adulterous relationship. Well, son, I said, now son, it's like this. It takes the spouse to report it. You can't be the man on the street, the man with the flower, the man of the hour. You can't be like, oh, I'm going to get you in trouble because you're doing something that's against the law in the Philippines. Don't work that way, Jack. Just don't work that way. I know his name. Mick says, Peter, Frank is continually told on here he gets on very well with Gilda's husband. So stop making trouble. Ed Savino says, I found that the niggas... Yeah, I know what his name is. I know a lot about him. Me and Julio down by the schoolyard. It's me and Julio down by the schoolyard. Boy, that's about as Hispanic name as you could possibly ever have. Is Julio. Julio. It's not Julio, it's Julio. Rodriguez. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Can't get more Hispanic than that if you didn't try, you know. Yeah, I'm sure he has a lot of names. If you know what I mean. I have a lot of names for him too, but we won't go into that. Did Ricky actually fix the space on his front teeth? He had a video on, and I don't know if it was AI or whatever it was. Did Ricky finally give in after I told him 1,000 times and other people have made fun of the space between his teeth and all the money he's spending on these rented dates? He actually went out and had that space on his teeth fixed. Did he actually do that? Was that real? Yeah, his last video, he didn't have that space between his teeth. That's what I've been telling Nico the whole time. Jesus Christ, dude, you may score, you may even get to score. I don't know. Amongst everything else that happened to you. If you just fucking fix those nasty looking gnarly teeth. Jesus, you know. Mick says, as an aside, Frank, I found it very strange when Nico was making journeys back over to Colombia, as he seemed to be alone over there. Very strange. Yeah, they spoke the same language and shit, and that's a plus, but he never scored in Colombia. He claimed he did. He never... See, let me make you understand something about some of these people. If they were scoring and they were really getting girlfriends and stuff, these are the very people that would display them. Like Barry would. If he even got together with any girl, he's going to display them. Like, look at me, I'm a stud, I'm a stud, I'm a stud. You know the reality of that, right? Okay, I think you guys know. I think you have enough intellectual level to figure out that, not all you see is what, is true. Yeah, pick a card, any card. It's like that here. Pick a card, any card. It's what it is. Smoke and mirrors, tricks. Get you to believe that they're studs and they got all these women. I mean, look at Kevin. He'd get together with Big E or somebody and, he's got a harem and all that stuff. And so, he'll get these women to pose with him at the bar and make believe that Kevin is killing it. Oh, he's killing it. He's killing it. The only thing that Kevin is killing is himself with his obesity and all that kind of good shit, They're not killing it. None of these people are killing it. Is Scott killing it? By the way, we are blessed with believe it or not, we have Scott Del Fuego on here right now. We have Scott Del Fuego, who has the balls to come to my channel after all the horrible comments he made for me. But I gave him a break. I said, I'm not gonna ban you. So he's on here. Scott Del Fuego, the famous Scott Del Fuego, is on my channel right now as we speak. Imagine that. After all the shit talk about me, I'm allowing him. Okay. Brett Ikea, no, originally, he's from Puerto Rico. Well, Puerto Rico. No, he's from Puerto Rico. He's a Puerto Rican. With the cockroach killer shoes. It was a good invention, though. It does work. And of course, I never had pointy shoes like that, but, scientifically, that would work because you can't really get cockroaches in the corner with flat tip shoes on. No, it's impossible. They laugh at you. The cockroaches just laugh at you. Can't get me here. Just like all the brave guys. And I'm behind my computer screen 15,000 miles away. You're not going to get me. You're not going to do anything to me. Well, with the cockroach shoes, you get the job done. They're pioneers. Puerto Ricans are pioneers with this thing. As it became popular among the Puerto Rican generations, Marvelous invention. But they had a lot of cockroaches where they lived. Well, a lot of Puerto Ricans have cockroaches. I don't know why, but they do. But if you're going to go in that corner, see this corner here? If a cockroach went in here, I'm not going to get it. It might even be hard with the broom, too. But if you got those famous Puerto Rican cockroach killer shoes, you go right in there. Ah. Que lastima. You get that sucker right in there. Got him. But with square tip shoes, you're not going to get that. It's impossible. The cockroaches they're going to just laugh at you. They're going to just laugh at you, the cockroaches. Gilda's looking at me like a strange face. What's he talking about, cockroaches? Well, you see, Gilda, you're talking about flat tip shoes. You can't get in the corner with them, can you, right? If you've got a spider or a cockroach in the corner and you've got some flat tip shoes on, you're not going to be able to touch those cockroaches. But if you wear those Puerto Rican shoes, they got points on them. You could gear it right in that corner. You get that little bugger. What a great topic. So the topics this morning is astounding. Huh?
Cockroach not biting.
Cockroaches are what?
It's not bite.
It's not what?
Bite?
No, they don't bite, but who wants cockroaches, right? See, Puerto Ricans live with cockroaches, but they had to come out with an invention, Gilda. You know how hard it is to get a bug that goes in the corner? If you got shoes on, or you might try to crush it, but you can't, because the shoe's not shaped for that corner. So the Puerto Ricans, what they did, they invented shoes that have they're pointy. They're not square like regular shoes. So when they go to get that cockroach or spider that goes in the corner, they could actually get them because their shoe tip will fit right in there. Yeah, there you go.
Where the spider in the floor?
Oh, even spiders too. You go in the corner, it's hard to get them, isn't it? Yeah, gotta have the right tools. So the Puerto Ricans were just big intellects when it came to that. They figured it out. Hey, we got a cockroach problem. We got to get these buggers. If we don't spray them, you don't have any spray, you got to do something. You got to smash them. But once they go in that corner,
So many kind of cockroach.
oh, all kinds of cockroaches. But once you get them in that corner, man, unless you got those famous Puerto Rican cockroach killer shoes, see, then you're not, it's going to be very difficult. They're ingenious when they came up with that. Ingenious. They're good for something. Not much, but I don't know. These Puerto Ricans, man, when I grew up in New York, they're always big troublemakers. A friend of mine that used to be a roadie for several bands, actually. And he was a roadie for, Blondie. And among some other groups that came out of CBGBs in New York, And he had a friend, there was a band member of the Dead Boys or something. I forgot the name of the band, but Michael was his name. He came to their rescue. And the cops arrested him thinking that he's the one that did it. See, Puerto Ricans are big with knives. And these Puerto Ricans were stabbing a band member, and Michael came to the rescue. He got hurt in the process, but they wound up arresting him, and he wound up in Rikers Island. Then they released him when they realized that he didn't do it. But he came to his rescue because these fucking Puerto Ricans, man, always causing trouble. Always causing trouble. At least I can speak in New York. What self-respecting Puerto Rican would not carry a knife? They all carry knives. They love knives. Just like Filipinos, they love they like knives too, and yeah, machetes and whatever. But those are characteristics of certain groups of people. Yeah, historically in New York, Puerto Ricans have always been a big problem. And when they moved in the neighborhood, the real estate values went right down the tube. Right down the tube. There's always trouble, domestic arguments. Knives are always involved. Knives. Maybe they couldn't afford a gun. But anything that was sharp, they used it. Just facts, folks, just facts. only the facts. We got a fairly good audience of 21 people here. 6 thumbs up? Oh, come on. You can afford to give me a couple of thumbs up more. Great topics this morning, as usual. And we got a special guest, which is Scott Del Fuego, an avid supporter of the famous or ex Mr. Michael Fazio Incorporated Esquire, who has graced my show. He came in peace, but then I had to tell him that you're lucky I'm allowing you on here because I'm that little fly on the wall, Scott. I've heard all the insults you made against me on other people's shows, Scotty boy. But I'm being generous this morning. I didn't ban him. I don't know if he's still out there. I don't know. Introduce yourself, Scotty, if you're out there to the people. Introduce yourself. I gotta get my protein. By the way, little hint. With the 90 minutes, which I haven't done, 90 minutes of getting up in the morning, you should throw down a protein, which I haven't done. Makes a big difference. All right, I'll end it there on the health part. Yeah. But anyway, I think we have some great topic matter this morning, and all these studs out there that claim to be studs and everything else, and when do we know they're really not? And as far as killing it, well, we all know better than that. We take it with a grain of salt, you know? We take it, we all do. We all know that. It's the people that say that they're killing it are ones that are not even close. They're not getting that action that they're talking about. Smoke and mirrors, trying to impress other people. You know who they are. You know exactly who they are. I know who they are. And they're not fooling me. It's easy to pose with a woman. It doesn't mean you've seen any action with her. Right, Snicko? Right, Kevin? Right? 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 You know I'm right. Either you have the personality or whatever to get a woman, unless your reputation precedes you. I mean, here's the thing. Like, you get people like Philly in the Philippines, who, like, matter-of-factly talks about, okay, one of his shows recently was entitled about Filipino woman and what was he just saying? What was his title of his show? Which is complete bullshit that he was talking about. Fearing foreigners, or can anybody recall that? So I could kind of get into this a little bit. I did comment on that. When, Philly is a predator. And don't forget what Philly did. When he was living in Angeles City, he was a fucking predator. He was a fucking predator, is what he was. He was in the streets of Angeles City doing some of the same shit that Scotty does. The same fucking shit. But he talks so matter-of-factly, in third party or something, that, oh, yeah, these guys that are walking around the streets doing this stuff, how wrong that is. What the hell do you think Philly was doing? What do you think he was doing? He was doing the same goddamn thing that Scotty does and others. Okay? And that even Licky does, too. Throwing his camera on the prostitutes, making snide comments. And, Philly's married, too. I don't know why his wife put up with that. I'll tell you what I think happened with him. I don't think his wife got robbed. Philly's wife got robbed. And I don't think that's the reason they moved out of Angeles. I think that he had a confrontation with somebody. This is what I think. I'll read your comment in a second there, Scott. I'm not looking at the screen, but I think that's what happened with Philly. You see, everything I always say on my show, everything catches up with you sooner or later. I think the heat was up on Philly. I think he had to move out of Angeles City. He became too well known in the streets. People were noticing his behavior, camera lens and all these chicks and all that stuff. He brought it on upon himself is what I'm thinking. And I'm usually right. Not all the time, but the odds are I'm probably right. And I think he probably got into a confrontation with somebody, or a woman, or a man, or whatever, that approached him and said, man, you shouldn't be doing this, especially without their permission. So Philly, the phony baloney that he is, always talking about is what the other guy did, not him. No. It's always the other guy. It's always what the other guy did, not him. His hands are clean. He doesn't have unclean hands. The hell he don't. I don't know what you guys think of him, but I got him figured out from the get-go. I got him figured out. Okay, Scott says, I've said things not very complimentary about you. I don't deny it. But we can be not in full agreement without being enemies, though, right? I won't insult you on your own channel like Barry. Yeah, but you'll insult me on somebody else's channel, though. You're something else there, Scotty. You're something else, dude. I won't insult you on your own channel, but that's not going to stop me from insulting me on somebody else's channel. Do you hear what you're saying? Do you hear what you're saying? I don't think you have the right to even be on my channel now that I think about it. So what you're saying is I'm not going to stop talking shit about you, Frank. While I'm on your channel, I'll behave, but once I'm off your channel, there's nothing stopping me from attacking you again. Come on, dude. Get fucking real. Get fucking real. Man. See what I'm talking about, folks? They all want a piece of the pie. They don't earn it. Scotty, Fuego, you talked a lot of shit about me, man. You talked a lot of shit about me, Scott. I mean, sometimes I make exceptions, like with Aloe. But for a while, I have not heard Aloe talk any bad shit about me. So he's allowed to come on my channel. In fact, I gave him a wrench. Yeah, believe it or not. This guy said, well, to be fair, you started with some awful stuff about me as well. Scotty, let me tell you something. You were never a point of interest with me. I didn't do anything with you. You just intervened when, you felt you had to be protective of Fazio because you just loved Fazio. That's a fact. If anything, I just saw you as an antagonist. I saw you, being very protective of Fazio and supporting all the unnecessary and unwarranted and crap that he talked about me. Why can't we all just get along? I just don't think that's possible on YouTube. I just really don't. A wrench? That's as much of a reality as if somebody was ever going to have a night with my girlfriend. Yeah, I'll give you a wrench, all right, up your ass. No, but you might enjoy that. Let me see, let me get this right. You're the ex-cop from Chicago, right? There were two guys that Fazio was enamored with, you know. It was you, and who's the other? I forgot the other guy. You're the ex-detective or whatever, right? You're the ex-cop. Retired. Well, I don't normally give out wrenches to begin with. I did give, I think I gave Ed Savino one, I think. And I got one for Aloe. Which, you know, it's strange in itself when you think about it. You know, Aloe of all people, right? And I never really even believed in wrenches. I thought it was ridiculous. To be honest with you. Yeah, you do have to earn. If you're a regular on my show, even if you are a troll, because I have to watch that though, because a troll could turn around and just wind up blocking everybody who comes on my show here. So you got to be really careful who you give the wrenches out to, because they do some little things on the side that you may not like. They will use that wrench for bad purposes, you know, to get rid of all the regular people that come on here. They'll block them. So you have to watch it. It's taking a chance is what it is. If you want to take that chance, you know. And part of me don't even really care. My channel gets striked out, you know, he's just doing me a favor, actually. Well, you think you're hurting me, but the fact is, the way I always feel about YouTube, you're probably doing me a favor. But then again, a lot of these trolls don't want me to get off YouTube. That's the last thing they want. They wouldn't have any material, things to talk about. Scott says, well, thanks for having me. I have to go to dinner. Enjoyed the banter. Okay, Scott, just be cool, man. Just stop talking shit about me on other channels, man. I'll allow you to come on here anytime you want for the duration of time to my future in YouTube, you know. I have no problem. If you just gotta, you know, Jesus Christ, man, just behave. There's no reason to be attacking me, you know. There really isn't. But, you know, you want to wear the big boy's pants like everybody tries to do, you know. I can't stop you from doing it. But I do get around. I do read comments on other people's shows, and I know who's talking about me, and I know who's not. So keep that in mind. You can't hide from me. No, it's impossible. I'm there when you least expect it. Warren? You know what? I really don't know. He goes under a lot of other different names, but I'm beginning to believe that maybe at this point he really isn't alive, because Warren, and I've seen him on camera and all that, he's huge. Unless he lost 150 pounds or something, but he'd be in the hospital for sure. I've seen, pictures. He was in the hospital. It was real. It was real. The guy was huge. He was obese. The big note taker. He knew everything. He copied everything I said. He wrote it down like Fazio did with his notes. Let me take out my notes. Fazio would always say, let me take out my note. Let me refer to my notes. My God. Oh. Take out my notes. Yeah, you take out your notes. Fucking sick people, man. Just fucking sick. So much to do with their lives, and they go in that direction. I don't get it, man. I probably never will. But I don't have that mindset like they do. No, I'm not even close to having that mindset. So I really don't know. Warren is not going to come on and be himself, okay? He's not going to come on and say, yeah, this is really Warren. Personally, I believe Dave Phelps is still out there. I think he's been out there this whole time, to be honest with you. I think Dave Phelps is still out there. I think Dave Phelps is just going under a different name because he doesn't want to make it known. I think that Dave Phelps, in my opinion, I think he moved back to the Philippines for several reasons. He did it years ago. The economy was getting sucky. His wife has relatives in the Philippines. It's just natural to gravitate back to the Philippines. Only he's going to be anonymous. He's not going to tell people where he lives. No, he's not going to do that because he wants to avoid trouble. I guarantee you, I put my own guarantee on it, that Dave Phelps is still an active part of YouTube, only he's going under a different name and he's trolling me the whole time. It could be people that are regulars that come on my show. I wouldn't know, but the possibility does exist. But I feel some might disagree with me, but I think that Dave Phelps is out there. He has never stopped being out there. And there's a very good possibility that he has been living back in the Philippines again, because the economy was getting really tight in America, and because of the fact that she has relatives, family in the Philippines. Unless he was trying to avoid a family, doesn't mean that he still won't move back to the Philippines. But remember, he had some little difficulties going on with certain relatives that in part made him move out of the Philippines. And of course, we're not going to get into that. I know the story on that pretty much, but I'm not going to get into that. In fact, I would not be surprised if Mr. Phelps himself had anything to do with financing certain people to get certain things done, if you know what I'm talking about. I would not be surprised at all. I wouldn't. Because Dave simply did not like me. And he wouldn't give up on me just like that. We had too much bad blood between each other. Too much bad blood. And there's no way in the world that Dave Phelps is going to give up on me. He's just doing it quietly and discreetly behind the scenes. That's what he's doing. And nobody's going to convince me otherwise. Unless you could prove he dropped dead or something. That would just give me a reason to celebrate, but... Scott Del Fuego says, by the way, oh yeah, he had a lot of stories for sure, meaning Fazio. Oh, fuck yeah. Every man has a story, right? That Fazio had all kinds of stories. But like I said, there is a part of me that felt sorry for him. And another thing. Although at the time it gave me pleasure when Ricky slapped Fazio. Oh, it made my day, made my year. But in retrospect, I think about this and I say, Fazio was not able to protect himself. Come on, you know? That's the only thing where I could sympathize or something with Fazio. That, although theoretically, you know, he deserved it, but getting physical with somebody who can't take care of himself. Michael had a lot of illnesses. He was out of shape, overweight, you know. And Ricky took advantage of him. And he couldn't even face him, you know. He goes behind him and slaps him in the head. Yeah, that was wrong. That was wrong. Hello from CDO. What's this here? Scott says, have to admit, you did well for yourself there. Nice home, stable relationship, money to live well. Congratulations, really, it's a small subset. Well, it's a little change from you for the compliment, but I'll accept it. Yeah, I could always do better than I'm doing now. I am not wealthy in any way at all. Not even by Filipino standards. I'm not wealthy. I'm not. Not, you know, certainly not U.S. wealthy. And to a degree, I'm not Filipino wealthy. Poor, whatever. Well, you know. Let's just say that I manage to get by in my life every single day. And if I have a need, I generally can take care of it. But I will tell you, if I had to go to the hospital X amount of times, that would definitely take its toll on me. There's no doubt about it. If I had to do legal cases all the time, that would take its toll. Money is not endless. You manage to maybe sock away a few bucks, but even that can go down. Even that can disappear. Mick says to Scott, you were on Fuzzy's channel and you blocked. Okay. Money don't grow on trees. To be a resource. Or a source, actually. You girls gotta wait, okay? You want food. That's right, I gotta buy some dog food today. Gotta get my shit in gear here. Everybody has their faults on here, even I do. But you see, what separates me from these goons is that I'll admit to a fault. If you've been listening to me for a while, you'll know that. I'm not right all the time. Au contraire, I'm not right all the time. But I am right about certain people on here that I've begun to know, research, and kind of got a pretty good idea what their life really is like, despite what they try to show you on their channels or talk about. I know them better than that. And some research, which I won't go into, is, and I have a lot of research on certain people on here, they have no idea what I know about them. But when the time comes to release that information, I certainly will. It's never stopped me before. And it never will. It never will. I use this information to my advantage when I need it. When I need to. Only when I need to. It's like that ace in my pocket, you know. Scott says, he was a brilliant guy, just too stubborn for his own good. I tried to help him at the end, and he got angry at me and then passed. I guess he did it his way. Have to respect that. Yeah, but his way wasn't the best way, and he died as a result of his stubbornness too. Even though I didn't like Fazio, I wrote him a few times. I had his email address. And even on my shows, I'd give advice about, you know, how that wound should be taken care of and forget about ridiculous things like distilled water and all that. You know, it was just, oh my God, seriously. He couldn't have been that mentally ill, was he? I guess so. God, he'd be alive today. But would he have had a long feud? No. I think you know as well as I do that Fazio drank regularly. He liked his rum, cheap rum. Or actually, it was Tanduay, the cheapest you could buy. He had a whole shelf full of empty bottles if you weren't observant enough to see that. And he even admitted that he had to drink to get to sleep. Oh yeah, I remember all that stuff. I got a memory for things that I think are important to remember, you know. It stays in my mind and I don't forget certain things. I'm very observant with people on here, more than they know. I catch them in lies all the time. I collect all these lies on tape and everything else. So if I have to present it in the future, I got all the material that I want. Yeah, look. Let me tell you why I do that. Because sometimes you got to have that ace in the hole. You have to, if push comes to shove, somebody wants to do something legal on you, then you're all prepared. You're good to go. Then you take out all the evidence on video. The time comes and you present it. And they come out looking bad. That's why it's important to document. Oh, hell, I got shit on Snicko you wouldn't believe. And you name the people. You name the people, the culprits on here. The perps. I got more shit on them than they know. That they think I didn't remember or don't have on. I don't have a hard drive, so I have to use, you know, started with, you know, regular SD cards, memory cards, all that shit. I've showed him. Just like the stuff I had on Barry that he didn't think I had. He had to see it for himself in court, unfortunately. Boy, did he have a red face on that one. Remember, he's the one that always said, you ain't got no evidence on me. You ain't got shit. Well, that day in the courtroom, boy, did he get surprised. But stupid for him to say that. And the reason it was stupid for him to say that, the very evidence I showed in the courtroom is the stuff I even put on my show. How could he not know that I had all this evidence against him? His death threats, his calling me a pedophile, all this shit. I played it on my own show, so how could he not know about it? So why was it a big surprise to him? Why was it a big surprise? This is how fucking stupid he is. Why was it a big surprise to him that I presented it in the courtroom? Did he not think that was going to happen? Oh yeah, the yellow paint, yeah. Yellow is close to God, as he's, How did he not figure that? I mean, seriously. I played these things. German Shepherd's on the pipe. I know, you want to go out there and Ginger's saying, I got to get on this action too. Sal's outside and Ginger was inside. The shepherds were passing by, the German shepherds, every day. Ginger hears Sal going off outside, so I got to get out there. I got to participate. I got to go after these guys. Oh my God, I read a whole bunch of things about dogs. You wouldn't believe what they're capable of, but that's not what the show's about. Maybe another time, but I'm not going to be on here too much longer here. But people are not who they pretend to be on here. I think we've all figured it out. Oh, they could talk about me till the cows come home, but what's really behind all that? There is envy, there is jealousy, and they'll adamantly say, oh, what do I got to be jealous of you? Plenty, apparently. Apparently so. I don't think things are perfect in Don C's life either. If he has to come on a Philippines genre when he lives in a fucking Thailand, why to come on this genre? Why? Can't be that exciting where he's living. And I don't know what his way. I'm not going to pretend to say that he has a bad relationship, a good. I don't know. But the time he spends talking about me and the time he spends listening to me, that there's something that ain't right. He's supposed to be a busy businessman, always on a computer doing his research or doing some kind of a job with his AI shit and all that. How do you know that it ain't him behind the copycat channel and so forth, right? Well, you know the history of me and Don. Why? I'm not going to go into that again. He just got very disappointed in the past when he tried to get this poor, crippled woman to entice her financially to try to do a case against me. But the judge, or actually it was the lawyer. The lawyer, it wasn't the judge, didn't go to that. Threw it out and said, nah, she's an adult, she can do whatever she wants. I don't believe the story. I don't believe the story. So he spent a couple of $1,000 out of his own pocket. And it upset him. And that's what started Don C off with me. That's what started it off. Well, he didn't like me and he figured, oh, perhaps if I approach this girl, say, hey, might be a little incentive in it for you here. You need money. Huh? You need money, huh? I could help you out. Do this for me. Well, there happened to be somebody else out there that was very adverse to me that did do something. And was there money involved? Sure there was. To pay for the lawyer to write it up and etc. It goes even beyond that, I'm sure. You see how this stuff works? If people don't get what they want, they even get more upset. They become your actual enemy. I didn't get my way. I didn't get my way. And not that they're still not trying. Oh, yeah, well, let me gather a bunch of people in Discord or on a sneak, on the side, on a phone, on Messenger. Hey, let's do this. We're going to get him yet. We're going to get him yet. Well, they haven't so far. 10 years. 10 years. Imagine that. That's why they're hoping that this other thing comes to fruition. Mick says, I see the big man doing a list on best places in Asia, and he had PI in his last place. Of course, we don't have to go into that because we already did. We understand the Philippine situation where he's not going to ever go live there permanently. It's not going to happen. He's not going to take his harem back to the Philippines. It's too dangerous for him. We'll leave it at that. Anyway, we did start talking about some taboo topics that a lot of men are afraid to talk about, which I'm not afraid to talk about, and I did talk about it this morning. They're not all studs, and not everybody needs sexual enhancement drugs to function. I think they're doing certain things that are a deterrent to live a happy sexual life. Too many of these guys get into porn. They don't have any sensitivity when it comes to sexual relations because, the firm grip of their hand has taken away the sensitivity upon actual, real sex. And it doesn't work for them all the time. Oh, we went into a lot of shit this morning if you just tuned in. It's too bad if you missed it. Speak it thy truth is what I say. And hopefully maybe Popeye has learned a little bit from this, but I don't know. I think it's just too late for him. I think it was too late 2 decades ago. He's out of it. He's out of it now. Those days were over, Round Table in Subic Bay. Those days are over, poops. They're well over. Get over it. Move on to 2026 with the woke generation. Your days of glory are over, Robert Clausen. They're over. They're gone. Say goodbye to it. Put your past to the past, Robert. The past does not exist anymore. It is now called history. And what fun you had around the Round Table in Subic Bay, those are gone days, sir. They're gone. They're over with. They're over with, sir. Try to move on your life, whatever you have left. That's the best advice I could give you, poops. Stop obsessing over me. It's getting embarrassing. Well, it's not getting, it's been embarrassing. To you. We all listen to you. And you absolutely do have an obsession with me. But the question is why? That's the key question. Why? Because I'm living the life that you can't live? See, this has been the denominator here. Look, I'm not saying I lived the perfect life. Nothing's perfect, not even with me. Nothing's perfect. But what I'm saying is that realistically, compared to a lot of these slow-mos out there, that yes, my life does seem like I'm a dude that kind of settled in with his relationship. After all, yesterday was my 10th anniversary. They thought that never would happen. But it did, whether they like it or not. And they don't like it. They don't want to see me doing good. They don't want to see me being happy. Well, too fucking bad. There's certain things you can control in life, and there's certain things you have absolutely no control of. Mick says, and it's 2025 now. Subic Bay is over. Isn't it 2026? Yeah, Subic Bay days are over, man. Just like all the days of glory of all the girls I've loved before. That's over with. I doubt they even think about me. That's just life. Who was important in your life back in the day is no longer, because you have to move on with your life. You think any one of these women I've been with, and there were plenty, are spending their time thinking about old Frankie? No, they're not. I'm dust in the wind. I'm a distant memory. But that goes along with life, because life moves on. They find somebody else that's either better than you, or they find out later on that they weren't, but still, time moves. Life goes on. Well, you might have been important to somebody's life years ago. You're no longer relevant in their lives because they had to move on with theirs and you had to move on with yours. But sure, you get a curiosity. Sure, I do. I've actually looked up a few of these gals, see if they're still alive out of curiosity or they're happy or whatever, what's going on in their life. I wasn't very successful with some of them. With some of them, I found out. One of them I used to date actually died. I'm very surprised. She's about 10 years younger than me. Carol, Indian girl, I call her. wannabe Cherokee. Had maybe a 16th of Cherokee in her blood. You know, she used to make dream catchers and Indian jewelry. She used to go to the powwows and sweat tanks and all that. I used to laugh about it because she only had like a 16th, but she was more Irish than she was anything else. But maybe a 16th Cherokee, you know, but whatever. To each his own. Yeah, 2026. Get with the program, Mix. Get with the program, man. Of all the girls I've loved before. I wish I had all the words. I'm just terrible with lyrics. I don't know why. This way I'd sing you a full song for once. Maybe I should just take the lyrics out on another device or something and sing to the lyrics or something. And not embarrass myself like that. But no, I'm not good with lyrics. I'm really not. Some people are fantastic. They're real music aficionados, though. They have a certain band they like, and they know every word. Most women are like that. You always see them mouth syncing, mouth lipping to, they go to concerts and the camera goes on them. They know every fucking word. Every word. They all sing along in the audience. These are like what you call, you know, major followers of a certain band, and they know every lyric. Excuse me a second. Hold on. That's not me. That's never been me. I'm lucky I remember my own name. Really. Sometimes I feel that way. But alas, we're getting older, right? Actually, no, I have to tell you, even the trolls have been very informative to me. They've done me a favor in so many ways, they don't even realize it. It made me learn good things about myself. It made me learn about society at large, you know, and how people have changed through the decades, their behavior patterns and all that. I think I took a wrong direction in life. I really think, I don't know. I just was bad in chemistry and all that, and I couldn't succeed in different things, medical area. I just couldn't do it because I sucked in math, sucked big time. So I really couldn't really get into chemistry classes. I did, but then it didn't go very well because you had to know algebra good and other factors in math actually to really get through chemistry. You really needed to, and I just didn't have it. It's either you had it or you didn't, and I didn't have it. I didn't have it at all. So it ended my career with that, or any direction that I might have thought about. Still doesn't mean I can't be knowledgeable. I don't have to have that little pedigree, I call it, to know stuff about, a little bit about this, a little bit about that, science, medicine, supplements, all that crap, diet. It's just called reading. You could do it too. It's not miraculous. It's not brain science, you know. You just read. Or you just listen to the trolls, and boy, have I learned. Boy, have I learned about every single one of them. Copycat Channel, all these people. You know, name the characters, Breavis, all of them, Ricky. I've learned a lot. So, if I ever had that down moment about myself or doubted myself in any way, all I got to do is listen to these people or to know their history, and it makes me feel real good about myself. I think I've achieved the nearly impossible in my life to get where I am now. I'm not talking about wealth. Well, yes, wealth and happiness. I'm very rich. If you had to measure wealth to dollars. Nothing, you know, nothing big to write mom home about, but I've just, when I set out to achieve something, I generally did. How I even wind up here. It was all a long process of how I wound up in the Philippines. Step by step, inch by inch. Slowly I turn. But I went in the right direction. I didn't think I would. And like I admitted, my Hawaii days were pretty drab as far as socialization. It was horrible. For the most part, I think it was. So I made the right move. And no, 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 no. It's not perfect in the Philippines. You all know that. For very reasons, We could start off with infrastructure. We go all the way down the line. We know that already. Don't have to bother getting into that. It's not a perfect place for anyone, really. But you know what? It works for me, and that's all that matters. I have somebody very special in my life that makes my life complete. And without her, I would be like most of these trolls are. They're a shell of themselves. Take a look at yourself. You're just an empty shell. And you are. All the trolls are a bunch of empty shells. They can't put their money where their mouth is. I'm going to get you. I'm going to show you. Well, you haven't so far. Well, I'm better than you. You haven't shown me that so far either. None of you. None of them. My life is better than yours, but you haven't proved that to me so far. None of them. None of them. There's not one person out there that's an active troll vlogger or on the sidelines with their comments, whatever, that has ever shown me in any form or way that they're living the life. Haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it. If it does exist, I would think that I would know it. There'd be some sign of it. I just haven't seen it. Maybe I'm blind. Maybe I'm not listening too well. I doubt it. But from what I've experienced and heard and seen with a lot of these troll vloggers, they're not what they say they are. Not one of them. Shit, I've exposed so many fucking people on here, they ain't even fucking funny. And more. I got more. But I just hold on to it for, better times. Needed. As needed basis. Take your medicine orally. As needed. PO. Whatever. By mouth. That's what the doctor says. That's what his prescription says. I got that prescription. And it's not dated. It's not dated at all. I can use that prescription anytime I want. No date on there. Used by this date. Nope. Got it in my back pocket. Ready to use at any given time. Okay, we've been on here for approaching the 2-hour mark. And hopefully people especially like Popeye and Dawn and these people would learn. Hey, that's what I'm here for. I'm here for you. Now, Subic Bay is over 2025. Yeah, right. It's way over. And the sooner he realizes that the guy can go on with his life, or what's left of it anyway, Yeah, Popeye is a sad case. And, I could almost try and bring myself to feeling sorry for the guy, but I just can't seem to do that. It's been very hard for me. I mean, he does very unnecessary things, talks about my girlfriend and all that shit. Maybe because, he's attracted to her. A lot of men are. I mean, as a person that's in a relationship with her, yeah, I have my attraction to her. It's a to each his own type of thing, What's good for me may not be good for you. My taste, my style, whatever. But all that matters is to me. To me. That's all that really matters. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks. To me, is she good for me in a relationship? Do I find her attractive? That's my thing. I can't control what people think. Man, we got guys' wives out there that have fucking big ass teeth that could eat through a chain link fucking fence, which I've never found attractive. Not like that. But, the person in a relationship with these individuals might find it awfully sexy. They might, I don't know. It's, it's your own thing. Whatever floats your boat. Oh, you missed a lot today. Strategic positioning. Jesus Christ, dude. What we covered, we got into sex today. It was the first half of the show. And we talked about things that guys don't want to talk about. Taking sexual enhancement drugs, whether they really need it or not. How many times they're boasting about One guy says, yeah, I have 3 times a day. Yeah, like, how old are you, dude? You know? Oh, no, you missed a lot. See what happens when you get in. Understand something, when I do a show, it's early in the morning, my first show, if anything, amongst many I might do during the day. But you got to get in there on time, because I don't really want to repeat myself. So if I leave this show on, you'll still see it on the Copycat channel one way or the other. They're doing me a service they don't even realize, you know. See, I'm not looking for the algorithms. I'm not looking for monetization. So that's why a lot of times I take my shows off, because I said my piece on a live show and, you know, they listened and heard and, you know, I don't need it on anymore. I'm not trying to get all the watch hours in and all this shit. Like I'm getting lined up for monetization. I don't care either way. You missed a shoe. It was a big shoe. Oh, we talked about everything on here. But we got down and dirty with old Gertie. You know, we got down and dirty. We talked about sex, desire, medications. We talked about everything from guys self-pleasing themselves and how there's a sensitivity factor that they're losing when it has to have sex with their own woman. If they've been spending time looking at porn, that it's only a deterrent to sex, not a good thing. Oh, we really got into it on here. Oh, we got into it. A lot of things that guys don't know, I just taught you. And whether it's really good or not to be taking any kind of sexual enhancement drugs, you know, and testosterone and Cialis, which is, what do they call that? Talidophil, and the blue pill, which is sildenafil. The difference is why you take it, why maybe it's good for your prostate, why maybe it's good for your heart or bad for your heart. I had a guy last night that was definitely convincing me that I need to take testosterone. At least go get your 2 levels, get your testosterone level checked. Then have also what they call a free testosterone level. You got to do both, and you measure out your testosterone. And a doctor can decide whether you have low T, and if you're feeling tired all the time and all that stuff, whether it would benefit you of taking that. But knowing that almost every drug you take is going to have side effects, you know. The blue pill can make you have heartburn. You might think you're having a heart attack, give you a headache, a flushed face. There's always side effects with everything you take that, you know, a lot of these things are actually, especially Cialis, supposed to be good for your prostate. You got an enlarged, benign prostate, you know, hypertrophy, BPH, where some of this could, you know, positively affect that. So we kind of went into it this morning, not in great detail, but it was interesting, to say the least. I think a lot of people learned from this. Just got off work and missed it. Maybe next time. Yeah, well, you got to catch me if you can. Catch me when you can. I'm usually out there somewhere in cyberspace. You never know. I could be listening to your show, folks. You just never know. And like Fazio, take notes, take notes, take notes. I'm not that bad, but I do record something if it's worth. I'll do a remix on it to make sure I have it at best, or download it if I could. You know, I just copied the other thing with her phone because I gave away my other cell. And I haven't been using my laptop. So I do things like a real sneak, you know. And I'll copy everything, title of the show, comments, the thumbnails that they put on the show. I'm very thorough. You notice Jay hasn't been on? Oh, maybe I should check. Maybe he has. I don't know it, but Jay's got a lot to worry about. He knows it. Like Snicko was saying, if I want to live in the Philippines, nobody's going to stop me. You're not going to stop me. Well, that's either true or not. But if Sneeko continues to talk shit about me and my girlfriend, he's on guard. The notice is up. Because one day he may decide that maybe the Philippines is the place for him to live. But if all he said about me and my girlfriend I'm going to make that extraordinarily hard for him. I will bring it up to the immigration's attention. Oh, you betcha. Sure, you betcha. I have no problem with that at all. But anyway, I'm the kind of guy that you're either going to like or you're not. And that's a decision you have to make. I'm probably the most outward, well-spoken, outspoken person of reality that you're going to find in this genre. There's nobody that measures up to my truth, my openness, my frankness. There's nobody on here that can compare to me. That's why I'm surprised I don't got the big numbers on here. I'm really shocked. But you see, I don't buy my subs either. And a lot of these people, the more money they make, the more they're buying subs. Oh, you didn't know that, did you? They got these great numbers, like Philly reaching, what, 100,000 or something? You think he didn't buy a lot of those? You're out of your mind. Of course he did. Of course he did. And a lot of people do that too. But that could work to bite you in the ass later on. I have no reason, or I'm going to spend money on buying subs for my channel. I have no reason to do that. I'll earn my subs, as low as they are. I'm not buying subs. Okay, and I do got to go. I hope you really enjoyed today's topic matter. Pretty intense shit, man, I admit it. But you see, unlike some people, I'm not afraid to talk about this stuff because it's life. If you're a man, you know, listen and learn. Look, I've been on this earth for many, many decades. I picked up a lot of information about things, about myself. I've learned things about myself I never understood before. I learned things about life. I learned things about the human body, including my own. You know, I know my limits to just about everything. But to listen to that bullshit, that, yeah, man, you know, you got some old coot that's saying he's having sex 3 times a day. Is it possible? Yeah. If he's taking some enhancement drug or something. I don't buy it any other way. They're on a blue pill or something, or they're on Tadafil, which is what it's, Cialis. They're on one or the other. But to naturally have that libido with, you know, low testosterone levels, which is common with age, I don't buy it. I never will. I don't buy it. Even for me, you know, I'll speak for myself. I'm sure I got low T. When you get to be around my age, and a lot earlier than that, every year by 3% or something, your testosterone level is sinking. It's tanking. And sometimes you feel tired. Sometimes your libido goes down the fucking tube on certain days. But I'm making no fame of claim. I'm banging every fucking single day and 3 times a day. I wouldn't tell you either way. But I'm certainly not making any claims to that. That's why a lot of these people are full of shit. They're all killing it. They're out here coming to the Philippines. All these old codgers, you know. Oh, and they're getting it. You know, they're getting 5 women a week. Yeah, they got their scorecards going. Bullshit. I don't buy into... Okay. A little extra ditty for you this morning. Having to do with the COVID vaccination that 80% of the population has taken. One of the leading researchers, was probably the most well-known, outspoken researchers on the topic of Moderna and Pfizer, you know, the COVID vaccination and what it's been doing to people. He's never seen so many cases of myocarditis coming in for no other resource, but after they took, there were 2 children that had taken it, 10 and 12, died the same night that they took these. It's still going on today, by the way. People are still taking this, in case you didn't know that are taking this medicine. He had a heart patient that came in, and after taking it 8 hours later, his heart looked like a disaster zone. His heart was so absolutely inflamed that it opened up a lot of eyes. This particular guy, this researcher, cardiac specialist, who's done more papers on this subject than anybody in the world, He got together with some Korean scientists that had some same problems going on in Korea with this children that were dying from this vaccine. You're noticing a lot more stories of people, even athletes, that are dying from this, that have taken the COVID vaccination. And you've been lucky so far if you haven't succumbed, because it's releasing a certain type of protein, a very dangerous protein. And that's what's killing people. I'm sure you were concerned when you first took the vaccine. Me, I was forced to. If I wanted to come back to the Philippines from Hawaii, when they opened up the Philippines at that time, after over a year of having to stay in the Philippines, rather in Hawaii, till they opened up, I was forced to take the COVID vaccine. I couldn't fly if I didn't. I would have been able to go back to the Philippines. I regret taking it. So far, so good. There are too many cases coming in with people, perfect health history, no heart problems, but they're coming in with extreme cases of myocarditis, which is extreme inflammation of the heart and its muscles. And this is too uncanny. This is like the biggest researcher, has the more papers in on this than any scientist or doctor or cardiac specialist in the entire world. He had nothing to gain by his little dissertation I just heard. He had nothing to gain except to educate people that not enough research was done on the COVID, that they acted too hastily, or maybe they knew what they were doing. That's the other side of the coin. Maybe it was an experiment to reduce the population. Would you put that past the government? Of course you wouldn't. So yeah, it's a concern that how many years has it been? 2020, 21, what has it been? We had to get those COVID vaccines. You couldn't travel, you couldn't do anything really. So far so good for me, but not so good for others. I'm just trying to bring awareness to this. I think in all my shows, I'm trying to bring an awareness to something. I do my best. I wish I could be sometimes more eloquent in my speaking and knowledge about some of these subjects, but I always have a reasonably good idea about what I talk about based on my own research, which comes from other people's research, where the consensus of opinion is as such on different topic matters. So forgive me, I'm not an expert in any of this shit. I'm just a messenger. That's all. I don't claim to be anything else. It's something you can't learn yourself by reading. But he is totally convinced that these vaccines, and then the people who were worse off, that got a booster shot on top of it, they put themselves at further risk. There's a special type of protein that's being introduced. It's a killer protein is what it is. It's a killer protein. I think it was referred to it as a killer protein. Not the kind of protein you're used to. Not really the muscle building protein or the protein that your body needs to metabolize for all your organs, for your muscles and so forth. This is a killer protein. And some people are on a time clock as we speak right now. I could be. You could be. And of course, you don't have to believe me. You never do. For someone who spent years of research as a leading cardiologist, and everything has been published in the New England Journal of Medicine. It's been published by JAMA, J-A-M-A, the Journal of Medical Association, whatever. So this one individual, he's a senior, he's a top cardiologist who's been studying this for years now, ever since COVID was out. So you got Moderna, you got all the, the Pfizer vaccines. And As I said a long time ago on my show, that there was not enough time, gentlemen. There was not enough time to research the after effects of this medicine. And as I explained many moons ago, that on an average it takes about 8 years before you're going to release a product that's on the market, before it's given to the public. But they felt an outcry that people needed something to prevent this thing from spreading. And they took a chance, but it was a $1 trillion chance. They smelt the money. And if you probably would ask any employees of Pfizer, for example, as one company, did they take it? Did their company require them to take it, perhaps? How many people in the company actually took the vaccination? That would be a good question to ask, wouldn't it? I bet you a lot of them didn't, unless they were forced to save face or whatever, for the company. Yeah, I actually regret taking that vaccination. Let's just say I've been lucky, and let's just say that if you're hearing my voice, you've been lucky. But that medicine really fucks with your body. It's a killer protein. It's very technical, and I can't get into it because it's over my head too. But it's a killer, not the good protein, it's a killer protein that will go after your heart. Now look how many athletes, it's not just the steroids they're taking. But that doesn't help either. That don't help at all. But this vaccination, call it a conspiracy to reduce the population. There's a lot of conspiracy theorists out there. I could be one of them, because I don't believe a goddamn thing that the government says. Never will, never have. But if you likely, because 80% of the population has taken these medicines, it's a time bomb ready to go off. Just like obesity is going to attack your heart, you're going to have a heart attack or something, drinking and so forth, it's all a time bomb. It is. Even something I do is a time bomb. But who needs more time bombs ready to go off in your body? We all had to take it. Whether you wanted to travel, you were forced to take it. I was forced to take it. I did not want to take it. I was no advocate for the medicine because I had enough intellect in my brain to know that generally products that could be life-saving products or any new pharmaceutical that's introduced on the market has to have, by rule, a certain amount of years of study, cause and effect studies, side effects, how it's going to affect the rest of your body, and how. They don't put something on the market and want to get sued, but then again, they make so much money, trillions of dollars off this medicine, that it's nothing for them. They write it off to pay a lawsuit against somebody who perhaps died from their pharmaceutical. Trust me when I tell you, it's nothing to these pharmaceuticals, these trillions of dollars, pharmaceutical companies, big pharma, that we call it, making trillions of dollars off of different medications. They can make it off of one medication. But you're all guinea pigs. Now, I don't know what the alternative was. I don't know what the alternative was to fight the COVID. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I don't know. Maybe there are more natural things you could do. I don't know. That's not my expertise. But I think we were all guinea pigs. I think there's a lot of elements of truth that we're being tested in many ways. Tested for the medicine itself, that we were being duped. We were, you want to go with the theory, conspiracy theories about reducing the population. It goes with that. Secondly, it goes to how much control that they've had over the people, how they could force them to stay in their homes. They wanted to see how it worked. What would be the reaction? How much control and power can we have over the American people and the people of the world? We could get them to do what we want. We could mold them into anything we want. We could control their life and their behavior. It's an expression of power. Okay, if you want to wipe that off the board, we'll get to the medical thing, of course. First of all, you say, why would the governments, any government, want to kill their own people? Well, what's going on right now with the Gestapo in America? All right, we won't concentrate on that. But when they gave that medicine out, it wasn't a long enough study to know the down the line effects. But maybe they did know. I guess you could look at it that way too. Maybe they knew more than they were trying to tell us. Maybe. Likely. All was one big experiment on control and power. And Big Pharma making as much money as they possibly can. Introducing a vaccination when people were desperate. That's how it works in this world. If you got an illness and some pharmaceutical company or something tells you, I got a medicine that's going to be the cure-all, it's going to help you. Well, you're desperate. Hey, man, I'll try anything that might help, right? Right? I'm sure you've taken something in your life, that you thought was going to help you, but it probably hurt you. Like, you got a lot of pain, so you load yourself with ibuprofen, way over the allowable amount. What happens when you do that? You're killing your liver. You're killing your liver. But you're in pain, right? And the doctors, well, they don't want to give you the strong stuff. Here, take some ibuprofen and call me in the morning. Very dangerous ibuprofen. It's an anti-inflammatory, but the havoc it plays on your liver is frightening. It's frightening. As a lot of these products over the counter, you think they're not powerful, but they are. Side effects. There's always a side effect. We talked even about the prior show, which we went into a lot of different topics, but there are side effects with everything. But the COVID vaccination, wow, scary. We're never going to know the truth, I'm afraid to tell you. We're probably never going to, there's going to be so much cover up on that. It's scary. People have lost their children. In one case he discussed, it was no sooner than the night after two children, 10 and 11 or 10 and 12, took that vaccination and he died the same night. Same night. There was a guy that was taken into the hospital, good health, never had any heart problems, never had anything. He had an acute situation of myocarditis, which itis meaning inflammation, myo meaning heart muscle, myo having to do with muscle or nerves, and he died in the hospital. And what was the one thing he had in common? What happened? He had just recently taken that. It gets to a point that you can't trust Big Pharma anymore. You could make a bet that Nico's never going to find a real woman, as much as, you can make a bet on the fact that they knew what they were doing. And they just wanted to push the product to make all that trillions of dollars. And people were willing to take it because it put fear in people. When you put fear in people, people do stupid things out of fear. You'll jump out of a window 1,200 feet up to get away from the fire. Then you got to just think, what's the worst of the two evils? Getting burnt by the fire or jumping out of a building and you know you're going to die, but you don't want to get burned, right? You find yourself in a position like that, you got to make a decision in your life. What's the worst of the two evils? As a doctor once told me, a gastroenterologist, if you take these proton pump inhibitors for GERD or for acid reflux, which is not always acid reflux, by the way, he said, Mr. B, what is the worst of two evils? You don't take this and that Barrett's esophagus you have could get worse. Maybe, maybe not. Never changed to this day. But if I took those proton pump inhibitors, I would have all kinds of problems with metabolizing my proteins and magnesium and calcium and other nutrients. So what's the worst, Mr. B, of the two evils? I don't know, sir. I decided I'd rather not take it after being on it for a while. I told the guy, I read up on this, made him a little bit upset, not much, but made him a little upset, that I could actually have the balls to challenge what he said, because I wasn't his average patient, because I was a patient that does research. And after I researched it, I said, seems to me that there's more side effects and bad things that could happen in my metabolism as a result of taking it. And he'll just say, what's the worst of the two evil, Mr. B? Okay, we were all brought in that position when the COVID came out. Now there's something else going to go around, but another time we'll get into that. MRDA or whatever it is. I'm not sure what it is. That's happening. But, we had to entrust ourselves with medical professionals who abided by the information they received. Not all doctors, they're innocent. A lot of them, they don't know about this. They're not the scientists. They're not the big pharma that created this medicine. They're going to go along with it because that's all they know what to do. It's unfortunate for a lot of people who took these Pfizer products intended for the COVID, and some died almost immediately. Just for example, there was a dog medicine, my brother's first pit bull that was a rescue, and, arthritic pain and all that. There was a certain medicine that they freely gave out at the veterinarian office. Started with a V. I can't remember what it was, but it went under different names. Dogs react differently than other dogs. And what it did was, it was known to really attack the liver. You had to watch it with this medicine. I can't remember the name of it. But we gave it to his dog. It wasn't too much longer that dog was on the floor of his apartment fighting for his life. He already shit and poop, which is a sign that he's dying. Laying there, his stomach and chest going up and down, breathing hard, adrenaline pumping, and he died. Well, actually, we had to put him down for his own mercy, his first pit bull. Because the veterinarians were making money on this, and they were getting stipends to promote this product. And it's the same thing that goes on with human drugs. Here, take this. Call me in the morning. That's what the doctors will tell you. They'll tell you anything they want. They're benefiting from this by promoting a product. You don't think your doctors are benefiting? They're not getting little stipends or a little bit of cha-ching here and there to promote certain products, even though they've never researched it, or maybe they do know information about it. That maybe it's not the good thing to give to your dog or to a person, but they're going to push it right away. Just like doctors are pushing antibiotics, like they're giving out candy. You don't always need antibiotics. You've got to decide whether, if someone is ill, is it viral or is it bacterial? Which one is it? Which one is it? Decide first before you give some. But they do, especially if you're older, they're going to say, well, I wouldn't take a chance, get pneumonia, whatever. So they push these antibiotics on you. Again, what does antibiotics mean? Anti means against. Bio means life. So henceforth, antibiotics. Comprende? And that's also killing all the good bacteria in your body that you need. Now, they have other antibiotics that are more centralized they have direction, in other words, toward a particular area of your infection. That's what you should concentrate on. Don't have a doctor always give you a broad spectrum antibiotic. They do that a lot. Well, I'm not sure where your infection is coming from, but if you take this one, wherever your infection is, it's going to take care of it. No worries, as a Hawaiian said. No worries, brah, no worries. Nah, you can't do that because you're going to cause more trouble somewhere else. And that antibiotic is not going to go after that particular bacteria. What they should do is you, through tests, identify the bacteria first. Okay? For example, urinary tract infections. I had a few. And many doctors, here, take this. Yeah, take that. Yeah. Is it fluoroquinone? Which could cause more bodily harm? I don't want fluoroquinones. Why are you giving me that? I want the antibiotic that is known to help with particularly, okay, in this situation, UTIs, urinary tract infections. All right? Follow me? You want something that's geared toward that. You don't want a broad spectrum antibiotic because it's going after good bacteria too that you need, and your immune system gets suppressed. I mean, you don't want to fuck with your immune system because antibiotics itself is going to fuck with your immune system. You're going to be like open and wide for anything to hit you. That's what's bad about it. But unfortunately, if you really need antibiotics, you don't want to go into sepsis or something, according to what kind of infection you have. Yeah, by all means, take it, of course. Pneumonia, if it's, well, there's viral pneumonia, but there's also bacterial pneumonia. Which do you have? Is an antibiotic that's meant for bacteria? Is that going to help a viral pneumonia? No, but what the doctors do, they say, well, you know, just in case it turns bacterial, we're going to give you this antibiotic. Remember, keep in mind, viruses are different. You can't treat a virus with antibiotics. A virus has to go away on its own. It has to go away on its own. Antibiotics are not going to work for a virus. A virus just has to go its course. Whether you've got some kind of virus, a stomach virus, whatever, you know, a flu, whatever. If it's a virus, you know, our basic viruses, we're not talking about COVID. Your body takes care of it. It goes away by itself. But you're not helping your body by taking antibiotics because it's going to make your body weaker. Your immune system is not going to be able to fight off. But what they did with COVID, there's a special protein in there. And they kind of label it, you know, affectionately as a killer protein. That's what kills your heart. And everyone who died, what I understand, of COVID, if you examine their heart, it was so highly inflamed over a short period of time with some people that a cardiologist could never understand what just happened. That's not normal. It's not normal. So keep that in mind. Yeah, I had to take the jab I didn't take a booster to my knowledge. No, I didn't take the booster. There's some people today that are still periodically voluntarily taking the jab because they're afraid of it returning. But those are the people, especially those people that are at high risk. The fact that they're not dead already is beyond me. Don't believe everything a pharmacy or science says, because until totally proven, without a doubt, it's like in a court of law, you don't get convicted unless the evidence says that the person you reported did such a thing. And if they did, your ass is grass. But if they didn't, there are, of course, ramifications for the person who put that complaint in. Same in medicine. Same thing. Research things before you grab medicines, before you decide to go on steroids, before you decide to go on testosterone therapy. Each person is different, have their own needs. They may have some reactive things that happen in your body as a result of it. It doesn't always work out as textbook. No, it don't. I don't know, personally, I'd sort of rather not take certain stuff for enhancement of your libido and everything else and getting a woody and all that shit. There are natural ways of actually handling that. But there's also something called passion. There's also something called foreplay. And a lot of people don't achieve what they're trying to achieve because most men, they draw a target. Yeah. Draw a target in their mind. Take the bow and arrow, known as their third leg, zero in on that vagina. Here I go, and here I come. Not giving a shit about the woman's feelings. If you're really having problems with intimacy at all, try spending time with your partner. And we're not off topic here, really. Not really. But just listen to everything I say. Try spending time with your partner, a little bit of intimacy. Feel, touch, look. You will achieve more than likely what you're looking to achieve by not saying, opportunity, opportunity. Draw that invisible target on her vagina. Get your GPS going, your internal GPS going, and hone in on that motherfucker. It's no fun for her. Not really. Intimacy. Spend time with each other. Be intimate. Not necessarily intercourse. It'll lead to that. If you're having problems sexually, I could almost guarantee you that you'll get better results by, let's just kind of like warming up the car in a very frigid environment in the winter. Before you get in that car, you want to feel comfortable when you get in that car. You don't want to get into a cold car, do you? Oh, I never liked that either. I used to warm up that car before I was going to step foot in it in the wintertime. There's no way I'd go in there freezing cold. I didn't like the cold. I've had plenty of times where we had that kind of frigid weather throughout my life where I lived. Same thing. Warm up to it. Warm up to it. You might get some surprising results. How's that? Back to the medicine. Yeah, COVID was a big mistake. Or was it? Was it intentional? Were we all experimental mice and lab rats? More than likely. But for more than one reason. They were probably trying to get rid of the virus because it worked for some people, right? But it didn't work for a lot, and they knew that. We were all guinea pigs. But it had to do with empowerment. Because the pharmacists were the Trumps of society. A lot of money to be made, trillions of dollars. Even byproducts of that. Masks, people wearing masks left and right. That industry profited from that too. Hand sanitizer gel. Oh, they were making their money. Hand over fist. They were making tons of money. I still use it today. My budget does go into buying hand sanitizer, and for good reason, especially living out here. It's almost a must. You might get dry palms from that, but then again, you've gotten dry palms before from doing other things, haven't you? Oh, I bet you. Hey, use coconut oil. A little hint for you. Coconut oil. Okay. Might work for you in sensitivity. Shh. I didn't tell you that. You don't need Super Glide. For your information. Okay. Simple coconut. You got it around the house. You might even cook with it. It might be better than some seed oils. Okay. So you were duped. You know, everybody got the COVID vaccination. They called it the jab. Because it got to a point, even on YouTube, you couldn't mention the word COVID. COVID. I'm using it now. COVID. Knock me off. COVID. The jab. Strike me. They haven't doing that much lately. Certain things you couldn't talk about. You couldn't even say the name Pfizer. You get thrown off your channel or something. But there was a time using the word COVID. The government interfered even with Google and YouTube, you know. Keywords, if they use it on there, take their show down. Oh, you don't think that's going on, right? You don't think that's going on. Then you are so gullible and naive. I hate to tell you that. No, actually, I'd like to tell you that. People are too naive. That, you know, it's just amazing what little intellect people have. And believe me, I'm no brain surgeon. I'm not that smart. I think I'm reasonably intelligent, but I don't think I'm terribly that smart. I don't have what you call high intellect. I'd say it's more mediocre. But the fact is I do have intellect, and I use what intellect I do have. I make my own decisions by what I see and learn and experience. I don't know about you. I can speak for myself. I don't believe everything everybody says, but a lot of you do, like all these points people make about me on here, what a bad person I am. You believe it. Just like anybody else who ran off and got the COVID, but they were forced to, people. A lot of people were forced to. You may have had to take it if you wanted to get out of this country to get back to your loved ones, which happened to me. You can't believe everything you hear, certainly not on YouTube. That's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer. With that in mind, they say, one cow jumps over the cliff. Chances are the rest of the herd is going to follow that cow and they're all going to fall to their death. That's why I always make that reference to a lot of you people being the cattle of society. And you are. Whether you know it or not, whether you realize it, you are part of the cattle herd. Believing bullshit, believing people saying they got a miracle cure for something without doing research on it. It could even be an over-the-counter product that you think is totally safe because, well, it's over-the-counter. It must be safe. Well, it's not. You can't take too much ibuprofen. Kill your liver. No time at all. You can't take aspirin unless your doctor indicates that because you've had a heart attack or stroke before, that maybe this is for you to prevent coagulation or prevent clotting, actually. But what does it do? It thins your blood so much that you're going to be a bleeder. And you're going to get gastrointestinal bleeding, which could kill you. Your choice. I utilize this information, and I utilize it in my own life. I don't just come on here and talk about something and just for the sake of hearing my own wonderful, smooth voice that people love so much. I come on here and I share these things with you because these are the conclusions I've come up to, but you have to, in life, make your own choices. And I always do a disclaimer about anything I talk about, supplements. Check with your doctor first. You may have things going on you don't know about. Certain supplements could act as blood thinners, or it could act as diuretics. Okay, make you pee a lot, stimulate your bladder, examples like that. Or it will thin your blood out too much, and you don't want to over thin your blood out because you may form clots, and these clots will travel to your brain or travel to your heart, whatever. Always check with your doctor. And it doesn't mean doctors know everything, and most of them don't. They just studied westernized medicine. They don't take into account any naturalized medicine. The best doctor you could ever see is a combo doctor who excels in both Western medicine and natural remedy type of a naturalist. That's the kind of doctor that would be preferable because they see both options, and they will not force you to be on a particular kind of accepted medicine in Western culture and their training and their medical training and all that. There are alternates and alternatives to just about everything out there. And just because something is plant-based doesn't mean it's good for you either. And everybody, they don't understand that plant-based. Oh, it's from a plant. It's natural. Do you know how many fucking plants out there could fucking kill you that are toxic because they come from nature? I mean, they try to dupe you all the time. For example, shampoos. Oh, but it's got aloe in it. Or it's got vitamin guguchaka in it, Well, that's a selling point. I know a little about concepts of advertising, actually. Maybe I should apply it to my show. Maybe it'll work, but I doubt it. Okay. You're going to buy that product because it says all natural products. Oh, that's got to be good. You mean it's got green tea in it or it's got aloe in it? It's, you know what it is? Shampoos that got paraben in it, which is a wax. And they have, what is that one thing? It's the base of all shampoos. What is that one chemical? I forget. I don't remember everything. There's a base to all shampoos. It's the same shit. You could choose to buy the cheapest shampoo on the market, and you're probably better off doing that. Because for you to pay for a name, you know all these names of the higher priced shampoos with the fancy French names or whatever, you're wasting your money. You don't need it. Try Ivory soap. That's fine. Okay? Try a little bit of white vinegar when you're rinsing your hair. It'll give you a natural shine. It'll also neutralize any the dandruff, any of that kind of a calcium-based type of minerals and stuff that will settle on your scalp. You didn't know that, did you know? But now you do. Buy the cheapest shampoo, but preferably buy a shampoo, it's hard to find, that doesn't have all these perfumes in it, because you may develop allergies, or you may have allergies to that. And I know that for a fact with me. I can only remember back in Hawaii, I remember I bought a strawberry scented shampoo. I thought it would smell nice. No sooner did I put that on my hair in the shower, I was sneezing like a mofo. Instant. Then you people go out, because you believe anything. You want to know those air fresheners that you put around the house? You want your house to smell good. Maybe you got a pet, or you just want the house to smell good. Guess what? More news for you. They're made with neurotoxins. Neuro meaning nerve toxins. And it kind of deadens your sense, your nerve sensitivity to, you're going to smell. If the dogs, especially, got 1,000 times, oh my God, don't use it in the house with dogs. Their nose is 1,000 times more sensitive than the human nose. I gotta tell my brother all the time. I told him, stop using that around Rowdy. It's not good. But, don't listen to me. Don't listen to me, right? I don't know anything. Maybe compared to some people, I really don't know anything. More learned people than me, but I got enough knowledge to know that I research things, generally do, before I consume them or put it on my skin or whatever it is I do. It's your own body. Nobody else's fault, but you put in your body, on your body, smoke, drink, all that stuff. I'll include everything. The neurotoxins, that's what they are. The sprays and the little things you open up put it on your counter, and it has all the nice smell to it and all that. They're made with neurotoxins. Wake up. Wake up, little Susie, wake up. Perhaps you should. Wake up on YouTube to the bullshit. Wake up to what the government is doing to you. Wake up with the chemistry in the world is doing to you. Wake up to what the vaccines are doing to you. You need a wake-up call, my friends. If I'm the one to give it to you, too bad I have such a small channel. It's too bad I can't reach a whole lot of people, but I don't. So there's only a few people that are going to benefit from listening to my show, because I don't have one of these big shows. That's unfortunate, I don't. To get the message to a lot more people. But then again, I can say something to this too. Why do I care? There's just a bunch of fucking trolls out there. What the fuck do you care that you want to give these trolls some good information? I'm sure you're thinking that. If you're not, I'm thinking for you. I'm thinking for you. I don't have to do that. There's a difference. Maybe I want to do it. Maybe I like sharing things with people. Maybe it's just my nature. But you don't have to listen to me. But the people who do tune in do listen to me, trolls or not. This dude ain't making a fucking peso from doing a show. And I do a lot of shows, obviously. I don't make a dime. It's not my intent to make any money on here. That's not my intent. I mean, who can't use more money? I understand. But this is not my intent. Not being monetized. I could choose in time to build up the watch hours and all that and do monetization, but I don't know what difference they're going to make. Not certainly for my channel. I'd have to totally reinvent myself and my channel name, my email, everything else, and get away from the Philippines genre and hang around some other genres somewhere else in order to complete that picture and make things work for me. It's not going to work for me in this genre. It's just not. I already know that. And you've helped me with that, haven't you? Call a spade a spade. I tell it like it is. Even if it makes me look bad, not having all these subscribers. But I take my punches, man. It is what it is. That's the answer to everything. It is what it is. But it's true. It is what it is. There's certain changes you can make in your life, and there's some people that can't make changes at all. But don't get duped. You know, the government is not your friend, as you know. They're never your friend. I don't care what government you're in. I don't care what country you live in, but especially America. They're not your friend. It's not for the people. It's for themselves. And everything that's going on in America right now, let it be a lesson learned that you cannot trust the American government. No country can trust. It's gone to that point. People were rah America, but boy, they're turning heads now. All it took was a charismatic, evil devil, Gestapo leader like Trump to destroy the United States. It's not the place it used to be. I would not voluntarily go back to America. I will not voluntarily go back to America unless I had to, but I'd be out of there in too sweet time. I'll tell you that. America is no longer my country. I'm not succeeding from it. It is not my country anymore. It was. I am still a citizen of USA. Got the documents, but it would never be my choice ever again, unless it's against my will. And we're working on that too, aren't we? America died. It's dead. It's not the place that everybody wanted to live. Now they're afraid. They're afraid. They're in fear to live in America. They're all in fear. They're afraid they'd be shot or killed by Trump's Gestapo agents. Until there is a demise of this man or they get him out of office, the country will never be the same. I know, you voted for him, got to stick to your party. But I know you're all red-faced and you're not exactly displaying that wonderful MAGA hat that you bought. No, you're not. You know you're not. Because people might spit in your face in the street. They see you walking by with a MAGA hat. They might take it and shove it down your fucking throat. I don't think a lot of people these days are walking around with MAGA hats. MAGA, make America great again. Is this guy making America great? No, America's becoming the enemy of almost every fucking country out there. Trade wars. Killing people's income. Killing people's professions, their industry. One man. You know, all it takes is one apple to spoil the bunch. You've heard that expression. All it takes is one fucking maniac. A dictator. Put him in a country and see what happens. Well, we're seeing what happens right now as I speak on here. Are we not? But don't listen to me. No. This is not a Seinfeld episode. This is reality. You have to live in that reality. You could deny certain things, but when push comes to shove, you'll realize when something is wrong, when something is just not right. And we could think of some examples of that, can we? We certainly can. Anyway, just jumping back, and I'm not going to be on too much longer. My second show, something sometimes inspire me, and I'll do a show about it. And when I heard this guy, and I've heard this before, it's not the first time, but this guy was one of the leading heart specialists and experts on the research he did on the COVID vaccines, Madeira, all this different Vacs that are killing people. You're not dead yet. One revered, maybe this is the same guy, I don't think it was, who actually used to work for Pfizer. Whether he was a disgruntled ex-employee, I couldn't tell you that, because I really don't know. But he knew. He said between 1 and 7 years is what he says that the metabolics of your body is going to break down, whether it's the heart or other organs. Hate to tell you this. I don't want to put you in fear, but maybe you should be. I know a lot of you took the Vacs. You didn't want to take it, but you were forced to take it. Or else you couldn't go anywhere, couldn't travel anywhere. It limited your freedom. I get it. I had to take it. Completely reluctant to do so, but if I was ever going to get back in the Philippines again, I was forced to take that vaccination. I had to do these Q codes on my phone. I had to go through all this paperwork. I had to, get my T's crossed and my dots, my I's dotted, and I had to go through all that shit. Did I want to go through that? No, I didn't. It was a burden. But if you wanted to get back into the Philippines, I had to do that. I could no longer stay under the circumstances. I could not stay. Would have been detrimental to me or somebody else. Had to get out of there. Had to get out of there. But it was time. I never intended to stay in Hawaii that long. Just wanted to take care of the house, do what I had to do, deal with some unruly tenants, and be on my merry way. But unfortunately, the COVID put a damper in that, and I had to stay there longer than I anticipated. That's history now. But I had to go through all that, and I was forced to take the Vax. Still to this day, I'm not an advocate of it, obviously not. We were all fucked over. We were all lab experiments, folks. I hate to tell you that. We were all lab experiments. We were all the little mice and rats and monkeys and Reese's monkeys and that they always experiment on. Every one of you, including myself. They're not telling you information that you need to know, but then again, that's pretty common with the American government. They're not going to tell you all you need to know. It's all about money. Everything's about money. YouTube's about money. Tell me what's not about money. Dating is not about money. Getting that woman, in many cases, are they not about money? Self-gratification, financially, are they not? Are you going to tell me different? No, you're not. Because you know better. And some of you don't because you make those mistakes. It's all on you, pal. It's all on you. It's all on you. With that being said, I'm getting kind of talked out this morning. But I actually don't mind sharing. As I said, it's not just for you. It's for me. Because it just reinforces my beliefs and my thoughts. I think that's perhaps why I'm so vocal on here. It's not that I care about everybody on my channel, because I know you're all trolls. But let's just say it's in my nature, just like the scorpion after stinging the fucking frog and promised the frog he wouldn't sting him. The frog asked the question, the $60,000 question. Why did you sting me? And the scorpion replied back, because it's do got a beautiful breeze out here today. Quite lovely. As lovely as this lovely flower. You can feel it, right? Can you feel it? I do. My dusty little island here. Beautiful flower on a beautiful, cool, breezy day. Indeed. Indeed. And thank you for the quick thumbs up. On with the show. This is it. Okay, so. I simped out. I simped out. I simped out. I simped out. I'm allowing my lovely, lovely girlfriend to. Yep. It's the Philippines. It's only me. Oh, yelling at the kids, right? It's only your daddy. It's only your dada. Radio Gaga. It's Radio Gaga. If you're wondering, it's just Radio Gaga, my friend. Nothing wrong with your screen. I assure you, I have simped out. I want to see how well she could do with the finances around here. Money comes in my hands, goes in hers. That's the way to do it. Make that money work. Work it, make that money work. I can't handle everything, man. I'm getting too old for this shit. Can't handle everything. Besides being a great lover, a great partner, a great friend, a great confidant, the rock of my life. That's all good. But a man gets tired. A man gets tired and weary. I'm growing tired and weary. So I simped out. I said, here, take this money. Take this money. Manage it. Flow with it, go with it. Pay the bills. Pay all the bills. Let's see what you can do. Let's put it in action. It's Radio Gaga. It's Radio Gaga. What a breezy, wonderful day. Oh, by the way, Trump is not arrested. Well, you know, I got to say something. Well, nothing's ever stopped me before, but... Okay. Couple things. You know, it's unfortunate the internet is wonderful and all that stuff. A lot of information on the internet, but you can't even read an independent so-called news channel and believe anything you're hearing anymore. Even the characters on there are not even real. You don't know what to believe anymore. Oh yeah, they're arresting Trump. They're doing it. No, Trump ain't arrested. Trump ain't nothing. He will be eventually. He'll be out. Don't worry about it. But man, it's just like Philly to Philippines shows. Everything is clickbait. Nothing is real anymore. You know, the only thing they're interested in, how much money can I make? How do I get my audience to come to my show? I need the money so much. But I'm living in a fucking swamp. Living in a swamp. Finally puts the money together to get a fucking door. Oh gee, how long did you need that door, Philly? How long? Oh, good for you, man. Finally, after all the chickens and snakes and lizards are coming into your house and cockroaches, Philly in the Philippines decided to get a door. Excuse me. I'm not going to pretend I understand anybody on here. Well, okay, let me retract that. Ooh, redaction. We know about redaction. I do understand about a lot of people on here, but the part of me that don't understand people is, why do they do things over and over again and get the same result? And it's not always a result that they want. That's called insanity. It's insanity, I tell you. over and over again. My goodness. Okay, what was I listening to today? That kind of resonated somehow. Oh, apparently Miko is getting attacked. Mix that comes on my channel is actually Miko. He's an Irish guy, whatever. And the Big E. And Easy Freely, whatever his fucking name is, that gay guy. Insane gay guy in Thailand. They're really, just whopping on Miko. Oh, they call him every name in the book. Everybody's got to find a victim on here, right? It wouldn't be the same if it wasn't that way at all, would it? It's Radio Gaga. It's Radio Gaga. It's YouTube Gaga. They're all insane as far as I'm concerned. So Miko is being attacked for his association of my channel, and Big E is going at it, wallet and all, trying to discredit Miko, what a bad person Miko is. And Easy Freely, whatever his fucking name is, that insane guy in Thailand, who loves if I bring him up because he feels, like he's accepted. Important, I don't bring him up very much. The guy's an idiot. I can't understand him half the time, really, his accent, to be honest with you. Maybe my not so very good hearing comes in handy sometimes. You have to listen really hard to the accent, And he speaks in like syllables, really. He doesn't speak a whole sentence or something.
I really think that, well, Miko is sucking up to Frank. Is he not sucking up to Frank?
With this big gay smile on his face, Oh, it takes all types for YouTube. It really does, doesn't it? I guess that's what makes it interesting for some people to really get into it with YouTube. You're seeing insane people doing insane things. Where else can you find that but here on social media? Insanity tends to come out, it bobs his head out of that crack all the time and reveals itself with many people on here. It's all gaga. All gaga. What else is going in the news? We have a pretty wet front, I guess, coming in this weekend. On a lighter note. On a lighter note. All I've had is I call it wonderful weather. No, there's no sun, but I call it wonderful weather. Sky is white. Got a fantastic breeze. Fantastic breeze. Cooling breeze. Look, I could revert back to April and the months beyond April. How horrible it is here in the Philippines. Humidity, temperature. So when you get nice weather like this, nice weather does not necessarily mean blue sky. When you're living out here, you're going to look forward to moving air. Moving air. You can't have stagnant air in the Philippines. That's when you'll suffer. But no. No. It's been great. It's been great. Okay, what else is on the news besides Trump? No, it's just about everything. Yeah, this AI shit is just too carried away. It's much too carried away. You can't even go on the internet and find something that's real. Not even a person on camera that's giving like supposed to be a news broadcast is real. There's nothing real. The news ain't real. It's real fake news. And the character that's on cameras is all made up by AI. Gets to the point you don't know what to believe anymore on here. It's not fun anymore. It's not fun anymore. Oh yeah, when it's AI, of course, when these big creatures that normally are 2 foot long, are suddenly made into like 20-foot long, bigger than a man. Oh, we found this new creature. Well, of course, if you have any intelligence at all, you know it's AI. That's not fun anymore. You have to stay to trusted news channels, and the best ones to listen to is independent news. But there's a lot of independent news, but you got to know who to listen to. Because a lot of the so-called independent news, it's not real. Even the character that appears on the screen is not real. So who do you believe anymore? It's a good thing that modern technology knows how to differentiate between AI and the real McCoy. Because there'd be a lot of people in trouble. Fortunately, and as I'm understanding, even here in the Philippines, they're able to figure that out. Little did I know, but apparently they could. As Frank Smith. Oh man, I don't count calories, man. I don't count calories. I try to get as much pro. And by the way, I was kind of checking into that testosterone thing, and I'm not really sold on it. Per age, per side effects, per. It's not a guaranteed thing, and could do harm, actually. And I know you got into the whole scenario about testosterone. I'm not sold yet. They come in sachets for gels. And I imagine maybe the next time, or maybe they have it in Bantayan, I don't know. But I think you need a prescription for that anyway. But the next time, certainly I'm in Cebu, I know I could get it there, and there are numerous places. I might try it out for size and see what the effects are. Oh, I don't know, man. I'm just reading all various things on it. There's so many shows on YouTube. Just punch in, why should I use testosterone? The first thing you have to do, of course, before you're going to use the stuff, is get a testosterone test, but then also have a free testosterone test. You got to have both of them and see what your level is. And you talk to your doctor and say, well, is this a normal level for my age or is it extra low? And you determine that with your doctor. Give them your symptoms. Are you tired all the time, or are you not aroused? Or what is the problem that you're having? Is you just don't feel energetic, or is your libido down, or make a checklist of what your problems are. Not necessarily mine, but you got to have a reason to use it. And I'm not totally finding a reason to use that at this point in my life, but I'm certainly willing to try it out if I get my hands on one of these sachets. You're from Cebu over here, okay. First step is just to get your testosterone levels. Absolutely, man. I suggest that to anybody. Don't just jump into something at all. It's not a good thing to do. She's radioactive. She's radioactive. Yeah. Don't just dive into something that you haven't researched. And I'm one of these guys who, even if it's something for my dog, I'm going to research it first. I'm not going to listen to the veterinarian. I probably know more than they do on certain things. Just our research. They go by standards, what other vets say, or just, I don't know, what they read. The vets over here, and you live in a province in the Philippines, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're more like consultants, but, they'll give you, and the other thing too, and these dogs don't need it. All these worming medications and all that shit, definitely get rabies, but, we've had on schedule in the past where we give her these tablets, but they're poison, they're toxic. And you shouldn't be giving that to your dogs. If your dogs are more like indoor dogs, mostly like mine are, they're not exposed to all that shit like, stray dogs are. If they're eating a good diet and they seem healthy, maybe an occasional thing. You might, find an alternative thing for that rather than all this shit they have out. Now these days they want people to take flumendazole and mendazole, whatever, in hopes of fighting cancer and all that shit. Nothing's proven with that yet, man. Nothing's proven. So I'm kind of like, although I did, no, half a year ago, not even half a year ago, what am I talking about? 4 months back, I don't even know if it was that long. I decided to buy a couple of these pills because humans can get worms, parasites, they always do. You got them in you right now. I know you want to hear that, but yeah, you do. If you're living in the Philippines, especially, it's everyone really, but especially here in the Philippines, you got, I hate to say it, man, you got parasites from the vegetables and stuff you eat that you didn't really clean off real well, from different sources, from pork, from all that stuff. You may not want to admit it, but I hate to tell you, you got parasites. Okay, if you are 70 years old, you have to have the testosterone of a 70-year-old. Maybe you can have the levels of a 50-year-old. I mean, I'll check it out. They don't have any labs around here that test that. It'll be my next time in Cebu. The marvels of modern medicine. Well, there are some marvels and there's some disasters. Doctors cannot just freely tell you to take something unless they investigate other aspects of your health, physically and even mentally. Can't hand out things like lollipops, I've had doctors that have given me medicines if I needed for something, but there were pertinent questions they should have asked. Are you on any other medications at all? And are there any interactions between what I'm going to give you and something else that you're not telling me that maybe perhaps you're taking? It could even be supplements. A good doctor will spend the time to ask you these questions. But doctors, GPs are kind of like McDonald's fast food places. They want you in and out the office, grab your burger, grab your fries. Okay, next patient. Unfortunately, shit, when I grew up, Dr. Lombardi never made no money, wasn't a rich man. The dude would come over your house. If you didn't have the money, you just owed it to him. And people always wind up paying him back because he was so nice. He didn't die a rich man. He lived in a very nice house, though. In a really nice area. Big Roman pillars, he lived in a nice place. But he was the kind of doctor, he'd be in the office examining you, and he had a cigarette in his mouth with a big ash on it, ready to fall on you. Yeah, that's what they did those days. I'm not shitting you. I've seen it. It's real, I've seen it. He was known for that. And a new revelation has come up. Imagine nicotine is a cancer and other ailment fighting medicine. Can you believe that? All right, before you start jumping on me, not in the form of cigarettes, okay? You can take 3 milligram, and, please, this is a disclaimer, consult with your doctor. You could take 3 milligram patches every couple of days or something. And that sucker, that nicotine, which, by the way, that's been used for centuries, believe it or not. But not in the form of cigarettes. Don't expect that you're going to get some benefits from nicotine from cigarettes because too many chemicals are mixed in with there. But I think you understand that. I might have to put this on mute for a second. I don't know. No, in its raw form. Yeah. You just get nicotine patches. You get the small, you get the 3 milligrams. Yeah, transdermal, and what you do, you have to give the exact details, how often to use it, but that's the newest information I got. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Nicotine found its way, a good thing about it. Finally, there's something good about it. But again, don't think you're going to smoke a cigarette and you're going to fight cancer or other diseases. No, it's not going to happen like that. Got to use it in its raw form. All right, now that that's out of the way, I'd like to introduce new information as I find out. That's one of the newest things, actually. Some people maybe already knew that. It's not well known. All right, I'm not really in a. I'm not really in a big mood. I'm gonna watch a movie to do on the YouTube. I've done enough today, and I've said plenty. Nothing unusual going on except the big wallet is attacking Miko, and the Thailand gay guy is attacking Miko, and the gay guy in Thailand is good friends with the big wallet. Oh, gee, we wouldn't figure that out. Maybe there's something in common. Perhaps, perhaps. But I'm going to go.
Perjury is not a legal strategy. It is a felony offense.
Good evening. Speaking of drama, which really basically, I'm going to briefly talk about a little drama. And while I'm going to talk about Koreans, she happens to be, I think, listening to a Korean drama, right? I was just talking about that, exactly. And you listen to a Korean drama.
It's not Korean, no?
Oh, that one isn't Korean, but you do listen to that, yeah. You know, it's really crazy, guys. There's this fascination that Filipinos have with Koreans. But the thing is, I had asked my girlfriend, I said, well, how come, of all the foreigners that they're interested in, that they're not interested in dating and marrying Korean men? Which is fascinating to me because they were so fascinated with the Korean, their drama, the music, styles, and so forth. But you see, there's a lot of Koreans here in the Philippines, but I guess they don't mesh with the culture itself, which I can't understand, as she told me. But they are just absolutely gaga about Korean boys bands. See a lot of Koreans in these boy bands. They got skin as white as milk and dark hair, or they have blonde hair and they dye it, and they look very feminine, effeminate. It's this whole image thing, and the music, some styles, and they love going to Korea. But the one thing I'm understanding is that they don't particularly want to live in Korea, but they really admire everything about, well, it is the culture, actually, dear. You say that the local women here, the Filipinos, they don't want to marry Koreans because, no, answer that. Seriously, you were talking.
Some, yeah, but some, no. Don't know.
Why don't they like them?
I don't know, eh?
But they like their music, they like their style, they like all that. No, really.
I don't know, Donnie.
Feed me some info. I mean, your kids are all just.
Just the concert, the Korean singer.
Okay, the attraction is called Kilig in Tagalog. Kilig?
I don't know.
It's Tagalog. Do you know Tagalog?
Pili ba?
Kilig. Well, yeah, I'm just. And by the way, let me tell you a little ditty about something else too. I just read. And if you think that you're glued to your cell phones, but listen to this story off the press. And three teenage girls just recently in India, not here, in India, they lived on the ninth floor of a building, and their father had taken away their cell phone privileges. Now, mind you, it has to do with Korean culture. They had to have their Korean drama. They couldn't live without it. So they jumped out the window and killed themselves. Now, they're thinking that they had a suicide note and everything. They couldn't live without their Korean. They think that maybe, just maybe, that one was about to go out the window and the other two tried to stop her and they went down with her. So they're not really sure about it. Can you imagine someone committing suicide because they don't have their phones so they could listen to their Korean drama and Korean music and all that? Come on. Isn't that taking it just a wee bit too far? Because you're willing to give up your life? That's how important cell phones are for communication. I guess all of us have been so acclimated to having this little piece of communication device that I am talking on myself, and you're probably listening on yourself, other than maybe a laptop or something. But is it worth taking your life because your parents take away, I know my daughter growing up, and I took away some electronic toy or something with her, she pounded me on the chest like a gorilla. She wanted to hurt me because I took away some kind of game or something on there. Wow, it's like, when did all this violence start? What decade did it really start getting bad? I don't know. Which generation is the worst? I don't know. But yeah, there's not one of her kids that don't listen to Korea drama, and especially Korean music. If I'm not watching TV, I could guarantee you there's either Korean cartoon animation on, or some Korean drama story, or they're listening to some boy band or something, Korean boy band. And they all look like women, though. Very feminine, I don't know why, but they are. Culturally, it confuses me. Go look at the Korean boy bands. They all wearing makeup and they look whiter than they normally look. They'll dye their hair platinum blonde, and it's just fucking crazy, man. Crazy culture, huh? This whole world's crazy. Because it worth killing yourself because you can't listen to your Korean music or drama. If it was up to those girls, they would be living in Korea. But here's the thing. They don't generally want to live in Korea, though. Maybe it's because it's too cold in the winter or something, I don't know. But there's something about the culture or something other than what they like or love that they think that they wouldn't make good boyfriends or husbands. I don't know, maybe because they cheat on their women a lot, but then again, they do that here too, so I don't get it. I don't really get it. Very strange, these cultures. But yeah, I've asked questions all the time of her kids. What's it with Koreans, man? In fact, her daughter's been to, her oldest daughter has been to Korea several times. I don't know how many times she's been to Korea. I don't know. She's been to Korea several times. And I don't know what the draw is, really. Well, at least it ain't North Korea. We ain't gonna get in there anyway. The only time I was in Korea was I was in an airport on a layover waiting to get to the Philippines. And I think I was in Korea a couple of times, in Seoul and what's the other one? There's another one. There's Seoul. Oh gosh, can't think of the other one. Then I've been in Taiwan. I've been in a few countries, but I've never, like spent time there. How do you like my thumbnail? I'm thinking about ordering that. It's kind of nice. If I can get it in gold, though, but this is not gold. It's a cheap metal. It's the hug ring. It's a hug ring. And I've seen that on an advertisement. If I could just have somebody make it out of even silver, gold or silver. Two hands hugging each other. It's a hug. It's really like two people hugging each other. I thought that was kind of nice. A simple design, but it speaks so much. So I put it on my thumbnail. I don't know. Well, it doesn't have to be made of gold or silver or nothing, but only thing I worry about for her, well, we each have one is the idea, but is it going to turn our finger green? I'm sure it's made out of all of a base metal and all that. The only thing that's not good about that, you buy a cheap ring, it's going to turn your finger a color with the acid in your skin. Then you won't wear it after a while because the outer coating will just wear off and your finger's going to turn green all the time. But yeah, I could see that in gold. That'd be terrific. I don't have a whole lot to say tonight. Actually, I finished a movie. It wasn't that good, but I want to see at least one more here. Pardon me. Yeah, I thought I'd come on and regurgitate a few syllables. Here's who was on tonight. Not too many, obviously. 6, 7 people here. Of course, we got Palaboy. The attraction is called Kilig or Kilig in Tagalog. That's right. You're the one that's part Filipino or something, if I remember correctly. Well, whatever it is, the attraction, it's real, and I would tell them, why don't you just, get a job and go live in Korea, If they're that, so into the Korean culture, but I think that would get played out after a while. Oh, there's some really talented Korean. They got these boy bands. I mean, they dance, they sing really well, and there's a lot of talented Koreans, South Koreans, that is, of course. Look at the contrast between the two countries, North Korea and South Korea. Believe me, the North Korean teenagers and people growing up there, they only wish they could live the life of South Korea. They're allowed to listen to music. They're allowed to have certain freedoms, which their exalted leader in North Korea won't allow them to do anything. They can't live a life. They can't do what they want. They're taught to hate America and Americans. And they're basically in prison, really. They gotta have posters of Kim Young-jung, whatever his fucking name is, all over their walls. They have big banners in the streets on walls of the leader. It's crazy, man. Is that what the United States is going to become like? Because Trump wants his name on just about everything. He claims that they named a street or a town in Venezuela after him. I don't know about that, but that's what Trump said. All right, man. I ain't got much of an audience here tonight. I've done enough shows today anyway. I just thought I'd bring that up. Hey, listen, don't love your cell phone that much that your daddy takes it away. You're going to commit suicide. Talk to Uncle Frank before you commit suicide. And Papa, don't go totally cold turkey on me because, talk to me a little bit before you decide to kill yourself. If I decide to get off here or something or whatever. Don't go that far. I know you're in love with me and all that stuff, but I'm not worth killing yourself off. But hey, something you want to do.
And take to work. But today, I took a long nap. Technically, tomorrow was the long nap. And I took a flight to Manila, and I'm here in Manila for about 10 days. First things first, I'm going to visit Barry Jordan. Possibly Friday, Sunday, And the following Friday, I will be with Barry Jordan. This is more of a foodie tour. I'm going to be going to a lot of restaurants, doing some vlogging at restaurants. Currently, I'm at Shooter's Bar.
Alam
Well, Donnie, what I just posted in 3 little parts is my counter statement to you. Oh, so you like using ChatGPT like I do? Well, you'll just have to read what I posted. Okay, there you go. Oh, Donnie, give it up, man. You got such a hate for me. 10 years you've been trying, but well, I don't know. Do you go back with me that long? 10 years? I don't think so. Donnie's trying real hard to find fault with me with you know who. Well, what about the perjury? Well, read on that. Weep on it. Yep. Not everything is an implication in the court of law, Donnie. Well, you can see with my chat GPT on 3 little shorts I put up. Read and weep, Donnie. Donnie. Unbelievable. So, Breavis is going to go visit old Barry boy. Hope he puts it on video. I'd like to see what the boy looks like these days. Has he got muscles of steel? Or did he lose a lot of weight? Did he gain a lot of weight? That would be interesting to see. Wish the boy well. You know I do. Oh, Breave. I don't know, man. What's with the complexion situation? Just an observation. Disclaimer, just an observation. What happened to his face, man? And what is he doing all this time? Where's his girlfriend and kid? Did he screw that up too? What happened? What happened? What happened? Man, did you screw everything up? Damn. Just an observation, son. You're not looking too good. What's all this problem with your complexion? What's going on with that, man? I'm concerned about you, man. I really am. Not looking too good. Not looking too good. Always hanging in a bar. If you want to find Breave, just go to the nearest bar somewhere, whatever town he's in, you'll find him. Some things just don't change, folks. Some things just don't change. Is there a proper characterization of this guy? Of course there is. Of course there is, man. Don't worry, Barry. I got some vegetables coming to you. Yeah. Maybe he'll splurge. A little beef brisket. That would be nice. That would be nice. Yeah. But, you know, is Breavis really a friend to Barry? Come on. Breavis has all this money. Now, Breavis has all this money. He's the coin king or whatever, you know, one of them. Or he has all this money from his dad or whatever the hell he supposedly got it. Well, if he's so buddy with Barry, here's the key question. The key question is, if he likes Barry enough to visit him and has a concern about him, why hasn't Breavis just put up the money, you know, like the high roaders should have, could have, did not have? Why didn't he put out the money to get Barry out? Is he going to come there with a stack of thousands of thousand notes to give Barry to free him? Because Breavis wants him to go home. That's his boy. That's his boy, man. That's his boy. Why don't you do him one good, Breave? Why don't you? Do him one good. You going to go in and visit the boy? I'm sure he'd love your company. But while you're there, bring a little cash. No. I'm talking about some serious cash, man. I'm talking about some serious cash. You got it, Breave? Sure you do. Sure you do. I'll put your money where your mouth is, Breave. You care enough about the guy to want to go visit him, or do you just want to secretly make fun of him in his jail cell after you leave and have a big laugh? Isn't that what you actually really do? I mean, come on, Breave. We know you better than that. I know you better than that. What a waste. Uh-oh. See, I want to show you. This is waste. Oh, it's still on heat, but see. Gotta speak up about this shit. I'm gonna do that right now. Remember, rice is gold. Rice is gold. Yeah, Breavis, that's an idea. What does he spend time with his girlfriend and child? I don't get it. Anyway, hold on a minute, folks. Okay, had to explain something. She makes rice for the kid. He's still out because he goes to these athletic things. So he eats late. She's got this big rice. Well, it's not a big rice cooker, but there's enough rice in there for like 5 people. 5 people. So why don't you just make enough rice in there to, for him, right? He's the only one that's eating at this hour. I said, why do you make so much rice? It's gold. Treat it as such, right? Anyway, that's besides the point. So much rice for one kid. One kid.
The, no, I cook when we start eating and then
Well,
we
who's gonna?
finish na lang eating because the rice not
Well, who's
cheap.
eating at this hour of the night?
No, earlier ba? Because the rice not
Yeah, but
cheap
it's
food,
not
we
earlier.
eat together. So that's
Yeah, but
why.
are you eating at this hour of the night?
No, I'm done already.
So,
because,
good question is, and we're live, why did you make so much rice?
Just once, 1 cup.
Honey, that could feed 5 people.
5.
The rice makes them fat. Yeah, it could, dude, it could. Well, I understand my point here, folks. Now, he comes home late because he had some athletic function that he goes to practice. All right, nobody's eating at this hour, you know. Now, realistically and logically, you'll make enough rice in a rice cooker for one person, not something that's going to feed 5 people. Then you're going to put the rest in the refrigerator. And if you know anything about rice, you actually can't keep it in the refrigerator for any length of time. There's a special bacteria that develops in there, in rice, specifically in rice. It's a very dangerous, toxic bacteria. But, the culture is the culture. I can only explain so much and give advice, and, till they get sick or something, that's what happens. But they got cast iron stomachs anyway. I don't think anything affects them. I'm just saying, rice is gold, right? Rice is gold. Rice is gold. I mean, shit, there's enough to feed 5 people there. To me, that's a waste. But you see, that's just me. That's just me. Get Gilda of the rices. I don't know. I'm not sure what you meant. Get her off the rice. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that.
The rice, so where did they eat?
There's lots of things to eat besides rice. There's lots of things. But it's a cultural thing. I understand that. But, I think my audience understands me. And, we're not going to get into an argument over this.
You heard some listener is understand you because both of you is a foreigner.
So what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? What does that have to do with the rice? That's why I love you, honey. That's why I love you. I love you, honey. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, I see such waste that goes on around here all the time. It's amazing. It really is a lot of waste. You know, how much rice we go through here. And I would say, if you buy a bag of rice, I would say about a good 30% of that rice is actually wasted. Totally wasted. Because they make all this rice, okay? It's different if it's going to be dinner time because they go into that rice like flies to honey. But if you make too much of abundance of rice, there's only one person that's going to eat it tonight. And what I was trying to explain to her is that make only enough.
Just a little, not to be.
That's not a little, honey. I'll put it on camera. I'll show them what's a little.
You look at in the morning na lang.
No, I'll look at it now.
Look in the morning.
I've already seen it. That's enough for 5 people. Is your kid, what does he eat? For 5 people or just one serving for himself? I know he has a voracious appetite, but what do you think, folks? They also reuse seed oils until it's burned, and burned oil has been proven to be a carcinogen. You know, Dan, I know that, you know that, but you're not going to change the culture out here. I'm very aware of these little health issues of seed oil that they use. It's not healthy. They don't care. So when they get some kind of metabolic dysfunction going on,
Let's see oil.
you know,
Because they see oil.
yeah, it is seed oil. Yeah. Well, the kind of oil you use for cooking is the seed oil. And seed oil is very bad. It's very toxic. Yeah. But I've taught you that, but you know, you don't listen. Okay, well, what can I say? Cheers, you know. Eat all the rice you want, eat the seed oil, and you know, I'll probably live longer than you. Sure you betcha.
Eat what you want.
Sure, eat what you want. Absolutely.
Enjoy when you're still alive.
Well, let me ask you a
Enjoy.
question. How do you enjoy life if you're sick all the time?
No, how
Is
you?
that enjoying life? If, in other words, if you're eating, this is the philosophy of Filipinos. I'm glad you're hearing this because this is real life shit here, you know. All right, let's go with this philosophy here. So, in other words, eat all the wrong foods, do all the wrong things, right? And don't live a long life, but while you are alive, suffer the consequences of all the toxins and all the bad foods and seed oils that you eat. And meanwhile, while you're alive, your life is miserable because you're in pain from something or you're sick all the time. So is that like worth living life that way? Like your philosophy of eat what you want? That's a nice statement. I hear all that. Life, you know, hey, I want to live my life the way I
You
want.
cannot judge the person. You know why?
No, we're
Because
not. No,
so
no, no.
many Filipino
Well,
they
this sounds
become
like
100.
sounds like Trump's staff, doesn't it? Sounds like the press secretary. What does it have to do with judging somebody? Is this? Are you Noam? Are you Secretary of State Noam? I don't know, confusing you. But since I mean, look, love them to death, but the thing is, you're not going to change what they do. They're so deeply saturated in their culture that they just don't get it. They just don't understand. Why is there so much diabetes? Why there's so many heart attacks out here? You know, all that stuff. You know, because look what they're eating. Everything's fried. Everything is seed oil. And it's old oil, 6 to 9 months old. They don't want to spend on new oil because they want to make all the profit that they can. So they're going to reuse the oil, reuse the oil, reuse the oil, reuse the oil till it actually becomes cancerous, which I try to explain to her about oil, is that the chemistry changes in seed oil, honey. It changes. And actually it becomes carcinogenic, which means that it becomes cancerous, okay? Do you want cancer? I don't. I do one thing that's bad enough that can cause it. You think I want more? No. I'm going to use my olive oil. That's what I'm using. Know what I mean, folks? Yeah. You know what I mean? There's my 13. Yay! My famous 13 people. Welcome again, boys. Anyway, Donnie was posting some shit. Of course, Don C, of course. Oh, libel. It's libel. Cyber libel. Cyber libel. Well, I use GPT too, Donnie, but what I found out on there is different than what you posted, son. Son, you look older than me. Don, gotcha. Just go see the caption on there, the thumbnail on those things. I could have done it differently if I had the other phone, but whatever. It's in the caption. You could read it. There's 3 parts. And weep on that, Donnie. Weep on that. And everybody else. Go look at it. There are 3 little short lives on there. And just, concentrate on the thumbnail. Screenshot it, whatever you have to do. Remember, I'm technically challenged here. Okay, with that being said, yeah. Something called Perjury, Donnie. Perjury, Donnie. But you're not mentioning that, Donnie, are you? Perjury, I tell you, Donnie. Perjury. The funny thing is ChatGPT is saying 2 different things, isn't it? Which one do you believe? Which one do you believe? It's whatever you want to believe. I got it from the same source that you did. The same source, Donnie. The same source. Why don't you guys go over there and see my last 3 little videos I have up? One of them, I think, is on an upload, I think, and 2 of them on a live, I believe. You'll find it. You'll see in the thumbnail, it'll look like text. And the text is actually a copy of the actual GPT. So when you got the time, because I'm kind of winding down for the night a little bit here, when you got the time, go check it out and see what I posted on there. And give me an opinion next day or something, what you think about that. And then what he actually wrote on his page. Yeah. God, you were so desperate, Donnie, to find fault in me. I mean, you're like, do you spend time with your wife, or what do you do? And between, you say you work on your computer, that you're working at home still, between your time on there and researching me and researching other evidence and all that, when do you have time for your wife? And that's an honest question, man. That's an honest question. When do you have time for her? I must be really important in your life. Well, apparently so. Do you think Don C's kind of obsessed with me?
Yes, maybe.
I mean, it's all Don talks about is me. And he posted something about you-know-who, complaint, that I'm doing libelous stuff. Well, you see, what matters, Donnie, let me tell you what matters, is her affidavit that she put in. And whatever was put in on that affidavit is what they have to go by, Donnie. Do you understand that? No matter what information you think you're finding after the fact, what she submitted is what immigration has to go on. Now, I'm making that, elementary school clear. I know you're supposed to be some intellect, but apparently you're not. Okay? So just to get that straight, read and weep. Okay? What's on the affidavit that she submitted is on the affidavit. There are going to be no changes to that. That's what was submitted. That is it. That is it. They're not going on anything outside of her affidavit. They're going on what was put on her affidavit, and any evidence. Donnie, listen now, Donnie, very carefully, very carefully. I know you're a little slow, although you try to make people think you're quite an intellect, but apparently you're not. Listen very carefully. I'm going to say it again, Donnie. The original affidavit. Nothing external. The original complaint. Follow me so far? I'll talk slower. The original complaint. What was in that affidavit. That's her evidence. That's what she and her lawyer submitted. Okay? So even if her lawyer was listening to me right now, she wouldn't disagree. Okay? That's what it is. Nothing more, no external sources, no external opinions, no kind of a reinterpretation, nothing like that, Donnie. Nothing like that. Now that I got that straight, let's move on. Hey, Breave, what's going on with you, man? I don't know. You've been spending a lot of time away from your girl. You got a little baby girl there, too, besides your girlfriend. What's going on, man? Did you screw that up, too? You really are a fuck-up, aren't you, man? You really are. Then what the hell is going on with the face, man? It's the face. Number one, you never took care of that cancerous mole. I told you about it in the past, and you admitted, yeah, it's in my family and all that. Well, you know, when something like that comes up with me, if I know it is what it is, you know, I try to take care of it. I'm talking to you man to man, but, you know, take it like you want, okay? But, you know, that's something you need to look at. You got all this money, you know, you're rich. You tell everybody you're wealthy. Well, I don't know, and I even said that on my show many times. It was just like I told Miko to go take care of his teeth. He's got all this money for his garden and everything else and to travel. Why don't he take care of his snaggle teeth? But he didn't do that. I have to give Ricky credit. I think he actually took care of space between his teeth. I have to give him credit for something. That was the door. Yeah, the wind, low pressure. And the same with you, Breave. You got that mole, man. That's not a good thing. You got light skin like me, you know? We have something in common. We got light skin, very light skin. And, you know, he spent a lot of time in California, eh? And that's where you got all this shit going on, man. It's not good. I'm just telling you, man. I'm not trying to help you out. I'm just using common sense and shit. I don't give a shit. You know, you die of cancer, you die of fucking cancerous skin. I tried to give you advice in the past, but now you got all kinds of shit. What's what the food you're eating, or what is it? Oily? What are you eating? Your complexion, in my opinion, in my observation, sir, is really looking pretty bad. It's looking pretty bad. Yeah, I seen the video you put out.
Date steak.
No, Breavis' face, I got to show you it because you haven't seen it. He did a video from a bar, of course. I mean, where else is Breave going to be? He's going to be in a fucking bar, you know. He's not going to be in some respectable place. He's in a fucking seedy, smelly, low-class fucking bar. He seems to find them, you know. That's his element, I guess, from my observation and opinion. Okay.
Di ba he married already? Married that
No,
Filipino
he's
pa
got
rin.
this girlfriend. He's got a kid. Must be 3 years old now or 4 years. I don't know what she is now.
No, just in little. One.
No, couple of years easily. And he's never home with her. He's always either going to an adjacent country or he's hanging out in Manila or somewhere. When does he spend? She probably broke up with him. Probably broke up with him. Do you understand why? I mean, you know, you could start off an arrangement, in a relationship as an arrangement. You know, you take care of the kid, give her some money to take care of, but you make like an agreement that, hey, we're in an open relationship. You know, if you do that, that's okay. If that's what the girl really wants. But Filipinos are jealous. They can't take an open relationship. All right? But, you know, if he's taking care of the kid, that's cool. I don't know that. I can't say that. Maybe he is. But, you know, if he's still in a relationship with her, and he's just gallivanting, hanging around in bars and chasing down bar girls and shit like that, going out drinking, going to Thailand, hanging out in bars in Manila. I mean, what the fuck? That don't seem right.
Kabuli na ha.
But what does he do that's right anyway? What has he ever done that was right? He had to run away from California. He had these fucking Mexicans after his ass. They were going to kill him. He had to protect his whole family and get a TRO, which is a restraining order. Fuck, he ran out of California like there was no tomorrow, man. Took his tacos and left, you know. What did he do that was so bad to this Mexican guy? A lot of stories about that, actually. A lot of speculation about that, but he ran, man. That breadstick ran as fast as he fucking can. Left his family behind, didn't even go back. Unfortunately, his dad died, and I'm not sure if his mother's still alive. But I sure hope that his dad didn't have to live to see all this shit going on with him and all that. And, you know, yeah, that would be sad for the father, I think. It'd be very, very sad that the kid turned out to be a bum. He attends a half-decent college in California, and what does he make out of his life? He works in a fucking dispensary for marijuana. Maybe it's connected to that. I don't know. I just remember what he said to me. It's a good thing it saved my life, he said, before he left my gate. When he came over here. You know, it saved my life when I left California, he said. Wow, now I understand what he means. Now I could put that statement together. It saved his life, literally, by leaving California. Ah, I see now, said the blind man. I see. I understand completely. You had to leave. You had to go. It wasn't safe. I understand. You know, when you do some shit to people sometimes, Breave, that's the kind of shit you face. You'd be running all your life. Then you can move over here to the Philippines. You're causing trouble here, too. You're always getting in trouble. One time I seen you on there with a shiner on your eye. You said you got into a fight with somebody. It's because you're hanging around with sleaze people. But then again, shoe fits wear it kind of situation, hanging around in fucking bars. What do you expect is going to happen in the bar? Because you're a cocky motherfucker. And you get cocky in a bar when you're drunk, and around other cocky people that are drunk. What do you think is going to happen, Breave? Come on, son. What do you think is going to happen? You're going to get into fights. Or maybe those crazy staring eyes of yours, that, nobody's home eyes that Barry was famously saying, look in my eyes. There's nobody home. Well, you know what, Breave? Everybody looked in your eyes, and I've looked into your eyes personally, and you know what? There is nobody home. There's nobody home at all. And maybe this applies out in the bars, man. You have these staring eyes, man. Stalking eyes. I can imagine that a Filipino or another foreigner would just not be very happy with you. Why are you staring down my wife? Why are you staring down my girlfriend? Or some Filipinos might feel uncomfortable, and they tell the bar guy or the manager or the bouncer or whatever the hell they have out here. I don't hang around in bars. You may got your ass kicked. And how many times did that happen? I've only seen once. We had a shiner, but how many times has it happened? How many times? So you leave California. You're running away from something. You got in trouble. So you go, of all places, to another country, and especially one like the Philippines, third world, where you could get yourself in a world of hurt, a world of trouble, and you want to cause trouble in the Philippines of all places? Son? Come on, boy. Didn't your father teach you well? What the fuck, man? You're always getting into trouble, Breeze. You're always starting trouble. You talk a lot. You talk about me. You talk about everybody. And you relate to people like Barry. Well, we could understand that, Birds of a feather kind of stick together. It's such a true statement. Yeah, well, if you're that friends and you like Barry that much, like I said earlier in the show, before I go here, I'll say it again. If Barry's such a good buddy of yours, enough to visit, and you got all this money you claim to have, well, empty your pockets, son. Okay? Never mind the lint. Get the serious stuff out. If you like Barry that much, don't just visit him. That's like a slap in Barry's face, man. That's your buddy. That's your buddy. What are you going to do? Just visit him? Bring him some food? What are you going to do? It's not worth you going there to see him. You got all this money. Pay off his fees and fines and court penalties and all that stuff and his immigration stuff. That should be just pocket change to you, Breave, isn't it? You got all this money. You were dabbling in different bitcoins and investments and all that stock market shit. That should be nothing to somebody like you. You're a high roller, Breave. You're a high roller. Yeah, right. But yeah, you're a high roller. Help the boy out. Put your money where your mouth is. Don't just visit him. That's insulting to him. He's your buddy. You could both put your MAGA hats on if you're still going to wear them. Especially with your boy president there making a total embarrassment and an asshole of himself. Oh, but you'll still probably wear your MAGA hat. But it might stand for something else. Oh, boy. Breave, you're so fucking funny. I could almost like you. No, not. But you are entertaining. You really are. And so are you, Don. You're very entertaining. Get over me, Don. Just fucking get over me, man. You are obsessed. But I gotta go. Folks, guide yourself to my last 3 publications on here and read on there. It's a little legal information you might find interesting. I don't have all of it out there. Only has so much space on a thumbnail. I'm not technically challenged. If I had another phone or something, I could do it a little better. But, or if I was actually working on my desktop, I could definitely put something together on that. So it's all on one page. You could read it all, not to go through the little shit things I go through. Just to post something on here. Remember, I told you, I'm technically lame. I can't edit. I can't do shit. Not something I do good. Very technically challenged, but forgive me for that. But I still make my point. Okay? But I gotta go. Don, you're much, much too obsessed with me. And just remember, the original affidavit, I'm going to do it very slow again, Don, so you understand. What is on the original affidavit is the complaint. Period. Can't be changed. It's already been exchanged, information with my lawyer and prosecutor, whatever else, immigration. It can't be changed. It can't be edited. What's on that affidavit is the evidence, Donnie, that they go by. Okay? You can't edit it, audit it. You can't do anything to it. What she put on there is what she put on there. And if it's perjurous, well, that's not a good thing, Don. Not a good. I know you have wishful thinking that the world would cave in on me, that I die, I get deported, go to jail or something. But Donnie, what if that don't happen? Are you gonna have a fucking heart attack? Don't go that far for me, man. I know you're obsessed, but, chill pill. Here, I'll give you one of my bennies. Give me your address. I'll say, no, I can't do that. That would be illegal. I can't do that. You got to get it by proper disposition in pharmacists. I can't send you it. I'm sorry. Well, wait a minute. You're in Thailand. Oh, man, you could probably get that shit over the counter like M&Ms. You might want to consider that. You need to calm down, son. Get your cortisol level down. But wait a minute. Bennies will do that for you. Did you know that bennies actually help your cortisol level? For real, look it up. You love ChatGPT. You're starting to really get into it now, right? I mean, you did produce some stuff from ChatGPT, but then again, you know what, Donnie? So did I. But they don't match, son.
Joined the Navy. Went to Subic Bay. Lost his virginity to a bar girl. Married her. Brought her to America. She left him for a black man and took half his pension. Now he's disabled. He's 68 years old, disabled, riding around in a scooter playing bingo, and he spends 10 hours a day trolling on YouTube. Poopeye, look at me. I'm younger, I'm smarter, I'm richer, I'm taller. I got more money than you. Everything above that, Poopeye. Yeah, you have a bigger government check than me. My government check is zero. I don't get a check from the government. You do. Remember that. I woke up in the morning.
Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. You know the things you say are untrue. You know that I'm gonna expose you. Try not to make me out to be a liar, 'cause I'll set your world on fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Fire. Anyway, playing around this morning. And hello, morning girls. Okay. Try to set the night on fire. You know the things I say are true. I'm sorry if it's bothering you. I can only be as honest, but not like you. Try to set my world on fire. Try to set my world on fire. Even though we know you're a liar. Anyway, enough of that foolishness. And a good morning to every single one of you. I do mean every single one of you. Trolls and good people alike. Great day in the morning, although weather-wise, it's really not. It's blustery, it's raining, and it's going to be a lot more on the weekend. Whew. Yeah, it's wet out there. It's nasty and cool. Cool, did I say cool? Some people might need a light jacket a little bit, you know. You get kind of accustomed to all the warmth and all that, and you'll complain if it's too hot, but then you get like a spell of cooler weather. Then you might complain about that too. Oh, it's too cool now. Well, compared to April, May, and June in the Philippines, take advantage of this. That's what I say. Oh, we got 12 there already. Hey, what's up? Speaking of what's up, what's with Breave? Throughout the years he's been on here, always with this blue jumpsuit. Have you noticed this? What is the significance of that? Thank you for the smiley faces. What is the significance of that blue jumpsuit? Is it just something he's lazy, he doesn't want to change clothes, if you just throw my jumpsuit, it's airy and it's light? Or is there like a little history behind that? Is that what he used when he had to work in a dispensary and handling marijuana? I don't know. But we've seen him wear this blue jumpsuit quite often. It really looks ridiculous. It looks like pajamas. But now, oh my God, I seen a video of him just put up. He got his hair cut like prison style and with that jumpsuit on. And he's looking a little worn in the face, too. I'm saying, where's he been? Or what's happened to him? I think once he visits, if he could visit our friend Barry, your friend and mine, at the prison, they might think he's one of the prisoners. They might detain him. That prison haircut he got and that jumpsuit, I don't know. Maybe this should be standardized. The jumpsuit. Nice color, blue. My favorite color. But what's with that? We've seen it time and time again. Maybe he just feels comfortable in it, right? You know? Maybe he doesn't get chaffed between his legs with wearing tight underwear and, you know. Now, what a little fight going on between little words coming out of him against Popeye. I did a short, the pot calling the kettle black or whatever. He says he's better looking than Popeye, taller than Popeye, more likely, yes. More money than Popeye, but there's no proof of that. Well, Popeye makes money every month from the government. And the Breave, it's the Breave. It's the Breave. Says, I don't get zero for government money. Daddy's money, perhaps? But where is he? Where's his family? You know how I feel about family. Where's all the respect? He's got his woman, got a baby child. He's got to be, what, a couple of years old now. Oh my goodness. Why is he out gallivanting around when he should be home with the woman he supposedly loves? Or is it an arrangement? I don't know. But even if that was the case, there's still the bye-bye involved here. What about the bye-bye? Needs her daddy. Well, maybe it's better off for that kid, to tell you the truth, you know. I think that kid could do without him. Just an opinion. Calm down. Calm down. All you pencil writers and, you know, legal paper people. Calm down. Calm down. Just an observation. That's all it is. Calm down. Go back homes. Nothing to see. Go back to your homes. Just an opinion. Ever opine yourself? Okay, well, it's just an opinion. Yeah, we are getting the wets out here today. Oh my goodness. Oh, Mr. Double Chin. Well, good morning to you, sir. ChatGPT is increasingly used in the legal profession to accelerate research, summarize documents, draft content, and, well, you see what I posted on there. You see what I posted. If you went to the shorts I put on. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they all have something to say. Oh, of course, Don C. Well, he's an expert on just about everything, right? His past didn't get nowhere with me. But he's determined. I got to give him that. He's a determined man. He wants to be proven right. He wants to be heard. I'm not going to stop. It's kind of like Popeye. I'm not going to stop talking about this guy named Frank. Frank. Who do we want? Frank. F-R-A-N-K. F-R-A-N-K. We really think he's okay, but hey, F-R-A-N-K. Okay. Boy, I'm on people's minds. It's actually mind-boggling just to experience this.
Put the water in this basin.
I will do that, my dear. Hold on, folks. I got to put the water bottle on the dispenser. I am capable of doing so, and I will be right back. Pardon. I got my cup of tea. She's got her cup of coffee. Tea, coffee. Routine. Okay, where were we? Let's see. So, the Breave, the man who claims he got all this money, wants to visit Mr. Jordan, if they actually allow him to. There's some kind of ruling on that. Only family
can visit.
No, Gilda just said it. Yeah, only family. So he may go there for nothing. I don't think even Barry's quasi pseudo girlfriend could visit him. It's quoting what you read. But I stated on another show, if he's so dedicated to Mr. Jordan, calls him a friend, or does he just do this for publicity? You know the Breave, right? It's the Breave. Leave it to Breaver. Leave it to Breaver. Remember that show, Leave It to Breaver? Leave it to him, we'd be all in trouble. So, I don't know, what gives him carte blanche to be able to see Mr. Jordan? By God, I seen his last video. He looks like a prisoner himself. I don't know why he decided to get a I don't know, it's like one of them army haircuts when you just get recruited or something. Practically bald. But his face, his complexion, what the hell is going on with that? But then again, I've always said that. He's not eating good food, but he's traveling around. He's always in bars. 7 in the morning. It was 6 in the morning he's at this brewery. No shit. Go watch it. He says it. 6, I only do this once a year. 6 in the morning drinking beer. Reminds me of Ren Zero. Ren Zero would get up and he'd have a red, what is that, a Red Bull? Yeah. I don't know, I'm not a big alcohol person. 6 in the morning at a brewery. 6 in the morning at a fucking brewery. What's with that? Double Chin says, yes, you can visit someone in immigration detention in the Philippines subject to special rules, safety protocols, and approved schedules. Visitors generally need to be on an approval list. Okay, maybe you know something more than I do. But point being made, and point will be taken that if he supports Mr. Jordan so much, and he's a friend, and he claims, oh, he's got more money than Popeye, and every day he's got more money, doesn't depend on government, he's a rich boy. Well, again, I'll point it out again, as I did yesterday. If he's so supportive of Mr. Jordan, why doesn't he take a little cash out of his bank account, the financially stable person that he is, and why does he not help his good friend, his good MAGA friend? Oh, they sit there with their red MAGA hats on, proud Republicans, proud, even though their party is, going down the fucking tube in fucking flames. They won't talk about that. Remember when he visited Barry at the detention center and Barry was so excited he could have even orgasmed on camera at the time. When he had his MAGA hat, he goes, yeah, baby. Combination of getting some kind of a brisket or something from Breavis. He's got his MAGA hat on. Oh, they were so proud. Oh, they were so proud. It could bring a tear to your eye. Well, I got dry eyes, so sometimes my eye tears in the corner of my left eye, but maybe that was it. But so proud that their hero is a real child predator, a sex trafficker that fucks little girls, for real. Then has witnesses, that they put in jail, killed. They support someone like that. Proud MAGA people, wearing that MAGA hat, proudly, I tell you. What are they really thinking now? It's all an embarrassment now. I'd say save the MAGA hats. They're going to be good souvenirs, 50 years from now or something. You might be able to get some, preserve it properly, keep it away from mold and put it in plastic or something. And you might be able to make a couple $100 from that 50 years from now. You never know. I'd hold on to it. In fact, I'd get more MAGA hats if I were the original, By the way, who was selling the MAGA hats anyway? Was it part of Trump's financial endeavors? The MAGA hats? Or does somebody just locally make them up and try to make money on it? I don't know. I don't know the history of that shit. There's my 13. Oh my God, my famous 13. It's uncanny. I mean, look at it. See that number? These are the same 13 that, and you know who they are. You know exactly who they are. Most of them anyway. Thank you. The boys are always here listening. They don't want to miss a trick. What can I record? What is he going to say out of line that we can use against him? Ooh, scary, man. Scary. My knees are shaking to the point they think I'm dancing. Not. Read between the lines with most of these people. It's not very hard. The lives they're living is pathetic. Nothing seems to work out for a lot of them. And you wonder why. Well, look at the crazy things they do and say. Even on public media, like, YouTube. No wonder their life is in such disarray. I actually dated a girl named Desiree. I used to joke and say, is your life in disarray, Desiree? For real, her name was Desiree. That jumpsuit, what is with that fucking blue jumpsuit he's so famous for? Is that when all his other clothes are not washed and, well, I could at least wear this. It suffices, it'll do. Or does he feel there's just some significance to that? I think that maybe he was in some kind of jail or detention back in the States. And I think that jumpsuit, and sometimes in America they do have these jumpsuits. Yes, they do. In prisons. Yeah. Maybe it's a souvenir from his days he spent in jail or something. Has some, meaning to him. He goes to bars with that on. He goes in bars. Goes out to eat with that jumpsuit on. Must have some significance. Or he's just lazy and doesn't like to wash clothes. I don't know if the guy even bathes, to be honest with you. He doesn't look. Quite frankly, in an observation, people go back to your homes, nothing to hear or see. Observation. He doesn't look like he takes care of himself. His skin has never looked healthy at all. Always got big blotches on there. Of course, the cancerous mole he has. With all his money, he hasn't taken the same as Nico. Oh, Nico's better than me. He's got more money than me. He won't take care of his snaggle teeth, though. But I got to give Ricky credit for once. If it's true, I've seen him on a video. And whether it was editing, I don't know what it was. But he went and corrected the space between his teeth. It made a good cigarette holder if he smoked anymore. Stick that cigarette in there or something, But at least Ricky went out and took care of his teeth problem. What's Snaggletooth's excuse? El Snicko, El Snickador. What's his excuse? There ain't none. Well, the lawn comes before his teeth, and spending money on useless Philippine trips and so forth. For what? To ride around with your pseudo-girlfriend? Which is not your girlfriend. Because you can't get a woman, but I got to be inside of some woman. I got to have companion. I understand that companionship, absolutely. All fairness, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not questioning that. But when you can't get a woman, you got to have at least somebody at your side to ride in the back of your scooter. Makes you look like you have a woman. Oh, an omelet. Is she making little omelets here? We didn't buy any cheese. We didn't buy any cheese. Hey, that's not all mine. You're having one of them. Oh, you got something to put on it? Oh no. Well, you're going to eat one of these, baby doll. Without you, without you, without you. Really good singer, man. You know what I'm talking about? Anyway, we're not going to get into here about music stars. Okay. Part of me, because I'm going to be eating while I talk. I got to have my protein in the morning. It's not just having oatmeal. I need the protein. Apparently the big wallet can't stop talking about me, or he's really upset with that Miko guy. My goodness. Well, look. I'm not saying that Miko is not a troll in his own sense, but Miko at least comes out with some interesting observations, which are true. You know, a lot of stuff he quotes about the big wallet guy is true. Of course, the big wallet gets upset, as he normally does. It's a no-win situation for all around. You know, it really isn't. But the big wallet always claims, I don't talk about people. I try to stay out of that shit. Really? Not from my vantage point here. He always has something to say about me or somebody all the time. Hey, I think we should make Don C an honorary Philippines resident. I think we should. And recognize Don C as being one of the most active trolls who don't live in the Philippines, or has a lot to say about the Philippines and people who live in it, such as me, 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 me. Me 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 da 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 me 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 loves to talk about me 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 me. Just a bit obsessive, Don. Just a wee Scotia bit. Think about it. If you gave that kind of attention to your wife, well, maybe you'd have a more harmonious relationship. Spend a little time with the little lady. Spend a little time with her, man. Give her a little attention. I mean, in the middle of sex, you talk about Frank. Honey, I'm sorry, I have to apologize to you. I was thinking of Gilda while I was having sex with you. I'm sorry. See, I'm obsessed with Frank. And with his girlfriend, the lovely, did I say lovely, Gilda? Probably has sex with his wife and he's thinking about Gilda. He's making believe he's me. What would it be like to have sex with her? Hey, come on. That's your wife. Respect your wife. She's your wife. She's not Gilda. And you're not me. You're not me. You're not me. Oh, she put cream cheese in. No wonder it tastes good. Oh, very good. Clint Anson comes in. Come on, boys. Thumbs up for Frankie B. Frankie B and the powers to be. Now that's good. I bet you guys never tried that. Put a little Philadelphia cream cheese in your omelet. I assure you it's par excellence. Ken Whistler, hey, sup. The Whistler, we got the Whistler. We got the Clint. We got the double chin in here too. Right on. Brethrens, my fellow brethrens. Do you see all the absurdity that's been going on YouTube? Well, I mean, look, come on, it's nothing new. Nothing new at all. It's just getting more and more so. Have you noticed that? Is it a result of the jab? Is it just affecting people a different way, mentally instead of physically? I don't know. I got no answers to that. Joe Beans, hey, welcome. Bitcoin is crashing. Some expats are effective. Oh, poor thing. Poor thing, we say in Hawaii. Pua, P-U-A, ting. T-I-N-G. Poor ting. Poor ting. Feel sorry for them. That means Breavis' big Bitcoin investment is going tits up. Down 13%, but that's significant actually. Powerboy says to Joe B that Bitcoin is projected to drop 38K to 38K. Are you having this?
Yeah.
Here.
Later.
No, not later now. Okay.
One.
Oh, what is that? The oatmeal,
Oatmeal. Half lang yours.
that little half of oatmeal cookie. I'll have that. I'll dunk it in my tea a little bit here. Why not? A little oatmeal cookie. Always oatmeal. Oatmeal is the answer. It is. Okay. If everybody sat down and relaxed and just had a nice bowl of oatmeal, take deep breaths, we don't get along. And if you added blueberries to that, well, they might even feel better too. People need to calm down. Calm down. It's not that bad. Worry about your own life. Don't worry about mine. But you know, it's very endearing to me when I see that people, I mean, they seriously take me into their hearts and minds and souls. I don't know why, but they do. I'm flabbergasted. No, truly I am. Not just coming up with words to fill in the spaces. But it's just, to this day, I am so, I can't say I'm shocked. I'm trying to find the right word. That these people spend so much time talking about me or trying to do bad things against me. Then you question, if you really question, hey, come on, why are you really doing this? Or trying to? Come on, the truth. Did I hurt your feelings? Is that what it's all about? A true case of hurt feelings? No, a true case of hurt feelings. Nothing like Barry. Did I hurt your feelings? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Man, chill out. If you're in the States or somewhere, or Vietnam or somewhere, just go light up a doobie or something and relax. Or go get some fucking benzos or something, man. I can't help you with that. That would be against the law. Hey, whatever works for you, man. Keep your cortisol level down. Keep everything at a nice level. Whatever works. Try it. Or try some natural remedies too. Okay. Whatever works. But you need to calm down. Calm down. You're going to get a heart attack. Over me? Am I worth a heart attack to you? No, seriously speaking. Am I worth a heart attack? Because you don't agree with my philosophy? You don't agree with my lifestyle? Because you're just not living the dream like I am. As severe as Ed's back, people are off the wall. Well, they've always been off the wall. Yeah. They should take their laxatives, get all the shit out. You know, there's something to say about cleansing your soul. Maybe they're just too fucking. Maybe that's the answer. You know, Clint, you might have a point there, actually. Maybe that's the answer. They're all just so horribly constipated. They need to get it all out. Constipation. Let me tell you, I'd rather have diarrhea than constipation, I'll tell you that. At least with diarrhea, you just get rid of all the crap that you're made of. But when you can't shit it out, it's very uncomfortable. I don't usually have that problem. If laxatives are the answer, but don't abuse them. I dated a woman who was bulimic, and she lived on laxatives. Wrote a booklet on it, in fact. Oh, Frank wrote a booklet. Hey, I was published too, Big E. Well, it was self-publishing, but hey, I'm a writer. I am a writer. I am a writer. Philosopher, writer, humanist, great philosopher. I like to what I call philosophize. It's my philosophy that brings people to my channel in droves. Look at the numbers. I got 16. Perhaps if they followed my philosophy, they'd live a better life. Here's the whole point. Gentlemen, I use that term loosely, of course. Look, if you concentrated on your own lives, because you don't know how long you got, you may think you're perfectly healthy, but you don't know. Isn't it better to spend your time wisely and concentrate on the love of your life if you happen to have a love of your life, and a lot of people don't really out here? Is that why you're mad at me? Why? Why am I attacked all the time? What am I saying on my show that's worth an attack? The truth? Oh, that's understandable. The truth does hurt. And you get very defensive. And then from getting defensive, it automatically goes into being offensive. Oh boy. So that's when you get in trouble. There's a guy sitting in jail for like over 3 years now that probably has not learned his lesson. You want to be in that position? I mean, really? Oh, I know, you're not in the country at the moment. Oh, I know. As Popeye says, I'm 15,000 miles away. You can't do nothing to me, sucker. I could call you a pedophile. I could talk about your woman. I could put, and the other thing, they can't even get creative on their own. God bless, Flying Circus with his talents. And I have to tell you something. I take all this in stride. In fact, I laugh. Because some of Flying Circus's stuff the AI is excellent, par excellent. He does some good shit. God, I wish I had that knowledge and talent to do that. But imagine if they put this thing to something positive. They might even be able to make some money off their show. I can't do that shit. I don't have the capability of doing that. I really don't. I admit it. I guess anybody could learn if they spend some time, but I do find it fascinating. You could put people's faces on other people, and you could put words in their mouth that they never said. It's fascinating. It's an interesting tool to express yourself. And hey, I'm all for the arts. I'm all for the arts. I'm all for the arts. I applaud, actually, Flying Circus for his talents. He gets the point through, but I'm not offended by what he does. I'm like applauding him, saying, hey, that was pretty good. That was pretty damn good. But, the guy's over 80 years old now. He would also think that, what is this guy doing with his time? And I know he's overweight because he went on Ozempic. Everybody's got their own set of problems, apparently. But maybe my point is that maybe they should concentrate on their own problems. Do something constructive in their life, whatever years they got left. Instead of like making little skits and little AIs about Frankie. Am I that significant in your life? I'm blown away by this. I have to tell you, I'm blown away. Look at how many subs I have. I don't have many subs. Why am I so popular? Is it because I actually have something to say? I don't give you blank airspace when I do a show. I'm always talking about things that are mind-boggling, interesting, or maybe subjects that people are afraid to talk about. Sexuality, performance in the bedroom, how to please your woman and not be all self-centered about your sexual sessions. Because the truth is, these are self-serving, self-centered people. If they're lucky enough to have a woman in their life, it's all about me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Well, what about her? I can't get no satisfaction. Is that what they're crying out? Your girlfriends, your wives, the whores that you pick up in the street all the time. How about their satisfaction? Oh no, it's me, me, me. Draw the target, get your GPS out. You gotta get the right coordinates. Land that drone, baby. Ground zero. You think that's what it's all about? Well, thanks for the hearts. That's not what it's all about, boys. Because eventually she's going to shun you if you're lucky enough to have an actual woman that you'd have intercourse with. She's going to shun you eventually because it's not about you. It has to be about her too. You guys don't even know how to please a fucking woman. Not even remotely. Oh, the bananas, the cooked bananas. Well, I don't eat that. It's all seed oil. The potassium is good. You get a little potassium from the banana, but what you're looking at is a horribly unhealthy part of a breakfast. Horrible.
It's not good. Just eat it. Really.
It's not what? With a cookie in your mouth too, in fact. At least it's oatmeal anyway. Please eat that rest of the omelet, please. That's the healthiest thing you're having so far. This is atypical. These cooking type of bananas, not like a dole, you know. These are cooking bananas. Yeah. And they fried.
Fiber.
Huh?
Fiber.
Fiber. Yeah, you'll get some fiber from there. Okay, she said something positive about it. You're going to get a little bit of fiber from there. But they're soaked in
I
fucking...
put cream cheese.
I know you did. I'm glad you did eat in the eggs. It tasted very good. I thought, it's going to be a plain omelet because we didn't have any cheese to put in there. But we just bought some cream cheese. It's a welcome addition to an omelet. If you don't have any cheese to put in there, put the cream cheese in there. You might find it's more, has a lot more taste. It's really excellent. But what you see in here, atypical.
Right, it's a pecan.
Fried in seed oil. Oh, that's like a death
It's
sentence.
a banana.
Oh, it's a banana, but what did you terrified that banana. You put that banana in it.
If you live in the mountain and then they get water,
Yeah, but
no rice, no anything, just only banana, you just eat banana.
well, I mean, if that's all you got to eat, yeah, but we're not in that situation. We're not in that situation. Poison. Oh, well. No, I don't want to. I'm full. I'm full. Thank you. No, I've had enough egg. But thank you. I appreciate you giving me your last bite. Sometimes she'll give me her last bite. My God, was this wonderful woman. Shouldn't I say more? There you go. Eat that last bite. There you go. Get the protein in there, too, from the eggs, from the cheese. We get the calcium from there. That's a good start. Oh, Breave. Oh, Breavis. What's going on with your son? Did that relationship break up with you and your girlfriend? Look. Even if it did.
They're outside.
Huh? What about outside?
Breavis outside.
Who's outside?
Breavis.
Oh, yeah, she said, Breavis is outside, she said. Are you outside? Breave, did you get away from that bar? Did you get away from that brewery, 6 o'clock in the morning? She goes, Breavis is outside. I wouldn't be surprised if he's back to the island here with a pair of binoculars, maybe even some night goggles. You know how he went to Fazio's house?
Give some cake.
Yeah, give him some cake, get him some mango cake again, right?
He loved it.
He loved it. Like he went over to Fazio's. I'm not sure Fazio knew he was even there. Fazio was on the phone with Scott Del Fuego or somebody. By the way, Scott Del Fuego graced my show yesterday. He gave in because he knew I was the only show out there that made any
Cook the
sense.
sausage.
Huh?
Cook the sausage.
Sausage?
Yeah.
Cooked sausage? Well, that would attract Ricky if I had sausage.
Ricky's like it.
Oh, if I had Hungarian sausage, Ricky would be here. He'd be here. But at least he's not going to get all that shit stuck between his space and his tooth, because I think Ricky actually took care of that space in his tooth. Can you imagine that? He actually did that. I've been saying that for a long time, along with other people.
Some other country, they have a space for their tooth.
Some other countries, what does it have to do with other countries?
Yeah, they like that one get space in
They
their
like
tooth.
to have a space in the tooth?
Yeah.
Was it hold their cigarette better in their mouth or something?
I
Or
don't
what do
know.
they do that, It holds a pencil or... It gives them personality, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's some people that is their personality. When they got these funky looking teeth and all that. But Jesus Christ, I mean, look at Snicko. Holy
Just
shit on a
talking
shingle.
caps that one to remove the space.
Yeah, you got to put caps on there to remove the space and all that stuff, you know.
It's cheap, the cap, 7,000 each.
70, the caps are not that expensive. 7,000, that's nothing. Go to America and try to get
Yeah.
caps. Look, I got, you know, I can say I have teeth in my mouth, and
7,000 each tooth.
7,000 each tooth. And that's good. That's actually really good. Go to America and try to get that done for 7,000, with the equivalent of 7,000 pesos, like about $135 or something like that. I don't know the math on that, but around there. Try getting that done in America. You can't get a tooth pulled without spending about 1,000 American dollars in America. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, spend your money. Put your money where your mouth is. Oh, there you go, for sure.
Then just only tooth, 200 kwan,
Yeah,
1,400.
yeah. God, it's such an easy thing to do. They claim, well, they got all this money and shit. How come they're not spending it on their appearance? Oh, no, but they'd rather make trips to the Philippines and, you know, hire their girlfriends to go in the back of their scooter and go around and make believe they actually have a real girlfriend. You know, they spend like hundreds and hundreds of dollars on their lawn and they wind up dying on them anyway. How about putting that money where your mouth is? I mean, literally, not figuratively. Get rid of those snaggle fucking teeth, man. Your face alone is scarier than shit, but at least take care of your teeth. This way, when you look at a woman, she's not going to turn her head around. Don't put those lips near mine. I don't want anything to do with those snaggle teeth. Hell no. If you can get a woman to kiss you, anyway. But everybody hides behind something. Oh yeah, I'm killing it out here. I'm going place to place on my motor scooter. Oh, look at this beautiful place, folks. We, which is the word used, we are going to this resort. We are going to here. Who is we? It ain't your girlfriend. No. We. But don't you think you're getting older? If the shoe fits, wear it, okay, you know? You're getting older. Maybe you should concentrate on finding an actual girlfriend, not kind of a, you know, like a piece of faux jewelry. Get the real jewelry. Get a real girlfriend that you put on the back of your motorcycle and little scooter. The one that, you know, you bought for 75,000 pesos that was actually underwater. That's why you got it for 75. It's worth about 150. You're living in denial. And I'm not talking about the river in Egypt, my friend. You're living in denial.
You already ate, Doogie?
Oh, they ate already? Oh, good. That's good. I just get a laugh from all this. I can't help it. It's free entertainment. I gotta admit it. I agree with some of you that like to listen to the drama. It's free. Other than the internet that you pay to listen to this stuff, it's virtually free. It's free. It's not pay-per-view, really. It's nothing like that. You're gonna have an internet bill anyway. You're gonna need it to get on the internet. I mean, but as long as you're paying for that, this is free entertainment. Fuck the movie theater tickets. You don't need that. Go online on YouTube, right here in this community. All the entertainment you could possibly stuff down your throat. Don't look at me, girls. You just freaking ate. Oh, I gotta give her medicine here. Prednisone. I think it's helping. I better count the days. I'm only supposed to do about a week on this. It was suggested twice a day, but I'm only giving it once a day. I don't like taking chances. Oh boy. See why I take care of business, I take care of people, I take care of animals. Because I'm a swell guy. They could learn a lot from me if they just allow themselves to do that and just give in a little bit. You might be healthier, wiser, happier. Look, I'm not your whole life. I hate to tell you that. But if you're making me your whole life, you're robbing yourself of your own life. I mean, you are putting yourself in a position where life is going by you. And you're just not living it and loving it, man. That's your doing. It's not mine. If you want to live your life vicariously through me and what I post on here and everything I say, that's your gig. I got no gun to your head to do that, man, but I'm just saying, what a waste. What an absolute waste. Come here, gingerbread. Come here. And I gotta wipe her eyes down too because, oh, the pus in her eyes, I don't understand. It's the body's way of reacting. The body's way of reacting to this kind of a dry eye syndrome. So your body produces this mucus to protect the eye. But I've been giving her Dextran, Dextran, which is to lubricate the eye, and I'm giving her also cyclosporine, which is kind of an antibiotic, which over time will help the tear ducts get back to normal. But part of me, because I got to take care of her at the moment, I got to put some Dextran in there and just kind of wipe down. She gets a lot of little pussy shit in the eyes, you know. This is what I do. This is what I do. Because I'm a caring person. And because she's family. Oh, that's right, she's not my blood. What did Barry say? Hey, ain't your family out there? They're not your blood. He has no idea whatsoever what family is. Since his family has rejected him all these years. Okay, hold on a second, folks. I gotta perform a duty. Come here, baby girl. You know what time it is, don't you? Yeah. You know what time it is. You certainly do. Stay here. Okay. Oh my goodness, I'm telling you. Gotta get all that pus out. My goodness. My goodness. You poor thing. What would you do without your dad? What would you do without your dad? Much better. Get all that shit out of her eye. You know, the vets say here, do this and do that. And unfortunately, when you start cyclosporine, it's got to be onward. Because you let their eyes get too dried out and having this problem, they go blind. In fact, her eye is not, she's not seeing totally clearly out of one eye. It could be a cataract happening, but I think it has to do with the dry eye syndrome. And humans get it too. They get it too. You can go blind on that. I heard if you masturbate, you go blind too. Blind to the truth that if that's all you can do and you don't have a woman, well, it can make you blind. Doesn't make you see straight. And then you know what they say, you develop hair on your palms when you do that. Come on, you gotta go pee. You know you do. Go. There you go, baby. Oh yeah, it's wet. It's wet out here. You got 18 out there. Only 8 thumbs up. Tumsack, folks, Tumsack. I'm gonna go visit Barry. Oh, it's today, right? Today? You're gonna visit Barry today? You gonna bring him money? Are you gonna exonerate him, Breavis? Are you gonna bring a bag of vegetables? All that money, give the guy a fucking roast beef dinner or something, man. Yeah, even for Barry. Bring him a nice solid, and this way you can put it on camera and boast about it like you normally do. But hey, put him on camera, please. Can you do that? Would they allow you to do that? I want to see what the boys look at. He said he's been working out. He's a master of kung fu now. Oh, what did I used to study? It was Kyokushinkai. Maybe he learned Kyokushinkai in there. I think he made a statement once on his show. Yeah, you got to see my biceps now. Well, what about your biceps? More fat hanging off there from all that inactivity? Or he may, hey, listen. Hey, he may surprise all of us, man. Maybe in all the years he's been in it, that boy's been working out. Oh, I would. If I had to get stuck in there, man, I wouldn't be stagnant. Oh, hell no. Hell no. Or I'd go out of my monkey-ass mind. If they had a weights, even if they didn't, I'd be doing push-ups. I'd be doing something, man. Because it's also mind, too. It's body over mind. It's, in this case, it's, art imitating life, or is it life imitating art or something in this situation? But you have to do something, I'll tell you that. There's no question about it. You have to keep yourself occupied somehow. Or you actually will go out of your mind. Even more so than before you went in there. No, it's not a situation any one of us would like to be in, including yours truly. I will tell you that. We'll just make sure that doesn't happen. So, okay. The files. ChatGPT. Don was so proud of himself. He posted some stuff from ChatGPT, even the audio version of it too. Oh yeah, he did. This is what's going to happen to you, motherfucker. It's like Dave Phelps. He's growling. Don C is growling right now. You won this time, but I'm going to get you next time, Frank. I'm going to get you next time. You'll see. You'll see. Pure fucking insanity, obsession. Oh my God. Oh my God. Magnum. Don, you're just a wee bit too obsessive. Just a wee bit, don't you think? God, he has it out for me. He really does. The question is, why? Because it didn't work with Nika? Is that what it's all about? Because you knew the truth. But you wanted to save face. Isn't that what it was all about, Donnie? You wanted to save face. Oh, shit, this didn't work. God damn it. I got to do something else. I got to do more research. I'm going to get you. Man. Dude. Sorry, but that is obsessive. With a capital uppercase O, underlined, highlighted, neon signs. Obsessive. By the very definition of the word. And Popeye the same. Obsessed with me. Wow. I wonder what Don's life outside of camera is really about. We know he's overweight. Don, I'll definitely outlive your ass. The best revenge is do nothing at all, really. Just let nature take its course, that's all. You know, like Fazio's gone, I can name other people that are gone too. Nature took its course, as it will with all of us, me included. But some may be sooner than others. Maybe because they're so cantankerous, But that shit'll eat you alive like acid, Don and Popeye, and his other minions. It'll eat you like fucking acid. You're going to get an ulcer. Am I worth it? What is it you really got against me? The truth. Let the truth be told. What is it really? Come on. Don's pushing this ChatGPT, which I do. I counteracted what he threw on his show. And you read what it says. It's perjury. Remember, the original filing of an affidavit, and I'm not going to get into this whole legal shit. Whatever you put on that affidavit, that's the evidence you present. You cannot deviate from it. That's just the accepted material that's been submitted. And you can only go by what's been put in that affidavit, Don. I know you think you're all learned and all that stuff, and apparently you like ChatGPT as much as I do. But there's two sides of the story. You came up with some information, and I came up with mine to counteract what you were saying. The affidavit, whatever was put in there at the time, that was being used as so-called evidence to prove a point, has not been proven. Now, with all this build-up and all the shit you're doing, Don, what if it didn't work out the way you wanted to? Please don't kill yourself, at least for your wife's sake. Maybe she really loves you. I don't know how she could, but whatever. She's probably a nice girl. She's probably a very nice girl. But, pay some attention to her, man. Maybe She's just seeking all this attention. You're not giving it because you're so concentrated and obsessed with me. Give it a break, man. Seriously. Get off your fucking computer. Go spend some loving moments with your wife. Tell her how much you love her. But stop obsessing about me while you're making love to her. That's a thought. I mean, too much. This is overkill, Don. You know that. This is overkill. You are so obsessed with me. But then you really think about it, folks who've been listening to me for years. What did I do to stir up that bee's nest and put bees in their bonnet? What did I really do? Nothing. Just spoke the truth. And if the truth hurts, well, hey, you know, absolve yourself of that. Just accept it. And move on. You made it clear you don't like me, that's fine. Whether there's any justified reason for doing so, except the fact that, what you tried to achieve against me just didn't work. Now he spends his time, well, I'm going to show you. Really, that's the way you're spending your life? I'm going to show you, how old are you, man? You're a grown-ass adult. I'm going to show you, sounds like a little school-age kid. Same with Papa, I'm going to show you. You wait and see. I'm going to do more research on you. I'm going to get you. I'm going to devote my rest of my living life and my breath to get you. Don. Come on, dude. Look at my years. Hello? Says Breavis still lives in Cebu, and that place in Mabolo. Don't let him fool you, Frank. And he's waiting for his mother to die to sell the house. It's worth about $500K. Yeah, it's not his house. Do you remember his original statement where he said, I've got this house, I'm just renting it out. In X amount of years, my mortgage will be paid off. Then I'll be able to live. I thought you were already able to live a life of Riley. I'll be able to live off that money for the rest of my life. Well, the thing is, he didn't own a house. He never owned a house. He was never that responsible to own a house. Yeah, he's just waiting for his family members to die and he'll inherit it. I make zero from the government, he says. Well, I don't know. He could be on a disability. For all I know. I don't know everything. He's talking about other people. But yeah, he don't own no fucking house. He don't own shit. As far as being a Bitcoin millionaire, billionaire, whatever he claims he is, all bullshit. All wishful thinking. He's living on something, obviously. He's not getting money from his show. So it's obvious that he's collecting money from some source. And it may, that's why he left California. Heard it through the grapevine that he left California. He was running away from something very serious. It was so serious he had to have a restraining order to protect him and his family. Oh yeah, it was that bad, folks. It was that bad. And money, I believe, was involved with this. Why he was in trouble? There's some speculation that he took certain group of people's money and ran with it, and that could be the money that he's living on right now. Just an observation. We're not convicting him of it. We're not saying he actually did that. Disclaimer. Allegedly, folks, allegedly. That's what he's been living on. And my veterinarian's trying to contact me here. I'll get to that in a few minutes. Allegedly, folks. Got to use that word, allegedly. Very important. Okay, let me read the comments here. Look at my years says Bitcoin is down 61% and he's living on an inheritance. Yeah, his dad had left him something. That might be it too. It's more likely. Left him when his dad stroked out at 50 years old. And his dad was athletic too, by the way. I don't know if you guys knew that. I knew that. I researched. His dad was athletic. I saw the obituary thing on him. His dad was very athletic, and he still died at 50. How do you know? Look at Myers says, Breavis still lives in Cebu, place in Mabola. Okay. Look at Myers said, it's his mommy's house. Jack Doe says, Breavis invited Poops to meet in Subic for a beer. Popeye's not going to meet anybody. Look at Myers says, Bitcoin is down 61%. He's living okay. Jack Doe says, it's Breavis, Mrs. Heminger. Look at my ear says, the guy he screwed over, his last name was Valdez. Well, it was a Mexican name. It was a Hispanic name. Yes. And let me get this arrow out of the way. Okay. His last name is Valdez. The guy lives in Whittier, California. I know all about it. Yeah, I realize that. 26 strong here. Right on. They're all running away from something, and they're talking about me. You talking about me? This isn't a Taxi Driver movie. This is reality, folks. I'm that important in their life. And as I say all the time, I don't know whether to be flattered or just plain bedazzled, or I don't get it. How could one man, two things, how could I be that notorious, such a criminal, such a black hat cowboy, gunslinger? For what? For what? When you figured it out, you tell me. I don't know. I just got charisma. I don't know. Personality. You've got personality, versatility, maybe such. Look at my years says, the guy he screwed over. Okay, I got that. He screwed him over pretty good, apparently, man. Pretty damn good. For him to run away from California to come to the Philippines, another country, man. Yeah, he screwed somebody over pretty fucking bad. Where he had to go put a protective order on himself and his family. That situation was not good. He did something, man. I think it has to do with money. Disclaimer. I can't say for sure. Allegedly, as opinions go, allegedly, it had to do with a lot of money. So what has he been living on? Probably that money. Secondly, some money that was left to him from his father's passing away. And if his father died and he was athletic at 50 years old, what was I going to say about Breave? I mean, he drinks like a fucking fish. He's stressed out all the time. His demand for attention is incredible. To be in the spotlight. I don't know. Maybe he grew up in a household where he didn't get enough attention. But stalking people? He stalked everybody. Shows up at people's places unannounced, which is not cool. I think everybody would agree to that. Look at my year says, and the guy was affiliated with a very violent Mexican gang in San Gabriel Valley. Yeah, I don't know all the details on there, Mr. Look at My Ears. That sounds about right. He messed with the wrong fucking people. But here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. He's going to mess with the wrong people here in the Philippines. He already got into some physical thing with somebody. He had a shiner on his eye about a year ago. I asked him on there, I said, on the comment section, what happened to your eye? Oh, I just got into it with somebody. He don't want to tell the details of what happened. He was checking out the guy's woman or something, or I don't know. God, what's wrong with these people? See, we'll come all the way to the Philippines to get away from something that's pretty nasty. But then you come in this country, it makes no sense that you're going to start trouble in this country too. I mean, didn't you get yourself in Breavis? Didn't you get yourself in enough trouble in California, in America, that you got to come to the fucking Philippines and get yourself in trouble again with your fucking mouth, downing me, downing a lot of people, lying about your lifestyle? You got a woman pregnant. She winds up losing the baby. Do you show any condolences to her? Probably not. You got a girlfriend now with a kid of your own, biological. Who knows how many other women you knocked up that we don't know about. And then he's always traveling around the breweries. He's got his girlfriend at home with his child, and he's going to breweries having beer at 6 o'clock in the fucking morning. 6 o'clock in the fucking morning. What the fuck? Your life is out of control, dude. What are you, pushing 50 now, somewhere around there? Your face is looking it. I'll tell you that. I forgot what age you're at, but tell you what, I've monitored you since the years I've met you in person, and I look at you now. It's not that many years, Breave. It's not that many years. I've seen you in person. I know what you look like, up close and personal. And I see you on video, and I'm going to tell you something. Quite frankly, you're not looking well. Then you with that haircut and the jumpsuit, you look like a fucking prison. Maybe you should be in a prison cell. You come into this country, which is not your own country, after getting in trouble in your own home country to get refuge in the Philippines, and what do? You hang around the bars, you get drunk and stupid, you get into trouble, you get into fights, and you're locked and loaded, but you weren't locked and loaded when Mitch, what's his name, Mick Fish Sandwich, came over there. Oh, but after he left, you were locked and loaded, weren't you? Of course you were. 42? Really? He looks older than that. These days, anyway. No, he looked his age when I met him. He was about right on. But when I see him now, the rarity that he's producing videos, I'm saying, what the fuck happened to him? Guess all that ass chasing and beer guzzling. I wouldn't be surprised if the motherfucker has an STD. How does he not have an STD? Oh, sorry about that. 42. Really? Well, I don't know. I mean, from my observation, he doesn't look healthy at all. His complexion has always been very challenged. Some days are better than the others. But what I've been seeing mostly now is he has a lot of shit. I don't know if he washes. I don't know what he does. He's still got that cancerous fucking thing on there. He said it, cancer runs in the family. He goes, I know. I got to take care of that. But he's too busy spending money on whores and in the bars and drinking and stalking people when he should be taking care of personal business, which means his own health. Shit, open him up in an autopsy table, his liver would probably fall apart by touch. Mr. My Ear says he's getting skinny like the bummer. Did he seem on edge already looking around? Yeah. He's going from town to town. Now he's in Manila. He's going to visit Barry today, right? Today's Friday, right? I think it is. He's supposedly going to visit Barry today. Well, please go on camera. And please wear your MAGA hats. That's a command. Please wear your MAGA hats. Please wear it. That's a must. Wear your MAGA hats so we can laugh. You have reason to laugh now. Yeah, he's pretty thin. He's got to watch his mouth, though, man. Even if he had the balls to approach me physically, you know, I'm like fucking 21 years, close to 21 years older than him. I'll bet you dollars to donuts to the policeman. Daddy couldn't kick my ass. He'd have to get a lucky punch in there. But he's like a breadstick. I guarantee you I got more power in my arms and legs than he does. That's going without saying, you know. But then again, I'm going against my own beliefs. My beliefs were, don't put anybody past anything because you'd be surprised. Okay, I'll have to admit that. I don't know. Or maybe he'll take one of his beer bottles and hit me over the head like Barry wanted to do with his little whiskey glass he had over TGIF's. Breavis with his 1,000-yard stare. Oh my God, that stare. It's almost scary. His fists won't scare me. It's his eyes. There's nobody home. Barry's favorite statement. Look at my eyes. There's nobody home. I love that. The quote of the decade. And there wasn't anybody's home in Barry's head and his eyes. Same as Breavis. Do you ever notice when he puts the camera down in the bar, how many times he's come on camera, right? And think about this. Am I right or wrong? And he wants to photograph what's going on in the bar, you know. Every now and again, listen, this is spooky, scary shit. He comes over to the camera and he stares into the lens of the camera with this blank stare. It's like he's lifeless, that there's no living organic blood moving through his body. Eyes black, crazy stare into the camera, and he doesn't say anything. That's some scary shit. That's some scary shit. Oh my goodness. Hold on, I gotta write this guy here while I'm on it. There was this dog he treated before, and when the eye drops did not work, oral antibiotics removed the eye discharge. We'll send something when I get back. A storm is present. Oh. I have to write something here. Deal with me, folks. Trying to do two things. I don't know if you could actually see this on there. Well, we have to determine whether or not she has a bona fide infection. Okay, back to you guys. I don't know if you could actually see that. Yeah, Deadpool eyes. Didn't Clint Eastwood have a movie called Deadpool or something? I'm trying to remember. There was a movie called Deadpool or something. Oh, it's like, looking into a dead man's eyes. Oh, you think I'm joking, right? Just to make conversation on here and to jump on Breavis? No, man. I'm just stating the facts. He's a scary dude. We don't want him around. We don't want him anywhere near this house and the children here. Because the fact is, we don't know what he'll do. We don't know what his capabilities are with his psychology. You understand why I couldn't befriend somebody like that, or Barry. I mean, Breavis is more of a worry than Barry is. Because he's definitely psychologically impaired. Barry, no worry. No worries, as they say in Hawaii. No worries. No worries, brah. No worries. But Breavis? I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Jack Doe. Hello, Jack Doe. Breavis, Jerry the Fairy, Jay the Real Deal. Unholy Trinity. The Trinity! Very good. The Unholy Trinity. The Unholy Ones. Well, I think Biggie has a new thing now, calling the Basement Boys now. Everybody's coming up with this interesting terminology, or a placard of some sort of labeling. We got the High Roaders, Now we got the Basement Boys. Then we got the Beastie Boys. Who would be the Beastie Boys? Hey, Mix, you're in here late. Have you been listening? Boy, yeah, the big wallet has been really coming down on your ass. God, you guys should meet up or something, you know? Is he in Dublin anywhere now? Where is he now? Maybe you guys should battle it out. Just get it over with. He's a big guy, but Mix, you know, bigger they are, the harder they fall. Donnie didn't like it that I went on ChatGPT too. And I did one of those I'll show you deals too. I reacted to his, and he's a legal master on here. He knows everything about the law. Did he ever claim he had a law degree? I wouldn't be surprised. He got some stuff off ChatGPT, which is interesting. And to a certain effect, there's some truth to it. Not much. It's according to how you answer your questions on ChatGPT. Because I researched that information too. And it puts the complaining party in a world of hurt, in a very perjurous situation. So I did 3 videos. You guys probably seen it. There's some shorts. And basically it was just on a thumbnail, I think it was, on 2 of them. And one of them was not. And read what ChatGPT said on that. And quoting even one of the law codes or something on there. That in the affidavit, unless you've proven it. You see, there's this line between what was really said. Because see, that's the important thing. Were certain words actually spoken? And we're not talking about implied this or that. But when push comes to shove in a legal atmosphere, okay, and even if you had a video that says one thing, but she's saying another, whatever proof is on the affidavit, that's what they go by. The question is, did, as she stated, I ever said those words to her exactly the way they were? Never mind about implying. But in a court of law, it's not in her favor. We could say that, well, that's what he meant. No, that's not what I said. Or what I meant. If you read the shit that I put on there, it's a he said, she said situation. That's all it is. If you think you're going to win on that, well, don't go out gambling. Don't play the lotto. Save your money. Oh, is Timmy in here now? Whatever happened to Timmy? He hasn't been around a while. He's over in Malaysia meeting that mental person. Oh, here's a way it made birds of a feather flock together. So true about that statement, isn't it? Really? Really? That's crazy. Let me ask folks, have I been truthful about just about everything you ever heard me say on here? A simple yes or no will suffice. Or a question mark as to, well, I'm not sure. Everything I've been talking about these creeps, have I proven them to be wrong? Have I proven them to be wannabe gangsters? Have I proven them to be a bunch of silly gooses? A simple yes or no will suffice. Do you believe all that shit? All the allegations they made against me? Do you think I'm capable of doing what they accuse me of? Well, don't say yes to that. Because I asked you a question, it's a yes or no question. That will pertain to the question I ask you on the yes or no question. Mick says, if you look at those swimming pools on top of hotels, there's not much wiggle room to get over the edge. I don't know where that came up. Okay. About hotel tops, I don't know. My years says also, I forgot, his girlfriend works as a caregiver in Cebu, so he must not have that much money. Yeah. Gilda doesn't have to go to work. It's not like we're wealthy either, because we're really not. On any level, American or Filipino. Really, we're not wealthy. We'll say it. But she doesn't have to work. Well, according to what you call Filipino wealth, Her more so than I'll ever be. But I'll keep her out of that equation. But, she doesn't have to work. I don't say, hey, man, inflation's getting pretty carried away out here. You better get a job somewhere, honey. I don't know if we could handle this. No, I never required her to do that. Mick says, look at his mentally going over to Kuala Lumpur with his kids to meet a mental individual. Yeah, that's interesting in itself, isn't it? I keep saying there is something amiss with that big man. Well, I could agree with you on that without a disclaimer. There definitely is something amiss about the guy. In many ways. There's no doubt about that. No disclaimer needed on that whatsoever. It's pretty obvious to everybody. But yet they concentrate on me. And let's just bring it to the basic, ground zero denominator of all this. They're upset that I'm happy in my life. That's the bottom line. They decided for whatever reason they didn't like me. They don't want me to be happy. They want to break up my relationship. They want me to go to jail or get deported because they personally decided that I don't like you. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Oh, they're doing the best they can to find fault with me. And when they can't, oh man. Oh, they get pissed. Steam coming out of their ears. Oh, Frank won again. I tried to knock him. I tried to do this and that, but 10 years, it just hasn't worked yet. Well, it's the same thing as doing shit over and over again, expecting to achieve something that you can't achieve. That's called mental illness. Stop. Go on with your life. Mick says that the Malaysian and big man think they are judge and jury. Yeah, I know, on YouTube. Who the hell do they think they are? Oh, exactly. Well, they think they're better than all of us. One may have more money, figures he's got power. Don't mean you're right. If you have money, doesn't mean you're not lying. Doesn't mean you're telling the truth if you have money. There's nothing to do with it. You can utilize that money for purposes of trying to get against somebody, like trying to file a case, paying for somebody's lawyer. That never happens. No, not on here. That never happened. We know it did. We know it did. There's no question about it. Who are the money bags on here that's going to help this particular woman who did a particular complaint? She couldn't do it herself. You know damn well she couldn't do it herself. But they emphatically deny, I had nothing to do with that. Come online and they say that, I'm not behind that. I have nothing to do with that. Yeah, okay. We believe you. Okay, looks like we'll have all the rain all this weekend here. Trying to change the topic here, which is hard too. Just like, all the shit that's going on with Trump. Why don't they just come down? All this back and forth yakety yak. Why don't they just all put their heads together, both parties, and tell the truth, bring the files out, let him defend himself with his lawyers that are quitting on him, by the way. Nobody wants to be involved with Trump, but that's how it runs with these people on here too. After a while, you told so many lies, you've been such an asshole that nobody wants to acknowledge you anymore. They know you're wrong. The people on here are not that stupid. They know what's really going down. Same with Trump. They know everything he did. How many sessions are they going to have? Go and require all the files to be taken out and see if Trump had anything to do with Epstein. Of course, we already established that. But yeah, you're right. Judge and jury on YouTube. There is no judge and there is no jury on YouTube. That ain't the real world. A judge and jury is in the courts, and only in the courts, not on YouTube. You say whatever you want on here, and some things you might not be able to get away with, and some things you probably will. But it all comes out in the wash, doesn't it? Mick says, I often think, what do the hotel staff think when they see him coming with his group? My God, there is no shame. All right, I'm not even going to comment on that, but I get your point. Their shit stinks, trust me. Their shit stinks as any other troll on here. Shit stinks, period. You can't perfume it. And like I always say, you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. A lot of people do to cover up something. They even go as far as having their girlfriends, filtered on camera. You make your own judgment on that. Does the harem girls really look like when they're on camera all filtered? You've seen them without makeup and everything else. Your opinion. Now, I'm not saying anything bad about them. Disclaimer. But why do you have to put filters? Why? My girlfriend presents herself as she is. Though she's not on camera all the time. Why use filters? Always something to hide. Always something to hide. I'm not making an opinion either way on what I think they look like. I have my own opinions, and they're mine. They're all mine. They're mine. Nobody else's. It's mine. I speak for myself. But I'm not going to come on here and say anything about it. Just make my own observations. And bring up the question, why do you need to put filtration on the harem members' faces? Why? Why? Present them as they are. What do you got to hide? They're beautiful women, right? Okay, well, you don't have to enhance them. Once the makeup or once the filtering comes off, whatever they look like, good, bad, wonderful, excellent, pretty, that's who they are. You don't need filters. You don't need filters. Let's see, Frank, if you notice, he can't pick up young girls on his travels in Europe in first world countries. His success is in impoverished places in Asia where he takes advantage of young girls with his money. That's an allegement. I'm not getting involved with that. He does what he wants to do. That's your opinion? Okay, I allowed you to say it on here. I don't know what he does in Europe. I don't know, and I don't care. The show's not about him, by the way. The show's not about him. What he does is his own business, but he just can't afford to talk about somebody else. That's all I can say. I have an idea what he does in his life. I have a very good idea. In fact, I have facts. It may not be something that you and I like to practice, or the behavior, the empowerment of money, the carrot, the proverbial carrot. I'm not doing that. He is. That's his gig. If it works for him, it works for him. Apparently it didn't once before, or more. But people repeat their mistakes. Power's one thing, money's one thing, it goes together. But you're either right or you're wrong. Which one of it are you? Are you right or you're wrong about the things you say, about how you put your social life together and what you do to keep it together, the carrot and all that stuff? That's his gig, and if he gets in trouble for it, it's his own doing, and he deserves it. Money is not necessarily power. Knowledge is power. Keep that in mind, folks. Knowledge is power. Mick says, when I see him, in places like Germany, Ireland, Holland, he's walking around on his Todd. What's that mean? Must be an Irish thing. Walking around on his Todd. I'm not familiar with that terminology, that word. Working on his Todd. New to me. All right, but basically, Mick says he is a buffoon. Well, you don't like him, do you? He is a buffoon calling me a criminal with not one iota of evidence, only evidence what Malaysian says. Malaysian says. Oh, what E.T. Travel says. On his own, it means. Oh, okay. On his own. Yeah, I never seen that word before, I understand. But thanks for explaining it. Look, why don't we sum this up? Everybody has their own faults, all right? Some have more faults than others. Some try to emphasize other people's faults and they get very hyperbolic over it and, try to take it to their own advantage. Because there's a lot of people who have a lot of inadequacies in their life. You could have money or not have money or whatever. It don't matter either way. If you're wrong about something, But there's not one person, including myself. There's nobody on here. If you want to talk religiously, that's without sin. Cast the first stone, whatever they say, if you're without sin. We're all sinners on here. We're all sinners, but more than others. Some way more than others. Just come to some kind of reality about yourself and move on with your life. And I emphasize this all the time because I've watched people losing their life on the internet, people who are dying of cancer and stuff like that. You think if they were an avid YouTuber, do you think they're going to spend their time, other than trying to raise money? One guy was doing, he just recently died, except to, encourage people to help my girlfriend, a GoFundMe and, trying to help her out. He knows he's dying and he just passed away. Do you think if he was like one of these practicing YouTubers that gets involved in everybody's business, do you think he's going to spend his dying moments going on YouTube and getting involved with all the chicanery on here and all that? All the injustice and... No, you're not. I wouldn't either. Because you'll be concentrating on your life. Suddenly, something becomes more important in your life than Frank Battaglia, or it's not even right. That's what you call me. It's Battaglia, by the way. If you're going to use my last name, at least say it right. It's Battaglia. That I'm your whole life, that's pretty sad. Even if I did all these dastardly things they accuse me of, well, if that's the case, you made your point. If I was guilty of all these allegations, you made your point. You did it very well. Get over it. You said your piece. Move on with your life. But some people just can't move on. That's the problem. Mick says, the thing is, Frank, me and you can accept if we are wrong and can be man enough to admit it. But these are psychopaths. Well, they're at least sociopaths anyway. Total narcissistic. They never admit to wrong. Yeah, see, that's the problem. I mean, look at me, just recently, and I hate to talk about it again. This is my character compared to theirs. I put Popeye's, his folks' picture on my show. And I admitted that was wrong to do. And one of the most hated person on here, I apologize to. And I hate the motherfucker. More than you could imagine, I hate the motherfucker. And I apologize to him, my enemy. Now, if you could be man enough to apologize to your enemy because you did something that you have deemed to be incorrect, not proper, then you got character. But these people can't do that. They know they're wrong about all the shit they call me and accuse me of and all that stuff. They know they're wrong about attacking my girlfriend. They know they're wrong. They will never admit it because they can't. They're not man enough to do what's right. Not even close. Ed Savino says, must have been hard to apologize. Yeah. But I can do that. I'm capable. If I'm wrong about something, I'm going to come out and tell you I'm wrong. I've got nothing to hide like these people. There's nothing. My life's an open, well, pretty much on YouTube. A lot of it is, not all of it. Like an open book. Shit, they do research. They probably know more about me than I know about myself. I mean, it kind of seems that way, doesn't it? What did I do so wrong on here? Oh, I have my moments like they do too. Oh yeah, I've unloaded my mouth a few times, that's for damn sure. On woman or man that was on here, if the situation was appropriate, if it was appropriate, I spoke what was on my mind instead of keeping it in my belly and getting an ulcer. Okay? Oh, yeah, I have attacked a few people on here out of mere anger, frustration, whatever. I'm human. But I even talked about that too, didn't I? There was one time I came on here and I said, sorry, man. If I got caught up in the vortex, I said, I apologize. I did say that too. They don't want to admit that though. I said, if I got caught up in a vortex in the past, which I did, I absolutely did. I take full responsibility for that. But I apologize. And said, the reason I'm apologizing, because I don't want to be like you. That's why. I didn't want to be like them. I didn't want to go to that low level of being such a disgusting human, such a vindictive human, an antagonistic bastard that these people are. I didn't want that to be part of my repertoire. I did not want to be me, because that's not me. I could be just as mean and ornery as they want me to be if I needed to, and they know that. But that's not an excuse either. I will take responsibility to something I actually did wrong, and I will admit to wrong. Nothing else more I can do than that. If they can't accept it, oh well. And Mick says, I remember, even though you didn't see eye to eye with Michael, you still didn't go overboard insulting him. In fact, you resumed emailing him for a period, if I'm not wrong. No, you're right. And he responded to some of my emails. He didn't avoid me. People don't know. They think they know everything. See, I understood Fazio's state of mind, Atomic punk. He's saying that I'm humiliating my partner. Why you keep humiliating your partner of 10 years on YouTube over rice? I wasn't humiliating her over rice. If you can't afford to buy rice... if I can't afford to buy rice, I shouldn't be in a relationship. She deserves much better than you. And you're better than me? And you think the creeps out there are better than me? Rice? What is this, Rice Gate all over again? You're an atomic punk, all right. Good title. I'm not humiliating my part. It's a discussion. I'm not afraid to be myself, and she's not afraid to be herself. We got nothing to hide. We're simply talking about rice and waste of rice. Has nothing to do with whether I can afford rice or not. It's just a point. There's people starving out there. And you don't waste food in the Philippines. Apparently, you don't live in the Philippines. You don't waste food out here. You don't overfill your dish with food if it's going to go to waste, because there's people who could use that food that would love to have your leftovers. But apparently, you just find fault with me, Mr. Atomic. Which you're gone anyway. Bye. But nice try. No cigar for you either. Over rice. I'm not humiliating her. I wasn't trying to. There was no intention. I was making a point, and I'm allowed to do that, even in my relationship. I speak my mind even to her, that I thought that is a waste. Why make a whole thing made for 5 people when only one person's going to eat it? What's wrong with that statement? There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, it's factual. It's real. And it's in consideration that food cannot be wasted in this society. Because a lot of that will go to waste. I find it in my refrigerator. 2-3 days later, I said, well, how come nobody's eating this? There could be somebody in the street that rice could mean the difference between life and death, or eating and not eating. So I'm sorry that you like to turn things around, sir. I said, that's the way you want to see things. But you're not seeing it the way I see it. Rice is life. You don't waste it. Not in this country, you don't. No, especially in this country. Am I right or wrong, you know? And Mick says, Fazio, for all his faults and falling or failings, he knew what the big man was about when he came with camera to Bohol. And he could see the disingenuity of that big man. Yeah, I remember when he came there and what, Fazio didn't want to see him or something. He went over there and he got all pissed off. I remember that. Yeah, you're right. I remember that. Clint says, remember when Fazio freaked out when you did that candlelight ceremony? He was all like, don't do that. Don't do that. You're messing with forces that you do not understand. I remember that, Clint. The reaction is what I remember with him. Yeah, but Fazio was spooked by shit like that. It was all entertainment I was doing, but he really took that to heart. He was really spooked by that. That was the whole purpose. It's easy to spook some people on here. With the red light, the candle ceremony. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I told you, I'm an actor. I'm an actor. It should have been my profession. I'm not always acting on my show, but I'll tell you what, I could put on a good show. And I could throw out that fucking clickbait if I want, and they will bite it. And they have proven they're like piranhas when I put that bait out and they take it. Yeah, Cliff says, yeah, that was so funny. Literally, all you did was light a candle and hover your hands above it. Yeah, that was fun, wasn't it? Kind of scared myself with that one, too. I come from a family of psychics. No, not psychotics. I might question that, too, with some people, but... Oh, yeah, my Aunt Mary. Oh, my God. Well, I already talked about her. We don't need to go there. No, that could have been a very important ceremony I was doing. And maybe it was for real. Maybe I have supernatural powers. Well, I don't know. I've been right about everything so far. Maybe I do possess some supernatural powers that I'm not aware of. I don't know. I don't know where my genealogy goes back. I don't know the family history. I don't know. Were they sorcerers in my past? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Never researched it that far back. You wonder how Stanley House is doing? Probably a lot better without Fazio's little dirt dump over there. Shit shack. You remember when Breavis went back there to sift through the rummage? It wasn't too long ago. He went back there to sift through the rummage to see if he could get any more remnants. I guarantee you he took Fazio's diary. You know, his girlfriend was, she said, take what you want, whatever. Heard she made a few bucks from all that shit, you know? And good for her. She deserved it. Good for her. Good for her. Sold everything. Hopefully that helped her family, and right on for her, for Daisy May. Right on. Good for her. Maybe she found a trinket or two hidden in there, too. She's not going to tell you about it. But Breavis went over there. And get this, guys. He not only went over there, again, recently, right, not too long ago, Christmas Day. He wasn't with his girlfriend and child. He went and spent his day to go to Fazio's rummage site on Christmas Day. Need I say more? How sick this guy is. Christmas Day. He wasn't with his girlfriend and kid where he should have been. And even if he was, he's going to go bring them to Fazio's previous dump site and rummage through what was raked up. I'm sorry, man. Think what you want, but that's sick. That's just fucking sick. Anyway, we've been on here 1 hour, 47 minutes. I got things to do. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I'm done eating. I got to defrost my blueberries, of course. I got to take my vitamins, of course. and get myself in the mood to do a little bit of resistance exercise. I don't want to get too lax on that because it's very easy to do so. Boy, it's stormy out there. Wind is blowing to and fro, raining. It's going to be like this throughout the whole weekend. We got this system moving in here. Well, you take care, Mix. And I'd like to say thank you to Mix for posting. I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Clint Anson, Esquire. And who do we have on here today? Ed Savino, thank you very much, sir. Just scrolling down, I want to mention everybody who had the balls and the nerve to come on here and actually talk instead of being cowards. Mr. Look at my ears. Let's acknowledge him too, sir. Hopefully you're a subscriber. And we got Jack Doe. Thank you, Jack Doe, for coming to my channel. And I want to acknowledge everybody here. If I'm missing anybody, I'm not sure. Look at Myers, I think I did. Look at my ears, yeah, I think I did. It's Savino, of course. Oh, Palaboy, gotta acknowledge Palaboy. And Whistler. We've got a lot of people. And we got Whistler, too. Joe Beans, acknowledge Joe Beans. Thank you, Joe Beans. We got quite a few. Oh, Double Chin. Thank you, Double Chin. We got quite a cast on here this morning. I'm just going through the whole thing before I go. I'm being fair about it. I want to thank the people that have come on my show and are willing to talk and talk the truth and offer their opinions. It doesn't mean they're correct all the time. Doesn't mean they're righteous and doesn't mean they're not. But at least they have the balls to come on my show and speak their mind. I give them the opportunity to do so. And people that get a little carried away get banned from my show. It's only fair to my viewers that are actually having a good dialogue going, not to interfere with that. And you are allowed to say what you want on my show to a point. You got to understand that. If I think you're just really out of line, then I get rid of you. Okay? But you have to be out of line with your comments. I don't just ban everybody on here. It may seem that way. It's just that there happens to be a lot of trolls. Okay, cool, guys. Cool beans. By the way, where did that expression come from? Cool beans. Barry used to say that. I've even heard a newscaster or something say cool beans or something I've seen on there. Where the fuck did cool beans? What the fuck does that mean? Cool beans? I mean, it just means, hey, cool, man, but cool beans? Where do beans come in on this? I don't know. Don't even answer me. Don't even answer me on that. There's a lot of new expressions I never heard. They might have been out for a while. Maybe I'm just out of the loop. You know, a lot of things have come up. I never heard it before. Things about algorithms on YouTube. I mean, I never used to think about algorithms. There's a lot of things. And a lot of expressions, you know, more new age stuff and people that are more in the know. Then maybe I'm just out of the loop with some stuff, you know. I guess I am. I'm a different generation. Okay, but I do got to go. Thank you all. And just do me all a favor. Stick up for what you think is right. You don't have to go along with the big boys club with the long pants on, the big boys pants, just because, you know, it'll be like a trendy thing to do and you'll get attention and all. You can get attention in a positive way. They're either right about something or they're wrong. It's one or the other, guys. It's that easy. I'm either right or I'm wrong. You're either right or you're wrong. It's that easy. What they're saying is either right or wrong. It's that easy. Throw all the in-between fluff out the window. They're either right or they're wrong. You can either back up what you say or you can't back up what you say. Before you start calling names to people, back it up is what I say. If you can't back it up, shut up. Nobody cares. Sometimes Google will define an expression such as cool beans. Yeah, I never understood that. Barry was always saying, oh, cool beans. I'm thinking, what the fuck does cool beans mean? But then again, you know, it's new generations. We come up with all different types of terminology and colloquialisms and all that stuff. I mean, there's always something new coming up that an older generation just can't understand what it means. I mean, it's cool and all that stuff. Cool beans, it's cool beans. But, you know, these are things I never heard of. Maybe because of my age, I come from a different generation, of course. That has something to do with it. But yeah, but some of this shit don't make any sense. That's all I'm trying to say. All right, if I keep on talking, I'll never get off here. Thank you. I got to do some little stretching. I got to do a little chair exercise. I have to do a couple of things here before I get carried away. I got to go to the ATM. I got things to do today in the rain. Raindrops. Nothing but raindrops. And let me remind you folks, please always speak your mind. You have the ability to do that on my show, to a point, of course, okay? There is no reason to lie about somebody on here. If you want to talk about somebody on here, please, no speculation, bring up the facts only. The facts meaning that we've all heard it or seen it, and then we can have a good discussion. It's only right. I don't like making up stuff about people. And as I always say, and I will continue saying, that any discussions I have about anybody on YouTube comes from their own doings, for what they said, what I've heard, what I've seen with my own eyes, and what most of you all have seen and heard yourself. That is the base and denominator of what I talk about on my channel, but it has to do with other YouTubers. Why lie? You don't have to lie when everybody's heard things, when everybody's seen things with their own eyes. That's nothing to hide. There's nothing to lie about. And that's my point I'm trying to make. I try to get my point through, and sometimes it's hard with people. But fun is fun, and entertainment is entertainment, but sometimes it gets carried away too far. Look what's been going on, man. Everybody with their potential lawsuits and everything else who want to find dirt on me or dirt on somebody else. What's it really all about? Is it righteous in nature? Is it righteous what you're doing? In some cases, it is. It's either is or it's not. It comes to push to shove, you know. But I'm sorry, I'll repeat it again. Putting an unrighteous, unwarranted, perjurious complaint against somebody. You're dealing with fire. You're dealing with fire. And sometimes you're not going to be able to put that flame out. You're not going to be able to put that flame out. And you're going to burn yourself in a legal way. You're going to burn yourself. Don't play with fire if you don't want